coach Sean McDermott. A cruise control win over the Carolina Panthers for the Buffalo Bills yesterday. 40-9 was the final. A lot of that damage was done on the ground. Big day for James Cook, 19 carries for 216 yards and also 2 rushing touchdowns. He had a 64-yarder in this game. A little bit more pedestrian for Josh Allen in the passing offense. They didn't need to do a lot in the second half. It was 163 yards and a passing touchdown for Allen through the air on 12 of 19. Khalil Shakir, though, did have a 54-yarder. The Bills' defense shows up, 7 sacks in total. Michael Hoyt, in his debut, goes for a sack and a half and also a forced fumble. So the Bills go to 5-2. On the season. They will next play the Kansas City Chiefs, who, by the way, do play tonight against the Washington Commanders, so they'll be going into a short week. While the Bills win, they still remain behind New England in the AFC East. The Patriots blow out the Browns 32-13 on home field. Another big game for Drake May. He had 3 touchdowns. A couple other results from yesterday. Miami surprises everybody with a 34-10 win over Atlanta in Atlanta. The Jets get their first win of the season, 39-38 over Joe Flacco and the Bengals. Eagles beat the Giants 38-20. Texans over the Niners 26-15. Ravens without Lamar Jackson beat the Bears 30-16. There were almost no close games yesterday in the NFL other than the Jets-Bengals game. Baseball tonight, the World Series, game number 3 in L.A. 8 o'clock, first pitch, Dodgers and Blue Jays tied at 1 game apiece. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy Victory Monday. Buffalo Bills Football Monday and a Victory Monday off a Sunday 1 o'clock game. Your routines, maybe they were wonderful to have those routines back. Football Monday is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker is here as well, running the stream. Joe Callie's producing. We're hanging out off of Victory Monday after a lengthy bye week that lasted 10 years.
Yep.
They got back on the field, and they dominated an opponent. James Cook, 216 yards. The Bills win, and all is right in the world leading into Chiefs week. The Chiefs play tonight, so we can watch the Chiefs tonight.
Yep.
And then gear up for Chiefs week. But lots to get to, and we'd love to talk about it with you at 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I can tell you what I did this morning regarding this game. I wanted to look up one thing. It's not exactly the kind of box score stat that comes out right away, not always. Mm-hmm. I wanted to check out James Cook's next-gen stats.
Okay.
Because
you want to look at his yards over what was expected?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he ran for 216. How many yards over expected in this game?
I think on those long runs, you typically get a lot. So I'm going to guess it's a lot.
Okay. One of the reasons I like to point this out is because when the season is over, the league leader in yards over expectation will finish the season with, let me get you this number real quick. Last year, Saquon Barkley led the league in rush yards over expected. No, Derrick Henry, 562 for the year.
Yep.
So 562 yards over expected for a running back is really good. And when we were talking in the James Cook conversations, like whether or not they should extend him, I'd pointed out many times he's a top 10 back and over expected every single year since he kind of got the job. Last season, James Cook's yards over expected was 167 for the year.
Okay.
In this game, it was 121.
Wow.
121 yards over expected.
So he's probably going over last year's number for the season at some point.
He's at
is he already over it?
He is at 225.
All right, he's already over it.
And he leads the league. Number one.
Wow.
The number one running back in
really more than Jonathan Taylor?
203.
That's crazy. Taylor has been stacking these long runs every
leads
week.
The league in rushing yards over expected. And that's, I mean, if you really want to dig into the Jonathan Taylor comparison, per attempt, he's number one by almost a half yard.
Wow.
1.81 yards over expected per carry for James Cook. Last year in that department, the league leader was Derrick Henry. His number was lower.
Mm-hmm.
You have in Cook in this rushing offense, when they give him the ball and when it's at its best, he's the best back in football. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So, man.
It's still funny because it doesn't. You watch Bijan and you watch Henry at times, McCaffrey, and it just pops off the screen. Cook still, to me, sometimes seems like he's jogging through the defense. But I think there is a, like, I really want to, like, appreciate the way he runs, which is, I think, more Le'Veon Bell-esque. Just let me slow play this, be patient, find my hole, slash through a gap that maybe a Ray Davis is not going to get through.
Yep. There's a lot of slithering, it feels like, to his. Yeah. Like, he gets the line.
If Derrick Henry is a truck, then, like, what is Cook is like a little moped that's like in and out of traffic.
He gets his yards over expectation not by blasting through guys, but he's going to squeeze between two tackles and fall forward 5 yards.
Right.
He ran so well yesterday, and I was also thinking about a call out to the old video game Tecmo Bowl, which if anybody out there is old enough to have played the original all the way back, Joe, this is where Grandpa's going to tell you a story about Tecmo Bowl. It used to be that if you had maybe Bo Jackson or a couple other players that are so fast, they're faster than the other players, you could
run by them.
Not just bring in a breakaway touchdown run. You could turn at the goal line and run all the way back to the other end of the field and up and around, and you could run in perpetuity. They could not catch you.
They couldn't catch you?
Yeah. The game's, it wasn't exactly the most, AI brilliant game.
Right. You just run the clock down. That sounds great.
You could do that.
Just run the clock.
You could just run in circles on Tecmo Bowl, and that's what James Cook looked like he was doing on that breakaway run.
Yeah. He went to the sideline, and a few of us were like, "Whoa,
what's he doing?"
I'm like, "Don't step out of bounds."
Yeah.
He maybe came like within a yard of stepping out of bounds. He didn't, though.
It was nuts.
It was weird that he ran to the sideline, but
and an absolutely incredible performance from Cook in dominating the Panthers 40-9.
Yeah,
40-9. So there's my takeaway. I wanted to look into James Cook, and sure enough, he is having every bit the year that Jonathan Taylor is having, and Jonathan Taylor's over there. The touchdowns he's putting up are really the big part of it.
Right.
But Cook is every bit as good as Jonathan Taylor is statistically this season so far, which is nuts. So,
right.
So there you go. That's what I wanted to look up. I wanted to look up James Cook and just how good it is going.
Yeah.
The other part of the game for me that stood out was that Andy Dalton is a Buffalo hero for life.
Yeah,
poor
guy.
He did the Bills a lot of favors yesterday.
What was he doing at the end of the first half?
What was he doing the entire game?
I mean, right, I thought, all right, savvy veteran. We saw Flacco a couple weeks ago be this, like, all right, he knows the league. He knows what's going on. And the Bills just had him in a pretzel all day, didn't they? Like, was Hoyt that much of a difference? He did a lot in that game. He was lining up over the center, and maybe that was a pretty critical impact that the Panthers weren't ready for because, I mean, on one of those plays that Hoyt doesn't even get a stat for, he's lined up over the center, and the Bills rush 4, but because the linemen are all, like, confused, the guard slips, and then, Ed Oliver's coming in unprotected right at Andy Dalton. So I was very impressed by the Bills' defense in this game. And I don't want to fully take credit away because, you played a backup quarterback and you played the Carolina Panthers. Like, the Panthers came into this game being able to run the ball and being able to stop the run. Like, through 7 games, they've been able to do that. And the Bills went right at their strengths as a team and they did a pretty solid job on both fronts where they ran the ball at will. And then when the Panthers tried to run the ball, I mean, I think thank you, Carolina, for giving more carries to Chuba Hubbard in this game than Rico Dowdle. So they did you a little bit of a favor on that front. But in general, it was 4.1 yards per carry on 28 carries. For a team that's been running the ball really well, it's pretty solid.
Yep.
And you sacked the quarterback 7 times, and you got an interception on him. It was pretty much a flawless performance by the defense.
Yeah, the kind of game you needed. You saw
Dowdle, by the way, 8 for 54. So Hubbard, 12 for 34 was 2.8. Hubbard averaged 6.8.
Yeah, we've got a real mystery here. If you're Carolina, what should we do? If only there were a way to find out which one of these guys is better. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. Let's talk about it. 1-888-552-550. The Bills get off the schneid in a big way and dominate from pretty much, I don't want to say start to finish. Let's go
it took a minute.
Mid-first half to finish.
Yeah, in the second quarter, it was 6-0.
Yeah, it was dicey.
Maybe. They weren't really doing much. I mean, Josh said it in his post game yesterday. He did not like how they played in the first half. They had a lot of things to clean up, and then the second half is when they really, really got going. Yeah, they kick a field goal in the second quarter with, only a couple minutes in the second quarter. 13:03 of the second, it's 6-0.
That's the one after the sack?
Yeah.
The 10-second
Allen's
sack?
running around, someone open, running around, and then bam, sack, Prater hits the field goal. Yep. And then Carolina comes down, hits their own field goal. So it was a one-score game for a minute.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be low scoring for a lot of that first half yesterday. Just, that's how the Bills were playing, right? They were running the ball, and they weren't really passing it, and they weren't really able to when they tried. But they're going to run it, and this game is the clock is going to bleed, and the Bills will probably win because it doesn't look like Carolina can stop James Cook. But I don't know, not stopping James Cook was going to be 200-plus yards.
Right.
Thought maybe you'd have one of those 120 in a touchdown games and they won 24-9. So the run game really made it a blowout.
Yep. Cook averaging 10 yards a carry through the first half.
Yeah, 11 for the game.
Yeah, he averaged 10 yards per carry in his first 8 carries. It was 8 for 80.
Yeah.
Every single time. They just kind of pitch it out wide.
It was the same. Was it not?
It was the same play.
The same pitch play?
I mean,
it was the
I'm
Dallas
sure there's
game.
Slight versions of it. It's the Dallas game.
2 years ago, they ran the same draw play over and over and over and over. And yesterday, they ran the same pitch play over and over and over.
They looked like the Elway Terrell Davis Broncos yesterday. That's what Cook looked like.
Yeah.
Terrell Davis is probably bigger and thicker than James Cook was and a little harder of a runner. But, man, that's how he would play. You said Le'Veon Bell, right? What is it?
Le'Veon Bell's the guy he reminds me of.
You pitch it out wide, and then you find that crease, and you are right through that thing. And that's what Terrell Davis did in that offense in the 90s when the Broncos won back-to-back Super Bowls. So, man, watching Cook play, it's good news that they have this explosive run game because, of course, we saw what happened with the passing game again. But Cook out on those pitches, every time they'd pitch it to him, you'd think, if you were to pause right when he gets the ball and just in a group of friends in the room say, how many yards? 7, 12, 60? Who knows?
60.
Every single one of those has the ability to pop. If you're Carolina watching that as a Carolina fan, you're thinking every time that pitch goes out, you're just holding on for dear life.
Are we sure they were the 8th best team against the run going into that game? Are we sure about that?
I don't know.
I mean, Cook on the 64-yard touchdown run, was it by the time he got the first down, there was nobody in the screen?
No, nobody.
Nobody that was even competitive to come near him on that play. So that one, I wonder how much. I mean, he had 100-something on over expected. I'm sure a lot of it had to come on that play because it felt like he ran through a massive hole in the middle, and Carolina just was nowhere to be found on that play. Maybe he wasn't supposed to get through the line though. I don't remember watching that playback from the other angle. What that defense was better. Okay. I just didn't look like it.
No.
At all.
Not at all. And Carolina, we'll see.
I don't know what to do with them as if the Bills had done that when they did that to the Jets, part of it was, they did it to the Jets. Carolina had beaten Atlanta badly and had beaten Dallas. And maybe Atlanta I should take no stock in because Atlanta's just a weird team maybe. They lose to Miami yesterday. What is happening?
I mean, they're missing half their players against Miami, but yeah.
Sure, that's fair. But I guess, is that Carolina team bad? Was that a good team on the road they beat? Like, they had a winning record.
My guess is that's a Carolina team that came in 4-3 and is going to finish 6-11.
You're going to win 2 games the rest of the way?
That'd be my guess about Carolina, yeah. I mean, we'll see about Bryce Young, but they still play a bunch of tough-ish teams. They have 2 more against the Saints. We'll see what they do there. But the Bucs twice, the Seahawks, the Rams, the Niners, the Packers are all still on their schedule. Like, right. I think that's from 4-3 to 6-11 pretty quick for Carolina. Whatever. Who knows?
It looked like a game where, this isn't a good comparison because Vanderbilt's actually good now. But, like, when Alabama goes in to play Vanderbilt, who's ranked, like, 22nd, like, Vanderbilt's finally good. It's like, all right, let's see if you're actually better. And then you just pound them 40-0.
Yeah.
That's kind of how yesterday felt a little bit. Like, oh, yeah, you think you're improved, and then the Bills are, like, the class of the NFL still, or one of the teams.
Which is how the Bills have kind of operated for a long time under Sean McDermott, right? In these games, they often pound a team. As many times as people will call and say, the Bills have a tendency to play down to their competition. It's not really the case. More often when they face a far inferior team, they bring the hammer. And they did that yesterday because, Carolina is far inferior. You could say a lot of things about the Bills. Here we are where a lot of Bills fans might feel a certain way about elements of what they do and where they probably need to get better. But how many NFL teams can have a passing game that kind of doesn't work and win by 31 points?
Yeah.
That's a testament to, the balance that they have built to some degree. They do have some different ways they can win games. Although it might look like the way they can win the most is like the way they just did.
I was going to say
that might be the best.
That's the way I trust them to win the most yesterday. Is they are going to run the ball at will. You are not going to stop James Cook, and I'm going to get my pass rush home like I did yesterday. Like that to me right now is their formula. And of the questions yesterday that you would have liked to have answered, maybe the biggest one wasn't answered, but I had other ones that were, right?
Yep.
Like the defense, if the defense plays like that, they can win football games. They can win football games, I think, against good teams. Can they beat the Chiefs? I'm not sure, but they could beat good teams playing the way that they did yesterday. I mean, you compared it to the Broncos with Terrell Davis. I said yesterday and thought, the running back body type is not the same, and the way you run's not the same. So forgive me there. But I'm like, this is the Titans team that was the 1 seed. The team we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how they're trying to win is, all the film guys yesterday, who are they applauding? Reggie Gilliam. Like, it's going to be a Reggie Gilliam game. All the tight ends, National Tight End Day. Like, that is how I think they can win games better than any other way. Is they can line up under center, and they can run the ball at will, and hopefully play good defense. Like, that's the Titans from 5 years ago, basically.
Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, like, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. Like, that's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, like they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? Like that's probably what we'll be talking about all week.
Yeah.
Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year, he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows? It looked like he had. It looked like he. Man, how I don't want to be too mean to Dalton, who, of course, I have his jersey because of the drought. Whoever ends the drought, I said was going to get their jersey, and Andy Dalton. Wow. I have an Andy Dalton tiger stripe Bengals jersey.
Yeah.
But right from the first fumble of the game, like, man, that is a 24-year-old quarterback making his first start, not thinking someone's chasing me from the backside as Rousseau punches that ball out.
Right.
Like, that is a horrible mistake for a veteran to make. And they showed him the sidelines afterwards, tapping his chest, being like, that's on me, guys. Like, yeah, no kidding. who the entire stadium's look out and actually they're probably rooting for
half of them were Bills fans.
65% according to
65.
Yeah, Joe Marino's estimate was 65%. We'll get Sal's estimate at 7:00. Chris Brown at 8:30. 803-0550.
I mean, he had out of the QBR is a scale of 1 to 100.
Hold on. I got to know because I tweeted this.
Yeah.
That I predicted that Andy Dalton's about to have a historically low QBR. It had to be sub 3.
Not sub 3, but you're pretty close.
4.8?
4.2.
Okay.
He had a QBR of 4.2 yesterday against the Bills.
Absolutely terrible.
I mean, really, he should lose 50 points for what he did at the end of the first half, right?
To take the sack?
That right there, that's the mistake a dude playing his first NFL game makes. He has, how many games he started in the NFL? He started 168 games in the NFL. And there are 17 seconds on the clock, and you don't have a timeout. How do you not know? I've got to get this ball away some way, somehow. And it's not like the sack got there. Well, guys, what are you supposed to do? The sack got there in half a second, and you just didn't have time. He held on to the ball for 4 seconds. If the sack came right away, they probably make the field goal. Him holding on to the ball and then having the sack is actually what caused it.
They kind of still almost made the field goal.
Yeah, they did get the snap off, right?
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
That happened. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Andy Dalton.
Maybe he just really likes the Bills. He just really wants to have a good relationship with Bills fans after his career is done.
I mean, listen, I had the thought, did he make some sort of deal where he will help the Bills for the rest of his life? Because, man, he was just doing them so many favors yesterday.
I mean, no one wants, if he wants to be like a coach or a broadcaster someday, I mean, nobody likes to work for the Bengals after they're done there.
True.
You ever hear Carson Palmer talk about him?
Yeah.
So he's like, all right, I can't go back there, so where do I want to go? I mean, Buffalo likes me, don't they?
Shout out AJ Epinesa for the interception. We'll see if in the next 8 days it gets him traded 1,000 times on the station. He's usually traded once a day.
Trade him while his value's high.
The play he makes, so the Epinesa pick, I don't know if you noticed it at the same time too. What's the down and distance there? I think it's I got to find that.
I'll find it quick.
Because on that play, the Panthers have all the receivers out, and the Bills' defensive backs are 9 yards off the line.
2nd and 7.
Okay, 2nd and 7.
1:58 left in the first half.
2nd and 7. They are so far off. And I watching this game thinking, man, Dalton's going to want to take this and throw it right away. And I wonder how much of that was, let's see if we can bait him into doing exactly that. Because Epinesa gets out to the kind of in the passing lane quick, just jumps. Hey, we are not covering your receivers on this play to see if we can get you to a quick throw. He did. Epinesa picks it off, and I felt terrible for him. AJ, you got to score there. You got to. You're not going to get many opportunities.
As somebody that had Josh Allen in fantasy, I was applauding him getting down right at the 1 yard line.
Well, congratulations. 803-0550 to join us. We'll get your calls in. The Bills won by 31 points, and it's Chiefs week. So, call us.
Chiefs week
on Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
Can it be Chiefs week already if they still play a game before I play them?
Yeah, because now tonight we're really watching.
Yeah.
We were going to watch
because for them it's not Bills week yet.
No, that's right. It's
still Commanders.
It's Commanders week. But we're going to really watch that game extra hard tonight. Mike in Tonawanda leads us off on Football Monday. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. Quick thing. I was going to take issue with one thing that Joe said. And I know you're not trying to mean it this way, but you said how this team is like kind of like the Titans, how they got the 1 seed and, the 98 Broncos. And, like, the thing is with those two teams, they played like that because their quarterbacks at that point, especially Elway at that point and Tannehill, they were game managers. They weren't good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only way they could win is through the running game. I mean, we have Josh Allen. And, are we okay with this formula? Like, he's getting paid the way he's paying. He's a top 3 quarterback. Like, I know they won by 30-something points, and, like, I'm not poo-pooing that at all. But going forward, I mean, he's not Trent Edwards. And I don't understand, like, we can have the good running back and a great quarterback. Peyton Manning. Look at Edric James, those running backs during those years of Peyton Manning. And Peyton still did his thing, too. You can have both. You don't have to have one exclusively to win. So I don't I'm not sure I'm okay with this formula right now. Even though it works right now, we're going to need Allen to be Allen. Like, I mean, that's all there is to it,
Yeah, Mike, I guess the thing I think about with this point is, and thanks for the phone call, is I don't think anybody thinks they can win like this every week. when they do, it's great to get they need to get wins to stay in the division race because New England thumped the Browns.
Yep.
And if you thought that was going to be a challenge for them, now they've got Atlanta, who, anyway, you got to get wins. You got to stay in the race. You're trying to get the 1 seed. You're trying to win the division. The thing about it that strikes me about the passing game, and I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot today, is this. They had a great passing game, and in the interest of becoming harder to defend, they wanted to build this kind of running attack. Mm-hmm. And they are incredible at running the football, which kind of makes it even more amazing that think about how good your quarterback is, how good your offensive line is, how well you run the ball, how threatening your running back is. You've got all that working for you.
Yeah.
And passing looks really difficult.
It still looks impossible.
It's not supposed to look that hard, especially if the idea is if we do this really well, that means we'll do everything better. And, man, they are struggling in the passing game. And number 17 is near the top of the list of reasons why. Like, he's missed open receivers. Last week it's about turning down open ideas. So,
yeah, listen, I don't disagree with you. I do not think Josh Allen is a game manager, and he is
should be. But right now they are kind of using him like one.
Definitely, because I do think he is absolutely way better than Ryan Tannehill by far.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong on that.
Hot take.
Probably way better than what John Elway was in his last 2 years at 37 and 38 years old. You have to tell me I didn't watch those 2 years.
Those last couple years, Elway was not exactly. He was not the gunslinger he had been before. Yeah.
All right, but listen,
he also couldn't run.
Call a spade a spade. What is he right now? What is he? How is he being used? What do the numbers look like? It's game manager numbers. He's 20th in the league in passing. Yep. He's behind Rattler, Mac Jones, Flacco, and Cam Ward. I know I want to see it too at some point. And when I compare them to the Titans, part of that is a question of I don't know if you can win big doing it this way. If you can't go into your pass game at some point, and this will be a good test of that, can you win just doing things like you did yesterday where it's just all about the run game and all about the defense? No. It's going to be harder to do it that way. It can happen, but it'll be harder. But I don't know what to tell you. Their passing game is secondary right now. This is Allen even got the question asked this way. James Cook carries this offense. That's their offense right now. It is carried by James Cook, and their best pass plays are plays that are 3 yards through the air to Khalil Shakir or our screens.
Tackle, right?
I'm sorry, but that's your quarterback being a game manager.
For sure. That's definitely true. And the thing about can they win like this, I said this a couple weeks ago, and now we are in Chiefs week. When these two teams meet next week, Sunday, the contrast in styles is going to be
so different.
Whiplash.
These two teams have never been more different.
That's right. Total
not even
whiplash.
Close. Yeah.
As the Chiefs are going to want to throw it 40 times,
and the Bills are going to want to
track stars,
and the Bills are going to pound it down their faces.
Yeah. It's going to be such a contrast in styles, and who knows? Meanwhile, each and every week, we're going to talk about the Chiefs a lot this week. Each and every week, New England looks like less of a, hey, look, they're having their small uprising, and maybe this is, we'll have a little race. They look a little bit more like, oh, no, they could actually win.
Yeah.
And win how much? Could they take out the Bills in the playoffs? The Bills and Patriots are in New England for a playoff game. Who wins? I don't know. New England looks better each week. And Drake May.
That was the best defense they played yet.
And he tore them up.
Poor Myles Garrett.
And he threw down the field.
I got to get to, did you see Myles Garrett on the sideline yesterday?
I did see Myles Garrett on the sideline. I think also he's been taking too much flack for staying in Cleveland because, as someone pointed out, he was not a free agent. They told him they would never trade him.
Oh, yeah, no.
So, if you were stuck there, fine, I'll take $40 million.
The story in Cleveland after was that he felt like he had no avenue here. He would have to make it so ugly to get out of there that they basically trapped him.
Yeah. And then gave him $40 million.
I think he's going to demand a trade again.
803-0550, our phone number. On the defense, what the news on Ed Oliver is, on McDermott calling plays? Yeah, that's definitely happening, right? We're calling plays together. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, calling plays together. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Join us. It's brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. We were talking in the James Cook conversations, whether or not they should extend him. I'd pointed out many times he's a top 10 back and over-expected every single year since he kind of got the job. Last season, James Cook's yards over expected was 167 for the year.
Okay.
In this game, it was 121.
Wow.
121 yards over expected.
So he's probably going over last year's number for the season at some point.
Is he
already over it?
He is at 225.
All right, he's already over it.
And he leads the league. Number one.
Wow.
The number one running back in
more than Jonathan Taylor?
203.
That's crazy. Taylor has been stacking these long runs every
Leads
week.
the league in rushing yards over expected. And that's, I mean, if you really want to dig into the Jonathan Taylor comparison, per attempt, he's number one by almost a half yard.
Wow.
1.81 yards over expected per carry for James Cook. Last year in that department, the league leader was Derrick Henry. His number was lower.
Mm-hmm.
You have in Cook in this rushing offense, when they give him the ball and when it's at its best, he's the best back in football. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So, man.
It's still funny because it doesn't. You watch Bijan and you watch Henry at times, McCaffrey, and it just pops off the screen. Cook still, to me, sometimes seems like he's jogging through the defense. But I think there is a, like, I really want to, like, appreciate the way he runs, which is, I think, more Le'Veon Bell-esque. Just let me slow play this, be patient, find my hole, slash through a gap that maybe a Ray Davis is not going to get through.
Yep. There's a lot of slithering, it feels like, to his. Yeah. Like, he gets the line.
If Derrick Henry is a truck, then, like, what is Cook is like a little moped that's like in and out of traffic.
He gets his yards over expectation not by blasting through guys, but he's going to squeeze between two tackles and fall forward 5 yards.
Right.
Like, he ran so well yesterday.
Like, the Panthers came into this game being able to run the ball and being able to stop the run. Like, through 7 games, they've been able to do that. And the Bills went right at their strengths as a team, and they did a pretty solid job on both fronts, where they ran the ball at will. And then when the Panthers tried to run the ball, I mean, I think thank you, Carolina, for giving more carries to Chuba Hubbard in this game than Rico Dowdle, so they did you a little bit of a favor on that front. But in general, it was 4.1 yards per carry on 28 carries. For a team that's been running the ball really well, it's pretty solid.
Yep.
And you sacked the quarterback 7 times, and you got an interception on him. Like, it was pretty much a flawless performance by the defense. Bills back on track with a 40-9 win over the Carolina Panthers. A big day on the ground. James Cook goes for over 200 yards, 19 carries for 216 and 2 touchdowns. The Bills' defense showed up as well, sacking Andy Dalton 7 times, 1.5 sacks for Michael Hoyt in his return to the Bills, or his debut for the Bills. He also forced a fumble. Bills go to 5-2, still a game back, or at least half a game back, of New England in the AFC East. Patriots took care of business against the Cleveland Browns. They, of course, have the tiebreaker going forward. Other scores from around the NFL yesterday. The Eagles get revenge on the Giants after losing to them a couple of weeks ago. The Jets get their first win of the season, 39-38 over the Bengals. That was the only close game of the day. Everything else was basically blowouts. Miami, surprisingly, blows out Atlanta, 34-10. The Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, beat the Bears, 30-16. Bucks over the Saints, 23-3. Colts over the Titans, 38-14. All blowouts. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Chiefs, who the Bills play next, hosting the Washington Commanders at 8:15. World Series game number 3 is tonight, 8 o'clock in LA. Dodgers and Blue Jays series tied at 1 game apiece. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Handoff to Cook, through a hole, and darts it to the open, and he is Gone, gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook, as the cook is in the kitchen for the first time in 3 games.
James Cook on his way to maybe being the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Maybe, maybe not. Jonathan Taylor had a big game, too, like he does each week. But Bills win. 40-9, and Pittsburgh lost last night, by the way. Late game last night. The Packers beat the Steelers, so Pittsburgh loss, Baltimore win. It begins the convergence, the rise of the Ravens, who will play them twice. They won without Lamar, and they beat the Bears, which is that's a tough loss for the Bears.
That's a bad loss by Chicago.
803-0550, Football Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. All right, our highlights of the game are brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Time to get to some Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. At running back, we know Khalil Shakir, James Cook had a great day. Khalil Shakir with another one of his vintage break a tackle, get away, and score.
Gone.
Just really nice play from him. He had 6 catches on the day. They engineer him those little screens, 6 catches for him. After Shakir, we saw Kincaid.
Yep, Kincaid, big 3rd and 10 catch at one point on the day, right?
Kincaid.
Actually, that was his only catch of the day.
That's right.
Yeah.
His only catch. We'd wondered last week 2 weeks ago against Atlanta, it's no Kincaid and no Palmer, and the passing game looks rough. Well, Kincaid came back and Palmer did not, and the passing game still kind of looked a little rough. 12-19 for Allen, 163 passing, and 1 passing touchdown.
So it is worth pointing out, Kincaid also only played 14 snaps, which was 22%. So it was probably a combo, right? He wasn't playing a full load because maybe he wasn't fully healthy, and the game became one-sided, so why put him out there in the 3rd and 4th quarter? So he only played 14 snaps.
Josh Allen's passing chart, I'm going to pull that up because well, we'll see. They don't have it posted yet. But feel like the air yards would have been short. A lot of short throws again.
Yep.
Unable to get anything going down the field. We did see the Bills starting to use Elijah Moore more down the field than he had been in weeks past. So
routes he ran, at least.
Yeah. He was, thrust into the Josh Palmer kind of role.
Yep.
And did not exactly produce in that department. He had 1 catch on 4 targets, 1 catch for 14 yards for Elijah Moore. So 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to get to us on James Cook, on the Bills passing game, on the defense where we saw 7 sacks. Rousseau with a big one. Big day for him. Michael Hoyt had a sack, got in on it. We're also waiting for the word on Ed Oliver, who his Instagram post was right now, me and football go together like oil and water, which is the kind of thing you might write if you're upset that you caught a bad break. the Thigh Doctor account on Twitter, if you follow Thigh Doctor, saw the injury and has a suggestion that it might not be a good injury. Long timeline. We'll see. That's just, internet speculation. I tend to trust Thigh Doctor, but, in these crazy times, I don't know. If you want to or not, you make the choice you think is right.
Also, rotations in the secondary. A lot of guys playing.
Yeah.
Hancock was going in for Poyer on all passing downs, or at least the obvious passing downs. Hairston didn't really notice a splash play, right? But
No.
Fine debut. He got almost half the snaps.
Yep.
So that's a good start, I think.
He looked the part. He looked pretty fast.
Yep.
Which is, that's the idea.
So defensively, I think all was good yesterday. Deion Walker got half a sack and picked up a ball that I thought he was going to score on. He got grabbed by Rico Dowdle, and it was very clear he was the much bigger man. I thought for sure he was going to pull away from him. But it's fine. Defense did great.
803-0550. Mike in Wheatfield. Hey, Mike, good morning.
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 Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday.
It's Chiefs week, and I got to ask the question, what are we going to do about Ed? I mean, if it is that bad, are we going to adjust what we're looking at before the trade deadline? I mean, all the guys we lost on our defensive line, it's I'd just like to hear your guys' opinion, and I'm at a loss for words. I mean, I'm happy about the win and everything, but that is
one of those. You ready for the idea number one?
They could bring Jordan Phillips. Oh, wait, sorry, they already did that.
No,
no.
Hold on. Did anyone? Somebody drafted in our
who are we bringing back?
Former Bill, future Bill. Owen's got Harrison Phillips.
He's on the Jets.
I know. Trade for Harrison Phillips. You want a guy that's been in the system, that fits the room? Just saying, Harrison Phillips, he's on a roster in our former Bill, future Bill league.
Okay.
He's probably the level of defensive tackle you might be able to acquire at the deadline. I don't know. It's not like trading a quarterback in division. Would the Jets trade Harrison Phillips?
I'm telling you, he's as much of a guy as they'd want back as there has ever been.
Here come the Jeffrey Simmons calls today, right?
It's just not happening.
It's not.
It's not happening.
In fact, there was a report the only two players they won't listen on are Cam Ward and Jeffrey Simmons.
Okay. Harrison Phillips' cap hit is 4.2. His salary is 3.3. It's just very gettable. And at the end of the season, the Jets have an out on him anyway. No dead cap. Like it's whatever. He's just out.
I would just like to point out that also in that draft, I have Elianku, which that's
feeling good about Elianku.
They could do something at that position. They often will they'll nickel and dime at that position. But is that ever to replace Ed Oliver, or is that just to fill in depth?
Well,
like if Oliver is out, then maybe that would spur them to do something a little bit more. I think even Phillips. Phillips would be a little bit more than just, hey, someone call Linval Joseph and see if he wants to come play a few downs.
There's
Phillips
also
would be a little more than that.
The timeline, I don't know the timeline on TJ Sanders, but he's supposed to be on the roster.
But he's on IR right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, injuries to the position are piling up. Dwayne Carter's already out for the year. So I guess we'll see on Oliver.
You just got Ogunjobi back, so that helps a little bit. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you on what they're going to do about Ed Oliver. If in fact it is a biceps injury. So
yeah.
Isaac in Tennessee. Hey Isaac, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I'm wishing that Myles Garrett was on this team now. I saw in his press conference after the game, he's like, I would have taken the sacks away for the win, but it's like, it's hard to feel bad. It's like, what were you thinking? You sign with Cleveland. You don't get wins with Cleveland. We should have tried to make a trade for him and help us get over the edge. But, I also think we still need help on offense. I think we need another receiver somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people are in the same boat I am right now, where it's like, we've seen every win. Last 6 years, we've seen blown-out wins. We beat the Chiefs in the regular season. It's like, just get to January and just please beat them this year because, Allen's turning 30. And I want it to be, I want to think that he's playing forever, but, you only get so many years to do something.
Right. Thanks, Isaac. That's one thing I think about yesterday's game. Like, prior to the game, you'd had some Bills fans that thought, like, all right, they'll be fine. It's their blip. This is what happens. And you had others that really see more problems than ever before and maybe think, like, wow, I mean, this is not a year to go all in because of that. I feel like yesterday would have been one to kind of push you in the – with the run game this good, this kind of gets to the overarching point to me of the offense. For the run game to be this good, I feel like it's hard to have a passing game this bad. That it doesn't make sense for the passing game to be this bad. All right, now is it because Kincaid has limited snaps and Palmer's out too? Curtis Samuel, anyone?
No, I mean
anyone.
Listen, that's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
We are so far enough into that experiment that it's the Curtis Samuel breakout emerge. It just no, it's not. It's not coming.
Sal tweeted on snap counts like I noticed Samuel for the first time in the post-game scrum when Deion Dawkins got in the fight. That's the first time I noticed Curtis Samuel in this game. Curtis Samuel played 19 offensive snaps and 3 special team snaps.
Yeah.
I mean, he's non-existent.
No, their pass offense right now, the most trustworthy components of it by far are Kincaid and Shakir on yak plays. That's their passing offense. And I would say those two elements are pretty darn good. I think Kincaid is having a breakout year. He just might not be healthy enough to play enough to see it.
That's a problem.
It is a problem. And then Shakir, listen, the Shakir plays are good. They are. But they are limited, I think, in how often you can rely on.
Well, I was going to say, can I have a potentially, why is this guy so negative take on the Shakir plays? I don't want them to fall in love with the 5-yard pass because occasionally he breaks it for 50. It's nice when you have a guy that is so fast that can do that.
And can break tackles to get into that lane in the first
no
place.
Doubt. That's part of what he does. But you want to be a little bit careful not to say, all right, 3rd and 10, we'll throw 2 yards to Shakir. Because he breaks tackles sometimes. Yeah, he's very good at what he does. And, we'll see. Tom Pelissero reports that Tyler Lockett is signing with the Raiders.
Okay. It's fine. I didn't really want him anyway.
Me either.
By the way, really quick, that caller who brought up Garrett. One thing, really quick, don't feel bad for him. Either way, one thing that he did do with the Browns is he signed a tradable contract. So there was some perception when he signed that there might have been a wink, hey, sign this deal. Give us another year or two. Give us a chance to figure it out around you. And if it doesn't work, we'll make the contract palatable so someone else can deal for it. And that's exactly what happened.
Because it's all base salary low?
Oh, yeah. It's next year it's 1.3, then 1.3, then 1.3.
Right.
And the Browns even can stomach a cap hit, or the dead cap. And next year's cap it's $24 million for a deal that's $40. His deal is tradable. So after the year, he set it up in his agent, the team, that if he wants out bad this summer, he can get out. But not during the year. So this isn't a deadline idea.
All right, very good. Meanwhile, I do not think Myles Garrett is what this team needs. You would not say no.
No, not at the moment.
I do not think that Myles Garrett is what this team actually
Although I do think the GM might like him more than any other player in the league.
I might be right.
That isn't on the Bills.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, Sal at 7, more your phone calls. What do you think? What do you take away from the game? What matters from it and what maybe doesn't? 803-0550. Victory Monday here on WGR.
This hour, Jeremy and Joe is being...
Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. That's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? That's probably what we'll be talking about all week. Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows?
I don't disagree with you. I do not think Josh Allen is a game manager, and he is
should be, but right now they are kind of using him like one.
Definitely, because I do think he is absolutely way better than Ryan Tannehill by far.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong on that.
Hot take.
Probably way better than what John Elway was in his last 2 years at 37 and 38 years old. You have to tell me I didn't watch those 2 years.
Those last couple years, Elway was not exactly. He was not the gunslinger he had been before. Yeah.
All right, but listen,
he also couldn't run.
Call a spade a spade. What is he right now? What is he? How is he being used? What do the numbers look like? It's game manager numbers. He's 20th in the league in passing. Yep. He's behind Rattler, Mac Jones, Flacco, and Cam Ward. Like, sorry, like I know I want to see it too at some point. And when I compare them to the Titans, part of that is a question of I don't know if you can win big doing it this way. If you can't go into your pass game at some point, and this will be a good test of that. Like, can you win just doing things like you did yesterday, where it's just all about the run game and all about the defense? Like, it's going to be harder to do it that way. It can happen, but it'll be harder. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, their passing game is secondary right now. Like, this is Allen even got the question asked this way. Like, James Cook carries this offense. That's their offense right now. It is carried by James Cook, and their best pass plays are plays that are 3 yards through the air to Khalil Shakir or are screens.
Tackle, right.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's your quarterback being a game manager.
For sure. That's definitely true. And the thing about can they win like this, I said this a couple weeks ago, and now we are in Chiefs week. When these two teams meet next week, Sunday, the contrast in styles is going to be like
so different.
Whiplash.
These two teams have never been more different.
That's right. Total
not even
whiplash.
Close. Yeah.
As the Chiefs are going to want to throw it 40 times,
and the Bills are going to want to
track stars,
and the Bills are going to pound it down their faces.
Yeah. It's going to be such a contrast in styles, and who knows?
Bobby and I have done it together. We really have, and that'll continue. Bobby's a great coach. We've done it together. We'll continue to do it together.
When asked if he is calling plays, Sean McDermott, we do it together. We've done it together. Come out of the bye, a little bit different, and calling plays. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday and a Victory Monday. And it's brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. The locker room audio there brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Eye on the Quarterback is brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business. You don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. Allen in this game, not a lot. And the passing game looks a lot like it did. The 10-second sack was something to behold.
Yeah, that was annoying.
The 10-second sack. And
I meant to go back and watch what was happening, what was possibly happening down the field on that play.
Can I tell you one of the things that was happening?
Yeah.
Well, among
somebody fall? Like
No. Everybody was kind of covered, and Keon Coleman was wearing a backpack. The dots made it look like there was a backpack on the Keon Coleman dot. Mm-hmm. The dots were so close together running the entire length of the field. It looked like a dot was wearing a backpack. Mm-hmm. Coleman, whatever. We don't have to talk about him too much today, but in the absence of Josh Palmer and with Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel out there that don't do much for you, you got Shakir at receiver, and Coleman, he's just not anywhere for you right now. Nowhere.
No.
They know it. At least the good news is we did not see them force the ball to him on back shoulders.
That's right.
One of the things that was kind of thought this is what they have to do is stop going to him so much. They definitely did. And did the offense miss him? No. Not at all.
No, not a bit.
So I don't know where that is right now or where that can even go to, because in a struggling passing game, we're thrilled about the win. They looked great otherwise, but a struggling passing game, your second-year receiver that you liked so much is nowhere in your offense. You don't trust him. You don't trust him, and, it's with good reason. 803-0550. Sal on the other side for Arrow Up, Arrow Down. Mo, Todd will get your calls in as well with Sal. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday on WGR.
That's the way I trust them to win the most yesterday, is they are going to run the ball at will. You are not going to stop James Cook, and I'm going to get my pass rush home like I did yesterday. Like that to me, right now, is their formula. And of the questions yesterday that you would have liked to have answered, maybe the biggest one wasn't answered, but I had other ones that were, right?
Yep.
Like the defense, if the defense plays like that, they can win football games. They can win football games.
Jeremy White
here
for Riverfront Auto Sales.
The Chiefs, I'm not sure, but they can be good teams playing the way that they did yesterday. You compared them to the Broncos with Terrell Davis. I said yesterday and thought the running back body type is not the same, and the way you run's not the same. So forgive me there, but I'm like, this is the Titans team that was the 1 seed. The team we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how they're trying to win is, all the film guys yesterday, who are they applauding? Reggie Gilliam. It's going to be a Reggie Gilliam game. All the tight ends, National Tight End Day. That is how I think they can win games better than any other way, is they can line up under center, and they can run the ball at will, and hopefully play good defense. That's the Titans from 5 years ago.
When we were talking in the James Cook conversations, whether or not they should extend him, I'd pointed out many times he's a top 10 back and over-expected every single year since he kind of got the job. Last season, James Cook's yards over-expected was 167 for the year.
Okay.
In this game, it was 121.
Wow.
121 yards over-expected.
So he's probably going over last year's number for the season at some point.
Is he already over it? He is at 225.
All right, he's already over it.
And he leads the league. Number one.
Wow.
The number one running back in
more than Jonathan Taylor?
203.
That's crazy. Taylor has been stacking these long runs every week.
Leads the league in rushing yards over expected. And that's, if you really want to dig into the Jonathan Taylor comparison, per attempt, he's number one by almost a half yard.
Wow.
1.81 yards over expected per carry for James Cook. Last year in that department, the league leader was Derrick Henry. His number was lower.
Mm-hmm.
You have in Cook in this rushing offense when they give him the ball and when it's at its best, he's the best back in football, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
it's still funny because it doesn't. You watch Bijan and you watch Henry at times, McCaffrey, and it just pops off the screen. Cook still, to me, sometimes seems like he's jogging through the defense. But I think there is a, I really want to, appreciate the way he runs, which is, I think, more Le'Veon Bell-esque. Just let me slow play this, be patient, find my hole, slash through a gap that maybe a Ray Davis is not going to get through.
Yep. There's a lot of slithering, it feels like, to his. Yeah. Like, he gets the line.
If Derrick Henry is a truck, then, what is Cook is like a little moped that's in and out of traffic.
He gets his yards over expectation not by blasting through guys, but he's going to squeeze between two tackles and fall forward 5 yards.
Right.
He ran so well yesterday.
Bills get right in Carolina. Back on track with a 40-9 win over the Panthers on a day where they ran the ball at will. James Cook went for over 200 yards, 216 and 2 touchdowns. Had a 64-yard touchdown on the day. Josh Allen, 163 through the air and a touchdown. A lot of that was Khalil Shakir, who had a 54-yard touchdown of his own. The Bills' defense showing up as well. Michael Hoyt, in his debut, gets a sack and a half, also a forced fumble. The bad news is that Ed Oliver came out of the game with an injury, and we'll have to see today and through the week what his status is. Bills go to 5-2, still behind New England in the AFC East. The Patriots took care of business, beating the Browns 32-13. They go to 6-2, another 3-touchdown game for Drake May. Bills a half game back of New England at the moment. Other scores from around the league. Texans over the Niners 26-15. Every game in the league yesterday was a double-digit game except for the Jets, who won their first game of the year 39-38 over the Cincinnati Bengals. Baltimore wins without Lamar Jackson 30-16 over Chicago. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Bills' next opponent in action, the Chiefs hosting the Commanders at 8:15. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight, just after 8 o'clock. Blue Jays at the Dodgers, series tied 1 game apiece. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We'll take your phone calls here at 803-0550 with Mr. Sal Capaccio, who joins us to chat about the Bills' win over the Carolina Panthers, a 40-9 drubbing of Carolina in a game in Carolina. They hadn't been there in quite some time. And Sal, from the look of it, saw your videos, heard all the reports. The Mafia made sure to not miss this engagement.
No doubt, guys. Good morning. We all know Bills Mafia travels incredibly well, but you're also talking about a place where there are just a lot of transplants, a lot of people, former Western New Yorkers, people who live down in the Carolina area now or just in the general Southeast. I know people from Florida and Georgia, who drove to the game. And we were estimating before the game, you might see half the stadium Bills fans. I'm not kidding. It might have been more. I think it might have been 60% Bills fans inside that stadium. It was incredible. It was a home game. When it was a third down and long, the crowd was incredibly loud and trying to make it tough on Carolina. So, a lot of Bills fans were in Atlanta, and of course that didn't go the Bills' way, and it was pretty early on where the Bills were down. This one, early on, the Bills were up. A lot of stuff for the crowd to cheer about. So it was a good weekend, for Buffalo Bills fans. Lots of Buffalo-themed parties down there. And then, of course, Sunday to wrap it up with a big victory the way they did. I think a lot of Bills fans who went to the game, lived down there, very happy going home.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to arrow up and arrow down in a minute, Sal. But, some injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. And ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list. And is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much. So he was available on an emergency basis. The Bills actually started this game with Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker, where he played pretty much the whole game, Dorian Williams at strong side, and Joe Andreessen at will. And then when they went to 2 linebackers, they moved. It was Dorian Williams at will. So basically, it was Shaq Thompson and Dorian Williams, and then Joe Andreessen came in as a 3rd linebacker, and I think they moved him. I think he played Will when he came in, and they moved Dorian to strong side as the 3rd, actually. So that was your linebacker group all day, basically, because of the injuries to the other guys. So we'll be monitoring Milano and Bernard all the rest of this week now.
Yeah, there was a lot of shuffling, right, Sal, on defense, guys in different positions, linebacker. Corner maybe was it not that surprising that we had a bit of a rotation. Safety seemed like a surprise, though, right? Because I can't remember in 8 years where they've ever had a game where they were rotating safeties in and out, except maybe a little bit when it was Rapp and Poyer. But usually that was when they would both be on the field because one of them would go down into the box. This was, Sal, I think yesterday, just, a straight rotation between Poyer and Hancock?
I don't know if it was a straight rotation. I think it was more of
not an even rotation, but like
no. I think it was based on down and distance,
right?
And
that's
situationally.
What I mean. Yep.
Yeah. Well, to me, a rotation is this is your turn. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I don't like every other series. Max Harrison was in a rotation. It seemed like, right? I think this was situationally is when they did it. They put him in. They put Jordan Hancock in situationally. I mean, and I agree with you. Like I didn't expect Jordan Hancock to get in right away, and we can talk about Max Harrison like this as well, by the way, guys, but. Like the first series, the Bills stop 2 plays. They get to 3rd and long, and here comes Jordan Hancock. So he was playing on passing downs, for quite a bit of the game, and Jordan Poyer would come out. So, so again, like, whatever, it's, semantics. I don't count it as a rotation. I say he was put in situationally for Jordan Poyer. But we'll see what that means going forward. Does that mean they're sprinkling him in now, and he's going to get more time going forward, and they're going to start doing this a little more often? And I didn't think he hurt him, so that was a good thing, obviously. And then Max Hairston, I mean, for him to play what I did it this morning, 44% of the snaps in his first game, and again, didn't look out of place, made a big tackle. I mean, that seemed more of like an actual rotation where these guys were just kind of rotating their turns every other series or whatever it was, and he looked pretty good. And then Michael Hoyt, he played a lot. Even though lots of starters came out. Towards the end, Larry Ogunjobi had to play even more once Ed Oliver got hurt. I found it interesting, and I wrote arrow up, arrow down. On my arrow up, arrow down, one of them that I wrote as an arrow up was personnel adjustments by coaching staff. The Bills went into a bye week. They came out after self-scouting, and I said this the other day on the radio. I thought it was interesting to me on Friday. When I asked Sean McDermott on Friday on his weekly radio show, I said, Sean, what does self-scouting mean? Can you explain that to listeners? Is it tendencies, what teams are doing? Yeah, he said it's tendencies we're doing, what teams are doing. And then he unprompted mentioned personnel. And I thought that was notable. And I said, I wonder if they're going to have some personnel changes. They did. And I want to give the coaching staff credit for recognizing what they needed to do and making that change, because those are some notable personnel changes in this game.
Sal Capaccio. Notable personnel changes. How about play calling changes, Sal? Like the question to Sean McDermott after the game about calling the defense. What is the ultimate takeaway on what the Bills have changed?
I mean, it seems like Sean McDermott was calling the defense, at least in some capacity, and he didn't deny that he was calling the defense. He said it's a joint effort, basically, between him and Bobby Babich. That's not straight up saying I wasn't doing it. It's not saying I was doing it myself. So, I mean, we could take away from that what we want, but I think it kind of really lends itself to what people were saying, tweeting. And I know, I'm not on Twitter during the game, and I'm not watching the game broadcast, but I know that pretty, towards the middle of the first half, maybe there was a growing sentiment from fans and people saying, hey, it looks like Sean McDermott's calling the defense. So we talked about it a little bit during a break. I started watching him on the sidelines from my vantage point. Now, I will say, Sean typically has a play sheet anyway, and he does talk, but he did seem like he was lifting it up more, talking a little bit more in the microphone than normal. So I don't know the takeaway from that other than what he said after the game. He was asked by Matt Perino, were you calling the defensive plays? And he said, Bobby and I do it together, and we'll continue to do that, and Bobby's a great coach. That's not a denial that he was calling plays. It's also not an outright admission that he was doing it.
Yeah. So how much stock do you put in that performance yesterday? Because it was a great performance defensively. I guess it's kind of a question of what you think of what Carolina ultimately was with Andy Dalton. Because I thought going in that Dalton would give them at least what Bryce Young had or more, but man, he had a tough day. I mean, it wasn't even just what the Bills did. I mean, it felt like there were some self-inflicted mistakes. End of the first half, especially, like, it felt like Dalton was not up to yesterday.
This is why it's so important to stop a team's running game. I mean, the Carolina Panthers became one-dimensional. The Bills knew that they had to throw the ball, and that's what when that happens, that's how you get 7 sacks, right? I mean, give the defenders credit. I mean, they were really good. I mean, we got to talk about Michael Hoyt in a minute. We can do that, but I will say that he was a big part of this. But when your defense knows that the other team has to throw the ball because of score and game script, and it's already 20-something to 3, and it's third quarter, I mean, just come after the quarterback. You want to hand off the ball? Fine. We'll give you some yards here. That's fine. They really weren't able to do that. I agree with you. I thought Andy Dalton might have been an upgrade for them in this particular matchup because the Bills have a defense that obviously has allowed teams to run, but also finding spots in their zone, right, and knowing where to throw the ball. Yeah, he'd be stationary and not mobile like Bryce Young, but I thought that, maybe Andy Dalton gave him a little bit more here in this game. That was not the case. But give the Bills credit. They really got after the quarterback. But, guys, it started with stopping the run. I mean, that's what happened. The Bills stopped the run game, a really, really great run game of the Carolina Panthers. And it gives you a little encouragement thinking, okay, now I know Ed Oliver's out, right? But it gives you a little encouragement saying, okay, whatever they did during the bye week to start schematically fixing some things, whatever personnel changes they made, if this team can start to stop the run like that, now you really start to feel way better about what they can do defensively.
We'll get some calls in for Sal here, 803-0550. You can see his arrow up, arrow down column at WGR550.com. We'll dig into a few more of those, too. Mo in New Jersey. Mo, you're on with Sal.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. It's been way too long for a Victory Monday. I think about almost a month. Definitely feels good to get the win. And I'm not listening. This is the cliche. You're not as good as your best day. You're not as bad as your worst day. I don't think we're as bad as we were against the Falcons. I don't think we're as good as we were yesterday. That being said, it just still feels too difficult for the offense to get going. I'm talking about specifically the passing game, right? Aside from the Shakir play, and I'm not a person, you take this one play away and then you have this. No. But, Josh Allen had like 150, 160 yards. Yes, James Cook went off 200-plus yards rushing. But to me, it just felt like getting the ball down the field, and I know it's a sticking talking point. We just talk about it week after week. It's difficult. And I know trading for a wide receiver at the deadline typically has not worked for us. But something's got to give here because the only play that I can really remember where he pushed the ball downfield, I think, was a pass to Elijah Moore, and it was ruled incomplete. And beyond that, all of our passes are within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And if Shakir doesn't break a couple of tackles, what are we doing here? It's the offense, just the passing game specifically, it's really tough. And then real quick, it's completely unrelated to anything Buffalo Bills related. I do live in New Jersey. Rest in peace to Nick Mangold. That guy, we went up against him for so many years. It's absolutely horrible. I feel so bad for him and his family. Glad as much as I hate the Jets, I'm glad they got the win. But thanks a lot, guys. Go Buffalo.
Thanks, Mo. Yeah, terrible news on the passing of Nick Mangold, Jets legend, over the weekend. Sal, to Mo's other point about the passing game, the downfield passing game, there's no doubt, they didn't necessarily need it in this game, and anybody saying they might need it in the future is probably right. The thing I kind of just can't really, and we've said this a couple times this morning, it's kind of amazing they can be so good running the ball, have such a good offensive line, and still struggle to pass it effectively, right? The idea would be you want to build a run game so it makes your passing game easier, and yet they just don't have that.
Agreed. My first arrow down, lack of wide receiver separation and involvement. It's not just the separation, it's the involvement, but I think it's the reason why is because there's lack of separation. And again, they had a tough time getting open. Outside of, again, Khalil Shakir, not just that play. And by the way, most of his passes were close to the line, behind the line. 8 targets to wide receivers, and that's only 2 wide receivers who had targets, by the way. That's Keon Coleman, Elijah Moore. 4 catches for 44 yards outside of Khalil Shakir.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, Jeremy. When you're running the ball like that, it should be way easier to throw the football. And it's not. It just seems like such a grind for the offense. And you have Josh Allen, the league MVP. It should not look that hard. Now, look, Allen was part of the issue in the first half. I gave him an arrow down, too, for the first half. He was 6 of 13 for 66 yards. And we could talk about separation all we want, but in the first half, he missed a couple throws. And he's got to be better than that. He said it, too. He said he didn't trust his feet. He wasn't good in the first half. Second half, I know it wasn't great, but he was 6 for 6. I mean, it was fine. It was better, and he settled in. I thought they didn't ask him to do much. He was fine. It's an issue. They do not have separators. They have to be able to get the ball down the field better and more efficiently sometimes than just throwing it behind the line of scrimmage. And it's funny because this is an interesting debate and argument. And we were doing our podcast last night, Matt Bove and I. We did a live pod. People can go watch it now. And people are in the chat box debating, well, Joe Brady's just throwing these passes. And I actually think maybe Joe Brady's doing that because he has to. He knows he can, right? I mean, he's saying, if I can't throw the ball 10 to 12 to 15 yards down the field, I need to throw the ball here. That's the way. And then maybe we'll break a tackle. And guess what? Khalil Shakir did break a tackle. I don't think Joe Brady is electing not to throw the ball to receivers down the field. I think Joe Brady is saying, I can't really do that effectively, so this is the way that I have to do it.
One thing that was mentioned through the bye week, Sal, was like featuring Keon Coleman less and not trying to force him the ball. That's a guy they try to force the ball. And sure enough, like he was absent from their offense for the most part.
Yeah, he had a few targets, and there was one sequence where I couldn't tell if it was him or Kincaid. I thought it was actually intended for Kincaid. Again, maybe a miscommunication by Josh, but Kincaid was maybe about 10 yards down. Coleman was maybe 20 yards downfield, and the ball went 15 right between them, right? And you couldn't tell who it was thrown to. I thought it might have been thrown to Kincaid, but could have been Coleman. And then the very next play, throw it to Keon. He's kind of standing still, and maybe he's supposed to come back to that ball a little bit. Might have been a little tough because he gets his head around. But again, right there, that's an issue. That's a spot where you'd love to have him make that catch, turn around, use his body, come back to the ball. But again, it was a quick throw by Josh Allen. Later on, they got him a couple of passes. That was nice to see. And by the way, guys, he led the team again by a wide margin in snap counts. If you take a look at the snap counts I gave this morning, he was on the field for over 70% of the snaps. I mean, that was quite a bit more than any wide receiver. I just think at the end of the day, it's an issue, again, at wide receiver, not having people who can separate. Now, Josh Palmer is probably their best separator. He was not available this game. That is going back to our injury report. He's another guy we're going to watch. He wasn't placed on IR, which is good news. Same with Daquan Jones, by the way, not placed on IR. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Brandon Beane's going to make a trade. The trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. And I think Mo brings up a good point. They have brought in receivers before, and they haven't made much of an impact after they've been brought in because that's hard to do when you don't have the time for reps, when you are just game planning. But I don't know what the answer is here other than bringing something in from the outside to try something.
Yeah, with Coleman, Sal, like it's 2 weeks in a row, and this one's off a bye week. Like I know we don't have to declare the pick good or bad, and the player does not have to be declared a bust. But I just feel like you're in a spot where 2 weeks ago in Atlanta, you need someone to step up, and he's not able to do that for them really at all. And that's all right. Maybe it's the game plan goes out the window because a guy gets hurt. This time there's 2 weeks to plan. You kind of know who's available. You did have Kincaid back, and still – I guess I'm kind of torn because on the one hand, I'm glad he was featured less. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, it's kind of like, well, all right, he's now featured less. Like I feel like I've got to expect the least out of him I ever should right now, and that's I don't know how they feel about that. Even though to have him on the field so much,
you still play the most,
and he still plays the most. I got Allen rolling out all day trying to find guys, and like he's not a factor. It's kind of nuts.
Well, yeah, and I do think he did line up in the slot a little bit more this game. I don't have the breakdown now. I don't know if that's out yet, but he did line up a little bit more in the slot in this game. And it's not even like, word feature is interesting, right? Like, I think what you said earlier about forcing, like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to force it to anybody. I mean, I think that was kind of how things went south late in, Stephon Diggs' tenure in Buffalo, forcing it to him and feeling like you had to get him the ball. But I don't think, no matter who it is, you want to force the ball to somebody. But you also, like, when it comes time to like featuring and saying like highlighting this guy or whatever, I just think that if you're on the field and you're a wide receiver, like your job's to get open.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's the quarterback's job to find the open guy. And there are times where Josh Allen misses people. There's times where Josh Allen doesn't see people. But there's not enough times where guys are getting open for Josh Allen.
Right.
And that's been the issue. And that includes Keon Coleman, obviously. Whether the play is designed for him or not, he's supposed to get open. That's his job, right?
And what I find my way to there is that like most of the time targets are earned. And he had been getting targets that he wasn't really earning. And I don't know once they actually get to targets being earned how many he's going to earn because he just does not he does not get open for them.
No, the guy Sal that still does that. Yesterday it was only one catch, but I think their deepest pass by air yards at least was the Kincaid play on 3rd and 10. But he's in a spot right now where like he didn't play much yesterday, right? Because they're managing. We didn't get to him on the injury report, but I mean it feels like they're at least managing whatever he's dealing with right now.
Yeah. Do you have the? I just tweeted out the breakdown here.
It was 14 snaps total, so 22%.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that low. I didn't take a look at that part of it. Yeah, and that's part. I mean, look, they did lean in a little bit more to 3 tight ends. Jackson Hawes was on the field a little bit. You could see from there. Let me just take a look here. We had Dawson Knox at 27 snaps. Jackson Hawes led all tight ends at 35, by the way.
Wow.
So they did play. You know, and they were taking guys out, and they were up, and that's good. I agree with you. That seems like when Kincaid and Palmer are both available, I just think it really does help the offense. But it's still a little too tough overall, even with those guys. They need something. I don't know, but it's been an issue. It's been a grind. The point you made originally is great, is right though, which is holy cow, they're so good at running the ball. The passing game still seems like it struggles. Guys, we went this whole time. Didn't mention James Cook.
Yeah.
I mean, who might win AFC Offensive Player of the Week?
Sal, did you see
he's incredible.
Did you see the yards over expectation for him? 121 yards over expectation. He leads the league in yards over expectation, and he leads the league in yards over expectation per carry. So, like, he's right now got a number higher than Derrick Henry had last year. He's almost a half yard above anybody else. That includes Jonathan Taylor. He is having a tremendous season.
He is unbelievable. He really is. When you watch him play, like his vision, his contact balance, he has it all. And I'll raise my hand now. I was never against re-signing him, but I'm like, how much do you really want to pay the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a running back. And we've kind of been taught over the years that you don't want to invest a lot in that position. No, with this guy, I'm glad now because, I mean, without him, I don't know where the running game is, but I'm just telling you, he is special. He is really, really good. And what a fantastic performance. In case people don't know, maybe you guys have talked about it. He had the 6th highest rushing total in a game in Buffalo Bills franchise history. He had the highest rushing total in a game since 1976.
Wow.
And the only 2 guys ahead of him in that department are O.J. Simpson and Cookie Gilchrist.
Yeah.
I mean, that was phenomenal what he did yesterday.
Yeah, and he leads
by the way, against a really good Panthers front. Give the offensive line credit.
Well,
Derek Brown, that interior, they were like top 10 in the league at stopping the run going into the game.
Cook had 141 yards before contact. There's your stat for the offensive line. And the script, like they called that same pitch out play 100 times, and like, man, Carolina had no answer.
That's right. And I'm glad you said that because that was another thing I got on the pod last night. All they did was run toss sweep. Yeah, because it was great for them. Like, why would you not run toss sweep?
It reminded me.
I've never seen that many toss sweeps run. I asked Deion Dawkins about it. I said, Deion, I've never seen that many toss sweeps run in a game. And he just smiled. He's like, well, that's, we had a plan and it was working. And that's what you do when you're just running off chunks and chunks. You keep doing it.
Yeah.
Sal Capaccio. You can read Arrow Up, Arrow Down at WGR550.com. He's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock as well, part of Buffalo Bills Football Monday. And Sal will watch the Chiefs tonight, and then it's Chiefs week.
It is. The Chiefs, they're a little banged up in the offensive line. Trey Smith now is doubtful with back spasms. They're already without Josh Simmons. But on the other end, even though McLaurin's coming back, Marcus Mariota starts for the Commanders. So I'm interested to watch the Chiefs tonight, and then they'll be coming off a short week.
Yep.
And have to come to Buffalo. So, the Bills need to get a little bit healthier here. They're going to miss Ed Oliver. We'll find out a little more today, though. Sean McDermott will speak a little bit later today, this afternoon. We'll get a little bit more clarity on Ed Oliver, and you're right. Big game to watch tonight with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550. We are wide open. We'll get right to your phone calls. Wide open until Chris Brown comes up in about an hour. So, Johnny, Larry, Joe, hang with us. It's Jeremy and Joe. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, like, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. Like, that's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, like they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? Like that's probably what we'll be talking about all week. Yeah. Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year, he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows? Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
Bills back on track with a 40-9 win over Carolina yesterday. They go to 5-2 on the year. James Cook goes for over 200 yards, 216 and 2 touchdowns for Cook. He now leads the NFL in rushing yards per game and also yards per attempt. The Bills still half a game back of New England. The Patriots win over the Browns yesterday 32-13 despite Myles Garrett's 5-sack effort. The Browns got crushed. Texans beat the 49ers 26-15. Dolphins surprisingly blow out the Falcons 34-10. The only game that was close yesterday was the Jets winning their first game of the year 39-38 over the Cincinnati Bengals. And the same day it was announced that Jets legend Nick Mangold passed away at the age of 41 from complications from kidney disease. Tonight, Monday Night Football. Chiefs play the Commanders tonight at 8:15 in Kansas City. That's the Bills' next opponent. And Game 3 of the World Series is tonight, Blue Jays-Dodgers at 8 o'clock in L.A. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's the snap, back to pass, and it's intercepted by A.J. Epinesa, going the other way, 10-5, and he's dropped at the 1-yard line.
One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Bills win. They dominate the Carolina Panthers. And along the way, Greg Olson showed everyone why he's an awesome broadcaster. If you're watching that game, noticing things along the way, a very specific one, noticing that when the Bills were in their late stages, when the backups go in, Spencer Brown, they don't have enough backups. He stayed in, and they ran away from him every time to kind of just protect him. So,
because he was also at left tackle, I think.
Well, they would move him back and forth and run the other way.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So, right.
Wherever,
exactly.
Yeah, wherever they put him, they'd run the other way, which is a really great catch there from Greg Olson. Good morning. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Talking about the Bills win, how much of a recipe that is each and every week. The Bills do the thing that they do, where they get a great running game from James Cook, play some good defense, don't turn it over, and dominate an inferior team. So, great game from the Bills. The passing game, not so much. I'm sure we'll talk about that through the weeks. Want to mention over the weekend, Adam Schefter reported on a couple different receiver targets. If you are someone that wants this, that Rashid Shaheed could maybe be had for a third.
Yep.
And Brandon Cooks, who you mentioned, might be had for like a fifth in that neighborhood. He's with the Saints as well. There's also a report that the Jaguars are listening to offers on Brian Thomas Jr.
Just them listening that's the key part.
Yep. So
listening on a receiver that they just drafted in the first round last year and was amazing his rookie year. I shouldn't say they, because that coach and GM didn't draft him.
That's right.
But
that's huge red flag on some level. This guy's really good, and all of a sudden he's not very good. There might be some explanations there. The one thing I wonder is, could the Bills call up Chad Hall, the former Bills wide receiver coach who was in Jacksonville last year with Brian Thomas Jr., is no longer there.
Right.
So I don't know if that relationship is good enough. You can call and say, hey, what's this guy all about? Bills, of course, did meet with him at the Combine, and there was a report, courtesy of Brian Thomas Jr.'s Instagram, that he did come in for a top 30 visit in that draft season. So there's some wide receiver trade chatter for you if you want that.
And the deadline's a week from tomorrow.
That's right. Chiefs on Sunday, deadline a week from tomorrow. And, of course, Ed Oliver, many thinking that'll be a month's kind of injury. Biceps injury ruled out immediately. Not good news for Oliver. We'll get more of your phone calls in, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. For me, I'm going to wait a week to see if this defense is for real in the way that they have remade it. Sean McDermott looks like he took over play calling. They got Hairston back. They got Hoyt back, Ogunjobi. Taylor Rapp off the field for Jordan Poyer and Jordan Hancock. And while the defense played great, I think that the seismic gap between Andy Dalton-led offense and a Patrick Mahomes offense flush with these weapons and with Andy Reid are, let's just say, they're completely different beasts. So I'm reserving judgment on the defense until they do it against the Chiefs next week, and I have my doubts. Joe showed me the Bills are third in drop back EPA against per play.
Yes, this year. Only behind, I think it's Houston and LA.
Okay, which would
LA.
suggest, like, when teams drop back to pass, the Bills have the third best pass defense in football. And I do not believe that to be true.
Yeah.
But we'll see. If they do a great job against the Chiefs, then I'm open to it. But I do not think they have the third best passing defense. I think a lot of what's happened through the first 7 weeks for them is that teams have gotten so many expected points added in the run game that there's only so many expected points to be had. So we'll see.
I think I'd be more open to it being real. Probably not third. I mean, them being third is probably a bit much. But being top 10 maybe, I'd be more open to it if the catalyst for it is the young guys that were in yesterday.
Maybe.
That Hairston is a real player for them. And Hancock. Like, I've already seen a couple of clips. I just tweeted one out where he basically saves them on a Rico Dowdle touchdown because he had the speed to get there that I don't think Taylor Rapp or Jordan Poyer get there.
Yep.
And, man, like, Hancock, there were a couple plays yesterday where I'm like, all right, if he can grow into that position and they don't have 4, 7, 40-time guys back there that can't hit angles, then if you get Hairston and Hancock in there and they can both be players for you, then that's a totally different secondary than they would have played the first half of the season with.
803-0550. The other thing is the quarterbacks they've looked good versus looked bad against, they got carved up by Lamar. Drake May in the second half was near perfect.
Yep. So and that's all they've played.
That's right. And past
that's
that, like what you want to see about Tua, about Justin Fields, Michael Penix, whatever.
Yeah.
We'll see. So, you got to beat the best, and that's what we're talking about here. 803-0550. Johnny in Buffalo, good morning. You're on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday. Good morning, Johnny.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great Victory Monday. Love to see us bounce back. James Cook is unbelievable. I was kind of like Sal in the fact that I was thinking all offseason, it's a running back. If he signs, great. If he doesn't, we got Ray Davis, we got Ty Johnson, whatever. But he's looked phenomenal, one of the best backs in the league so far this year. And, the offensive line is just absolutely dominant. But, I think the biggest factor for me is still the lack of a number one receiver. I miss having a dog out there, man. I miss having Diggs. I miss having a guy who wants the ball in his hands, who's cocky, who's just like, yeah, throw me the ball. I want it. I'm open all the time. And, I think that everybody eats mentality was great for a year, and it was a good way to say, we really don't have a whole lot of talent on this on the offensive side of the ball at receiver. Shakir, he's made some plays. I love Shakir, the way he grinds. But he plays physical. Kincaid, he gets hurt a lot too, right? So you get these guys, if Shakir or Kincaid goes down for any period of time because, they both are going to see a lot of the ball, we're screwed out there at receiver, right? I mean, who do we have? It's not just about, for me, getting a number one. It's about depth too, because Josh Palmer goes out, our passing game looked terrible when we game planned around it. Palmer, it's like if you're not gonna do it this year, if you're not gonna go get a guy like, if he's available, and I don't, the red flags, whatever, but a Brian Thomas, a Chris Olave, whether they're available, I'm not sure, but. What's it going to cost? Does it cost a first? Does it cost like a first and a third? Like, does it really matter? You're pairing a guy with Josh Allen, who is your premier quarterback, for hopefully the next 4 or 5 years as well. Go get the premier guy.
I don't know the caliber of guy that's going to move. And I feel like to entertain the receiver conversation,
Thomas seems like the best that might be available.
Right.
I don't believe Olave is getting traded.
I also want to say, a number one, Diggs and a number one, that's like saying the Chiefs and the Panthers are football teams. Like Diggs, when Diggs was here, he was a top 3 guy in the league. He was not just a number one. He was a true elite receiver. So, and they can't probably get one of those. I don't even know they need number one. I'd settle for a guy that plays as many snaps as Keon Coleman that they think can get open.
Yeah.
Because Coleman can't, and they know it, and now he plays, and they don't throw it. It's like they were more efficient because they didn't waste plays thrown to him. Like, there really is a just massive, massive space in between. I need Stephon Diggs in his prime, and I need someone that can get open better than Keon Coleman. There's just a lot of room in there.
Sure.
You don't have to go get Olave for 10 firsts. Not that you're saying that, Johnny. You don't have to go get Brian Thomas Jr. Like there's probably someone out there that can be had for a reasonable price that'll help the group.
Yeah, but even when you say they need a number one, like that's not. The Diggs was not just a number one. Diggs was elite. Diggs was like one of the all-pro receivers of the league. There are more than 5 number one receivers in the league that nobody would call the best receiver in football. DK Metcalf is a number one wide receiver. He is absolutely not one of the best receivers in football.
Right. George Pickens is a name here. He's not.
Sure.
I mean, he's what he does well. He does incredibly well, and the Bills could use somebody like that, and that's not Diggs.
Yeah, Terry McLaurin to me is a number one receiver, and I would never put him in the discussion as where Diggs was. And like I don't expect they will probably ever. Well, Josh Allen is the quarterback. Get another receiver as good as Stephon Diggs was at his peak. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't be searching for a guy that is the 16th best receiver in the league.
Sure. You're not saying they won't because they won't want it, just because it's really hard to find.
Exactly, yeah.
It's very difficult.
It's very, very hard.
It's very difficult to find one.
That's one of the 3
right
best.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like even if you look at Coleman versus Worthy, which, by the way, we're going to have a lot of conversations about that. Like, Worthy's not anything close to that. What he does is they have a job for him. He does that job well. Right now, I just feel where the Bills are with Coleman, and hopefully it changes, but Coleman's not even at what he does well. We're not even at that.
No, he's not even. Am I right in saying he's not even giving them what Gabe Davis used to give them?
No, not even close. Not even close.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Well, Gabe would actually be able to scare teams about going over the top, which is something that Coleman has never done for this. Has he ever done for this team?
No.
He's got a sideline ball. But the idea of Keon Coleman on like a deep post or something like that, like that's not happening.
No.
That's never happened. So with Coleman, it ends up being a conversation about one guy. You want to improve your receiver core. Who's the guy you want to improve from? You want to knock off Elijah Moore. That's okay. Elijah Moore is more a part of what they did yesterday than Coleman was. And Elijah Moore is their $2.5 million street guy that comes in to immediately leapfrog Curtis Samuel and Coleman in the importance in the offense. So anyway, they won. We're not upset about it, but we're going to talk about receiver. I know we're going to continue to talk about it for the next 8 days. And if we get past the deadline without any help, then this is the group.
Well, and part of that is like if you feel like they're a team that's good enough to win the Super Bowl. You had a couple of concerns going into yesterday. One of them was your defense. That looked good. Like good day.
Good,
and we'll see what they look like against Kansas City, but that was a good day. Your other question is their passing offense. And that question was not answered yesterday. So of my 2 concerns, one looked good yesterday and the other didn't. So it's pretty easy why you would see that one would get more attention going into Kansas City.
803-0550 to join us. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, a Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. When we return, the divisional numbers, because the Browns just did the thing to the Patriots just did the thing to the Browns. Get you the New York Times latest numbers on likelihood to win the division and just how big this race could be by the time they go to New England. 803-0550 on WGR. Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
We were talking in the James Cook conversations, like whether or not they should extend him. I'd pointed out many times he's a top 10 back and over-expected every single year since he kind of got the job. Last season, James Cook's yards over-expected was 167 for the year.
Okay.
In this game, it was 121.
Wow.
121 yards over expected.
So he's probably going over last year's number for the season at some point.
Is he already over it? He is at 225.
All right, he's already over it.
And he leads the league. Number one.
Wow.
The number one running back in
more than Jonathan Taylor?
203.
That's crazy. Taylor has been stacking these long runs every week.
Leads the league in rushing yards over expected. And that's, if you really want to dig into the Jonathan Taylor comparison, per attempt, he's number one by almost a half yard.
Wow.
1.81 yards over expected per carry for James Cook. Last year in that department, the league leader was Derrick Henry. His number was lower.
Mm-hmm.
You have in Cook in this rushing offense, when they give him the ball and when it's at its best, he's the best back in football. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
it's still funny because it doesn't. You watch Bijan and you watch Henry at times, McCaffrey, and it just pops off the screen. Cook still, to me, sometimes seems like he's jogging through the defense. But I think there is a I really want to appreciate the way he runs, which is I think more Le'Veon Bell-esque. Just let me slow play this, be patient, find my hole, slash through a gap that maybe a Ray Davis is not going to get through.
Yep. There's a lot of slithering. It feels like to his. Yeah. Like he gets the line.
If Derrick Henry is a truck, then what is Cook is like a little moped that's in and out of traffic.
He gets his yards over expectation not by blasting through guys, but he's going to squeeze between 2 tackles and fall forward 5 yards.
Right.
He ran so well yesterday.
It was unbelievable. They felt like they had something to prove going out there and forcing some turnovers, giving us a couple short fields. One, we didn't capitalize on it, but that one on the 1 yard line, obviously, A.J. Epinesa makes a great play, and that's the standard that we have for ourselves, and that's what we expect every time we step on the field.
Josh Allen, they did capitalize on the shortest possible field, 1 yard.
The 1 yard drive?
Heck of a drive.
That was a great drive.
Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Waiting for a word on Ed Oliver today. Sean McDermott will speak with the media, so maybe we get some news on Ed Oliver. The biceps injury he had, he was ruled out immediately, and that is not good news. Larry in South Florida before the break. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Larry. You got a minute.
So really quickly, Cook was amazing. Obviously, you want to give him props in the offensive line, defense as well. The guys coming back, Okunjobi and Hoyt and Hairston, amazing. It sure looked like it freed up Cole Bishop, and Bishop looked to be all over the field yesterday, so I don't know if that's a Poyer influence. But right now, the train is going by me. I'm sitting at the train, so I got to bring up the wide receiver. So it sure looks to me like we have two guys, Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore, who in their career have gotten downfield, have gotten open, but yet we're still not using them. As much as I want to see us trade for a Shaheen or a Waddle or a Brian Thomas Jr., who's now new in the mix, and you just keep listing them, I have really little confidence that Joe Brady is going to use them in the way that Josh is going to feel confident to throw the ball. It was clear yesterday, him running around, he was not confident to pull that trigger. And that scares me. So I think this is more on Brady than it is anything else because Josh doesn't look himself. And if Cook isn't running even to half the level he ran yesterday against the Kansas City, New England, Tampa, Philly, I am very, very low in my confidence. And one last thing. I agree with you guys and Paul Hamilton. We should not be carrying three goalies, and one of them should not be UPL. Him trying to trap that third-period goal was a joke, and we lose that game because of UPL. It's time to let him go and let those other two guys play.
Thanks, Larry. 803-0550. Moore and Samuel, the idea like that, I don't know how long we can go with. You're kind of making the point like Brady doesn't have the answers.
That Allen doesn't trust.
Sure.
Who does Allen trust? Shakir
and Kincaid.
And Kincaid when he's out there. End of list.
And I think he trusts Coleman, but they don't.
But that might be fading.
Maybe they've been just told not to run through Coleman as often as they had. But it's going to be a hard sell for me that Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore are just these untapped resources rather than just not that big a difference makers, not that good. I mean, Curtis Samuel played 19 snaps. I guess he was limited before, so they bring him back in slowly, and they also don't need it. In obvious passing situations, the Bills' offense looks like a mess. Otherwise, it looks pretty good.
Yep.
But when they obviously have to pass it, we saw that in the second half against Atlanta to some degree. Like, whatever.
It's tougher to think of untapped potential when it comes to guys that have been discarded by others in the league.
Yeah. I mean,
Green Bay last night throws Savion Williams in 4 plays, and they're getting him the ball. You know what? He is a third-round rookie. That's untapped potential.
Right.
Malik Heath is like a 5th-round guy in his second year. Like, he's getting the ball. That's untapped potential. Guys that have been on 3 teams, it's just harder to convince me that there's untapped potential there.
Yeah. 803-0550. More of your phone calls. We'll check in with Chris Brown. It's a Victory Monday. The Bills win. Deadline is a week from tomorrow. Chiefs this week. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Shop at Northtown.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe. I don't disagree with you. I do not think Josh Allen is a game manager, and he is
should be. But right now, they are kind of using him like one.
Definitely, because I do think he is absolutely way better than Ryan Tannehill by far.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong on that.
Hot take.
Probably way better than what John Elway was in his last 2 years at 37 and 38 years old. You have to tell me I didn't watch those 2 years.
Those last couple years, Elway was not exactly. He was not the gunslinger he had been before. Yeah.
All right, but listen,
he also couldn't run.
Call a spade a spade. What is he right now? What is he? How is he being used? What do the numbers look like? It's game manager numbers. He's 20th in the league in passing.
Yep.
He's behind Rattler, Mac Jones, Flacco, and Cam Ward. Like, sorry, like I know I want to see it too at some point. And when I compare them to the Titans, part of that is a question of I don't know if you can win big doing it this way. If you can't go into your pass game at some point, and this will be a good test of that. Like, can you win just doing things like you did yesterday where it's just all about the run game and all about the defense.
Oh.
Like, it's going to be harder to do it that way. It can happen, but it'll be harder. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, their passing game is secondary right now. Like, this is Allen even got the question asked this way. Like, James Cook carries this offense. That's their offense right now. It is carried by James Cook, and their best pass plays are plays that are 3 yards through the air to Khalil Shakir or are screens.
Tackle, right.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's your quarterback being a game manager.
For sure. That's definitely true. And the thing about can they win like this, I said this a couple weeks ago, and now we are in Chiefs week. When these two teams meet next week, Sunday, the contrast in styles is going to be like
so different.
Whiplash.
These two teams have never been more different.
That's right. Total
not even
whiplash.
close. Yeah.
As the Chiefs are going to want to throw it 40 times,
and the Bills are going to want to
track stars,
and the Bills are going to pound it down their faces.
Yeah. It's going to be such a contrast in styles, and who knows? Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, like, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. Like, that's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, like they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? Like that's probably what we'll be talking about all week.
Yeah.
Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year, he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows?
Bills back on track. 40-9 win over the Carolina Panthers. The run game leading the charge. James Cook goes for 216 yards on the ground and 2 rushing touchdowns. He had a 64-yarder in this game. Khalil Shakir led the way through the air, 88 yards and a touchdown with a 54-yard touchdown. That was more than half of what Josh Allen had on the day throwing the football. Bills go to 5-2. Ed Oliver injured in the game, a bicep injury. He was ruled out pretty quickly. We'll see this week and maybe even today what his status is going forward. Bills are second in the AFC East still as New England gets another win yesterday. 3 Drake May touchdowns gets the job done against Cleveland. 32-13, New England wins. Some other scores from around the NFL. The other 2 teams in the AFC East also win. Miami blows out Atlanta 34-10. Jets get their first win of the season, 39-38 over the Cincinnati Bengals. No Lamar Jackson for Baltimore again, but they did win over Chicago, 30-16. Tonight on Monday Night Football, the Chiefs, who the Bills play next, are hosting the Commanders at 8:15. Game 3 of the World Series tonight. Max Scherzer versus Tyler Glasnow, 8 o'clock, Dodgers and Blue Jays series tied at 1 apiece. Series shifts to L.A. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Monday Night Football tonight, the Chiefs and the Commanders. Hopefully all of you got through Buy-Mageddon in your fantasy leagues.
Man.
I got Axe from Guillotine League. Buy-Mageddon. And the teams that were on bye, it was nasty. Everybody's lineup out there, you know who you are. We were scraping through.
It's almost like of all the teams that were on bye, add in
Drake London hurt.
But the injuries, Nico Collins and A.J. Brown missed yesterday as well.
Tough.
But also add in that every team basically didn't have a fourth quarter yesterday.
Right.
Because every game was a blowout. So it was almost like the whole league had a quarter bye.
Yeah.
Because it was one game yesterday that was close.
Your point totals this week for winning teams. Ready for this?
Yeah.
Winning team point totals this week. 37, 34, 30, 40, 39, 26, 32, 38, 23. That's Tampa. 44, 38, 35.
Right.
It was a one-sided week, and I would bet that the Chiefs continue that tonight for Monday Night Football.
And Josh Dubow had a stat on this that it was of all weeks in NFL history, going back to the merger at least, since 1970, that was the 9th most lopsided week by average scoring margin in NFL history.
No, not a very competitive week.
18.3 was the average score margin in that game for games yesterday.
803-0550. I promise you a Drake May number and the division. The New York Times playoff machine, tracking the Bills and trying to win the division and all that and where it stands right now, puts them at 91% to make the playoffs. But to win the division, the Bills are still underdogs at 42%. The Patriots beat the Browns yesterday. Drake May looked great again. May, it's with each and every week. I said to you, Joe, I was looking for May to finally mix in hey, we know you're probably on your way to being great, but you're supposed to have a bad game. And that did not happen.
No.
In fact, I saw yesterday from Ben Volen of the Boston Globe, passer rating weeks 1 through 8. All time. The all-time best passer rating week 1 through 8. Drake May is currently having the 8th best season in the league's history. Passer rating weeks 1 through 8. So the Patriots are here, and they're going to make the playoffs, and this thing is going to be a dogfight, this division. The Bills have to keep pace.
Yeah.
That's where that win yesterday is so important. They can't afford to have goofy losses. The Chiefs are going to be challenging enough. The Bucs are going to be challenging. The Eagles are going to be challenging. Maybe you think there's another game or two, but the divisional race is going to probably go into New England with that game meaning a ton. And I was just playing with the New York Times playoff machine, and I had that game at an 82% swing. Winner
that's
versus
crazy.
loser. So weeks in advance, we'll get there eventually. But we're talking about this game where the Bills run through the Panthers' face. James Cook, big, huge game on the ground, had 121 rushing yards over expectation. The Bills' run game looks great. The defense looks great. And the passing game looks like the passing game has looked. The difference is that this was a game they didn't need it to look very good in order to get the win. So 803-0550 if you want to jump in, 1-888-552-550. On takeaways from this game, what's real, what's not, all that. And the Ed Oliver injury.
Will they go trade for Quinnen Williams?
He's available.
Second-round pick is what Connor Hughes is reporting they're looking for.
That's tough, though, the money. I just think
the money is the toughest
Harrison
part of it,
Phillips is the...
Yep.
The Jets get a call. Who? Yeah, all right, sure.
The guy we claimed on waivers like a month and a half ago? Yeah.
Harrison Phillips. Anthony in Buffalo is next up. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to kind of put this wide receiver thing to kind of bed if I could. Here's the thing. No matter what we do, if Joe Brady does not utilize our bona fide number one wide receiver like everybody wants, he's going to be a useless player. Because if you all recall, when Diggs was with us and we made that switch from Dorsey to Brady, the production from our number one wide receiver after 8 games went way down. He wasn't catching as many balls. He wasn't even getting looked at during that time. So if we're going to trade for our number one wide receiver, what gives anybody the confidence that the offensive coordinator is going to utilize him properly? And you can call Kincaid or Shakir as his safety net, but when the guy puts a route tree together for these guys and it's a 5-yard turn back around and look for the ball and you're sitting in the zone where the linebacker in the corner are literally right on top of you, why would Josh want to throw to that spot? There were no passes that even could have been attempted down the field. And even if Coleman is the one going all the way down the field, there's no – he doesn't have enough time to even throw the ball.
Oh, he's got plenty of time to throw the ball. There's one thing I can't agree. Josh Allen has all the time in the world.
Yesterday he got sacked on what was the second longest sack in the league.
He has lots of time to throw the ball.
It was 10.5 seconds.
There are definitely some plays where they've misidentified some free rushers and they've been blitzing a lot. And if you're talking about blitzing plays, then in that case, yeah. I mean,
Atlanta was different.
There have been some blitzes that have gotten home and really frustrated Josh. Most times, though, he extends plays well enough. That's one of the things he does really well, and he does get time. But to the point, I'm going to kind of, for the next 8 days, I'm going to keep going back to this point. I don't need you to insert the word number one in front of receiver. If Brandon Beane wants to go add, he doesn't have to get a number one. He has to get someone that they can throw the ball to that can be any bigger of a factor than any one of the 3 following players. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman. That's the goal. Someone that will make a bigger difference than all 3 of them. And I don't think that's very hard to do because none of them are a big part of this offense. None of them are to be relied upon for Samuel to stay healthy, for Moore to do, I don't know. You want to say you don't have faith in Joe Brady? Okay. I feel like if you just had some better options it's always on the outside too. Palmer might give them that. But if I'm rolling Palmer and Coleman and Shakir, now I'm back in 11 personnel. And I don't think they want to do that. They want to be in 2 tight ends and fullbacks. I don't know the right mix. I want to remove the number 1 from the receiver conversation because they could use a number 3. They could use a number 2. They could use a number 4.
I was going to say they have a lot of number 4s, but are they even number 4s?
They could use They could use a lot at that position. So, they could use Palmer getting healthy. He's week to week. I don't know how long that's going to be.
And it's got to be the right type of receiver because it's just the outside guy. It's the outside guy and it is the speed guy. That is what they have been needing for years.
Right. The fact that
they've been trying to replace it with quote-unquote play speed and size and catch radius and contested catch and just find a guy that has the burner ability that is going to threaten a team, and once in a while give Josh the freedom to chuck a ball 50 yards, 60 yards down the field.
You know, it just popped into my head is the quote they put up in Talladega Nights, America's all about speed, hot, nasty, badass speed. They attribute it to Eleanor Roosevelt.
Right.
But right, actual, honest to goodness speed.
Like, I think one small reason, I think Hoyt was a huge part of this in the D-line, but the defense in part looked better yesterday because they were faster.
They're faster. They're way faster.
They're so much faster in even the quarter of plays that Hancock is on the field, and then Hairston playing
Hairston, Hancock, yes, they're so much faster.
Dorian Williams is not great, but he's faster too, just like Hoyt yesterday. Like, I don't know. I want a little influx of that same type of thing into their offense. And yeah, Shaheed's the idea right now for me. Like, is that everybody's favorite idea? That makes the most sense and is also because all the bigger ideas might be people's favorite idea. I just don't know how realistic they are. Like, I really, truly, all the stuff I read about Olave, I don't think he's getting traded. Brian Thomas, I think, might. But that's expensive. Someone called up earlier and asked, what's that cost? Is it a first plus? I don't know if it's a first plus. It's probably a first.
Yeah.
He was just picked in the round 1 a year ago. So that's expensive, but the less expensive idea that is the right type of receiver, to me, is Shaheed.
I wonder if we get some trades today. Like, again, 2 weeks ago, Schefter said he expected 10 to 12 trades on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Yeah, he's been off on that.
And last week was quiet. Now,
how many have there been? Like 1, 2 since he said that?
That could be because it is actually a seller's market. And,
right.
You know, sure. Let me see if the offers get any better. Why would I act now if I'm selling a piece? I'll wait a couple of weeks. I'll wait right to the deadline and see who comes in with their highest offer right at the deadline. Adam in Silver Creek is up next. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, happy Victory Monday.
Real quick, if you're not first, you're last. That's how I feel about the wide receivers.
There you
go. To echo your point real quick on Olsen, I thought he was absolutely phenomenal yesterday. One graphic that was very telling was the fact that Andy Dalton over the last year and a half has more touchdown passes of 20-plus yards or more than Josh Allen does. And I feel like this is just the way McDermott wants it. And I would really like your guys' thoughts on this. Does he want what we want? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think this is all by design. I think he wants to make Cook the feature of this offense. Your complementary football, control the clock, play good defense. And I could think he could care less about opening up our MVP quarterback. And I would just really like to hear you guys' thoughts if that's just what he wants and we're just at odds. So I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Adam.
I don't fully believe it's what they want. I think they thought that two guys especially, but one guy the most. I think they truly thought that Coleman would give them some down the field. And it would stretch defenses and make big plays. I think they thought Coleman was going to be that. And I think the fact that they've been wrong on that pick is part of why it might feel like, well, they don't really care about it. It might seem like they might not care about it as much as other teams because they're not spending as many assets on it. But I think what they would probably tell you in an honest moment is, well, the reason we don't have it is because the guy we drafted to do it isn't capable of it. Right?
Yeah. That's a big part of it. Yeah, right. Like, do we care if they win the Super Bowl, how they win it? No.
If they win it like this,
if they win it like this, then more power to them. Like then the vision
Absolutely.
will have been right. I guess what it comes down to is, like, is it wrong that the two teams? I'm really on. What teams should you worry about in the AFC? The AFC looks to be a bit of a mess with a bunch of pretenders, like the Steelers. Total pretenders. Non-factor the Steelers. Not at all. Right?
Yeah, they stink.
Are the Jaguars real? I don't know. I've got the Bills. I got the Chiefs.
Colts.
The Colts, okay. If the Ravens can get off the mat, which maybe they can, and listen, New England has to be in the conversation now.
Yeah, they do.
New England has to be in the conversation. And what is the main difference between the Bills and the Patriots is that New England has a vertical passing game, and they don't really run it very well.
Right.
And the Bills run it really well and don't have a vertical passing game. It's kind of like the Chiefs. The Chiefs, the entire time they've been good, they've never really run it well.
Yeah, of those top 4 teams, it is funny. Like it's
Colts,
2-2.
I've got Colts and Bills.
Colts and Bills play very similarly right now, and the Chiefs and the Patriots play similarly.
The difference is the Colts have a downfield passing game. They really do. The Bills are really the only. I don't want to say the only team. They're the only good,
of those 4. They're fourth
of the good teams.
That.
Of the good teams, are they the only one that really does not push downfield? And how much of that is by design, and how much of that is the quarterback doesn't see it? You know, I don't want to get too far because this game didn't really require it, but there will probably be games that will. And the caller's take is this how they want to win, and it's not how we want them to win. I mean, I want them to win however they can, but the question would be, can they be so non-threatening in the passing game and win? Because they are not threatening at all.
And I guess that is my concern because I see more teams in the league become Super Bowl contenders or make the Super Bowl without the run game part of it. More than you see those teams do it without the ability to throw the ball for. If you need to throw the ball for 300 yards because hey, they sold out to stop your run game, and the other team is scoring a lot, so you've got to keep pace. And, okay, it's that type of game. That's my fear right now is I don't know they can play that type of game. And I think the game you saw yesterday, it's all about whether you think you can drag the good teams into a game like yesterday. And I'm just not fully believing that that's possible.
Right.
That you could go through a whole playoff run or whenever you want to put it, where you can line up James Cook and run the ball even like 70% like you did yesterday. Because if you could do that, then you can win. But what happens when I play like I did against New England and they did an okay job of keeping it in check? What's my pivot? The pivot, I don't like my options right now is my pivot. And when Josh Allen is your quarterback, it's offensive. That my pivot should just be, I've got a pass game that I can lean into with a superstar quarterback.
Yep.
And I don't feel like I've got it all the way right now. The best case I have for it is Kincaid, and I'm just so worried that he can't play enough to do it.
Should I have included Denver in that list of teams?
No.
No? Okay.
They were pretty impressive yesterday. I mean the defense is great.
Everybody looks impressive against Dallas.
Offensively?
Yes, everybody.
I guess, no, I'm impressed by their defense doing what they did to Dallas' offense.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And they did I think half the game was without Surtain, because I think he got hurt at some point during yesterday.
803-0550. Steve in Charlotte. Good morning, Steve. Happy Victory Monday.
Hey, likewise. Thank you for taking the call. Just to echo more on the receiver point, I don't think we have the stomach to endure what it would really take to access, in my opinion, what the Bills really need is an all-star Hall of Fame level receiver talent. The only way you're going to get one is drafting like 4th overall, right? So you're not going to get Jamar Chase. You're not going to get Calvin Johnson. You're not going to get a guy that's that good. And I guess in a roundabout way, I'm sort of jealous of the Bengals and the Ravens. I mean, we don't know. We'll see if they turn it around. But I would say if I was a Ravens fan, I'd be kind of okay with kind of blowing the season away, because at least you know that you have a built-in excuse. You're losing because your quarterback got hurt, and you have no emotional heft of losing because your quarterback got hurt. So there's no real emotional pain. And the prize at the end of it is you get like a top 15 pick, right? 12th overall or something. The Bills will not be able to get a Jamar Chase drafting 29th. They cannot do it. How do you get to that player? I'm not trying to be jerky. I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. We're going to be against the break in a minute here. You just draft. I am not jealous of the teams that are bad. And if you're looking to try and find a place to, again, like they don't need Jamar Chase. They don't need Jamar Chase. If they had Jamar Chase, that'd be great. Buffalo Bills. Here I am in front of the wide receiver board. No, they don't have to have the best receiver in football. There's a lot of space between Jamar Chase and Calvin Johnson and guys that are just good. Like, JSN. He wasn't there when they picked. Yeah. He's not a top 5 pick. He's amazing. Dare I go to Puka, who's a 5th-round pick. Shakir's
or Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Shakir's a 5th-round pick. Gabe Davis is a 4th-round pick. Listen, when the Bills have drafted receivers in the first 5 rounds, they've done well. The big issue, of course, in this conversation is they should just take more. They don't need Jamar Chase. They don't need
Well, also,
might not even need Chris Olave. Would it be great to have them? Yes, but
beyond Chase, who's the next best receiver in the league that went in the top 5? Go ahead, because where did Jefferson go? In the 20s. Where did Smith and Jigba go? In the 20s. Where did Lamb go? 17th. Where did St. Brown go? In the 4th round. Where did Puka go? In the 5th round. Who's the next best receiver that went in the top 5?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
And he's not one of the best receivers in football.
No, not right now. Lad McConkey went after you picked.
Yep.
I just want to point out.
I don't even know who it is.
I just want to point out, because whenever I want to get a lot of all you do is talk about receiver. All the calls are coming in about receiver. And, well, of course, entertain it because it's worthy of talking about. But they don't need Jamar Chase. If they had Jamar Chase, that'd be awesome. But they definitely don't need Jamar Chase.
They need James Cook right now.
They do need James Cook right now.
Man, also the backups, it just isn't there at all. Like
Ray Davis and Ty Johnson.
Crossing my fingers. Like I'm seeing hey, why he's on pace for all this? Look how good he is. They need to get him more involved in the pass game on third downs. And I'm sitting here now thinking actually, I don't think I want to do that because I need James Cook to not be destroyed by the time I get to the playoffs. Because what would they do without him right now? Because Ray Davis isn't doing it. How that Connor Hughes tweet from earlier about what the prices are of the Jets are looking for, and it's a 5th round pick for Breece Hall. I'm I would do that right now. Block the Chiefs from getting him and give me a number 2 back that I'm not terrified to go into a game with if James Cook something happens to him.
803-0550. Chris Brown joins us on the other side. Thank you for the phone call. As always, it is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We'll get Chris's take on this defense, which looked faster, more athletic, and had arguably its best day of the year in the win over Carolina. 40-9 the final. We're chatting with Chris Brown next here on Buffalo Bills Victory Monday.
That's the way I trust them to win the most yesterday, is they are going to run the ball at will. You are not going to stop James Cook, and I'm going to get my pass rush home like I did yesterday. That to me, right now, is their formula. And of the questions yesterday that you would have liked to have answered, maybe the biggest one wasn't answered, but I had other ones that were, right?
Yep.
The defense, if the defense plays like that, they can win football games. They can win football games, I think, against good teams. Can they beat the Chiefs? I'm not sure. But they could beat good teams playing the way that they did yesterday. I mean, you compared it to the Broncos with Terrell Davis. I said yesterday and thought, the running back body type is not the same, and the way you run's not the same. So forgive me there. But I'm this is the Titans team that was the 1 seed. The team we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how they're trying to win is all the film guys yesterday, who are they applauding? Reggie Gilliam. It's going to be a Reggie Gilliam game. All the tight ends, National Tight End Day. That is how I think they can win games better than any other way, is they can line up under center and they can run the ball at will and hopefully play good defense. That's the Titans from 5 years ago.
Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. So he's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
Bills get back on track. 40-9 win over the Panthers, led by their run game, which Carolina could not stop. James Cook, 216 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Probably look at AFC Offensive Player of the Week. For Cook this week, he now leads the NFL in rushing yards per game and yards per carry. He's the only back in the league that qualifies that has 6 per carry. Khalil Shakir leads the way through the air. 88 yards receiving was more than half of what Josh Allen had on the day. 5-2 for the Bills. Big day defensively as well. They are still a half game back of New England, though, as the Patriots also won yesterday, big time over the Browns, 32-13. Actually, every AFC East team won for the first time this year. Dolphins blow out the Falcons 34-10. Jets come back to beat the Bengals 39-38 in their first win of the season. Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, get a win over Chicago, and Pittsburgh lost on Sunday Night Football. So Baltimore 2 games back of the AFC North. We'll see if Jackson comes back this week. Mahomes and the Chiefs on Monday Night Football tonight against the Commanders. The Bills' next opponent, Kansas City, 8:15 is kickoff. And Game 3 of the World Series tonight at 8 o'clock, Blue Jays, Dodgers, all square at 1 game apiece. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
One of the plays of the game, Khalil Shakir, the Yak King, one of the Yak Kings. And highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. We'll get Chris Brown's take on the game. The Bills win 40-9. Not scoregami, Chris. I looked. I thought 40-9 sounded very scoregami-ish. But it's not.
Happened.
It's not. It has happened before. Either way, Chris, it's a big win for the Bills. James Cook, the star of the show. But I want to start on the defense for you and ask if you thought they played with more speed, athleticism, juice. I mean, we've talked a little bit about this team needing some swagger back on that side of the ball. And to me, I think to a lot of people out there, it looked like they had a lot of that on Sunday.
Yeah, I think the whole team did. And look, Coach McDermott made a point of that. He was straightforward about how in the previous 3 games, they simply did not match the energy level of the opponent. And I think I've told you guys, Steve says it all the time on our show. It's not just a physical state of readiness that you have to bring and commit to playing a football game. There's an emotional constitution that you have to bring to the game, too. And in a league where the margins are so narrow, if you don't bring that emotional fortitude with you, you run the risk of getting run over. They had it yesterday because they just waxed that team from start to finish. And, with the defense, I think we were all hopeful, that it was funny, like some of the media members were even using the same word I was this week talking to players. Do you feel like the cavalry's coming for the defense, with Ogunjobi back, along with Michael Hoyt, and then we didn't know in the middle of the week, but the possibility of Hairston returning. And the players that, we're welcoming them back, we're happy to do so, but I think there was just an air of, well, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet. I think they're happy to have him back, but they didn't know what the impact would be. Well, Michael Hoyt told you in a hurry. And it was interesting because in the post-game interview with Sal on the field after the win, Hoyt basically said, you only get one chance to make a first impression, and I was determined to make one. And he did in a giant way. Sack and a half, forced fumble, and even beyond the stats in the box score, guys, you noticed his presence on the field every snap he was out there. He was giving the offensive line for Carolina absolute fits. And if he wasn't on top of the quarterback, he was around him and making Andy Dalton fully aware that he was not going to have a lot of time to work yesterday. So really encouraged by what he provided to the pass rush, which, as we know, in turn helps the guys on the back end enormously. And to your athleticism point, Jeremy, I think this was a defense starved for more speed. It has to get faster, especially this week when they're playing against perhaps the fastest receiving core in football. And Max Hairston obviously provides that. And I think Jordan Hancock provides a level of athleticism on the back end because we saw very early that they had Jordan Poyer in there for obvious run downs, early downs, get everybody lined up, get the communication going. And then in obvious passing downs, put Jordan Hancock on the field because he can cover infinitely more ground with more athleticism. So you got to credit the defensive staff for making some very important changes, which I think made the defense overall better.
Yeah, and then, the whole combination, Hancock looked good, Hairston looked good. He played almost half the snap, so we'll see if that goes up even more. Losing at Oliver is a tough blow, Chris, because that was a game where we had talked about how the Panthers' ability to run the ball was strong going into this game. And the Bills, of course, got after the quarterback. So the D-line had a day, and Oliver was a part of that. So, that's a tough blow.
Yeah, I think we all know the impact he makes inside. And I don't know what it is, guys. Like, every time this team seems to have a very solid lights-out type performance, it can't go without some kind of subtraction. It's like we're not allowed to have nice things. So, yeah, losing Oliver is a tough one. The bicep is never a short-term injury, so we'll just have to see what the word is on the prognosis. And they are suddenly painfully short at defensive tackle. We'll have to see what Daquan Jones' status is, with his calf injury. But if he can't get back this week, you're basically talking about Larry Ogunjobi and Deion Walker And you've already used, I believe, 3 practice squad elevations for Jordan Phillips, and you've used 3 practice squad elevations for Zion Logue. You're probably going to sign one of those guys to the active roster with the open roster spot that you have. And then for the interim, do you bring up Fedarian Mathis, who I think has 1 elevation left, and you may even have to sign somebody else. That's how shorthanded they are right now on the defensive interior.
Yeah, we'll add that to potential trade deadline targets. Maybe we'll see. The deadline is, of course, a week from tomorrow. Defensively, things were better. And, Andy Dalton might be a part of that, but whatever. They needed a dominating win, and they got one. So we'll see what they can do next week against Kansas City. Offensively, Chris, the run game, it was like the Dallas game, right? Call the same play. I'm sure there are little wrinkles to it, but call the same play 15 times and profit, because the pitch out to James Cook was pretty much unstoppable for Carolina.
Right. And, credit, again, the offensive staff for seeing where the weakness was going to lie in their run front. I mean, it's a top 10 run defense, but it's largely because of the guys they have inside, with Derek Brown kind of leading the way, Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber, defensive lineman. And then they have Ashawn Robinson, who's a reliable veteran in there, and then Bobby Brown, who rolls in and goes about 330 pounds. And they just said, with a back like Cook, who's super fast, let's just get to the edges of this defense and really challenge them to get to those spots. And I think it worked uncommonly well, maybe even better than they anticipated. So, yeah, just keep going to that well. And then a couple of times, they worked play action effectively off of it. I'm thinking of the deep over to Kincaid, the backside bootleg that Allen had later in the game. I'm not going to remember who he threw it to, but that went for a first down. So I think they used the run game effectively in terms of how they schemed it up. And Coach McDermott specifically credited offensive line coach Aaron Cromer, who, along with Rob Boris, the tight ends coach, is very instrumental in working with Joe Brady on the run scheme. So, hats off to those guys, because they drew it up well, and James Cook in the O-line and the tight ends and even the receivers blocking downfield were fantastic.
Yeah. Did you notice, Chris, while the game was unfolding, that it seemed like that same, maybe they were moving it different sides, or there were little variations, but it was kind of that same toss play that they kept running over and over, and maybe it was just, we're just going to run this until Carolina stops it, and they never did.
Yeah, I mean, there was one drive where even Eric and I thought they went to that well one too many times. But overall, through the course of the game, Carolina really did not demonstrate an ability to stop it until the fourth quarter, when they're like, all right, this is ridiculous. Like, it's borderline embarrassing that we have not been able to adjust and get this stopped with as many times as they have run it. And I think by the time, James Cook had a baseball hat on and was sitting on the bench, it was only then that they kind of started to neutralize it a bit.
Chris, the other thing, of course, the one element of the game that people will probably talk about this week, going into next week, the deadline, the struggles in the passing game. Kincaid comes back, but still no Josh Palmer. He's week to week, so we'll see there. Not exactly an encouraging day in terms of how that's going to come together. It was kind of more of the same from the passing game.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a disjointed nature to it. It's hard to put my finger on exactly what's wrong there, but I think, we've all seen this offense and this passing game long enough to know that something just doesn't look right? So, the production did not have to be there yesterday, but even Josh said it after the game. Like, he is wholeheartedly aware that it is not in a rhythm that they're accustomed to having in games. So it's good that they're self-aware. And look, Josh has been one of the most self-aware quarterbacks I've ever been around. He recognizes it. The offensive staff recognizes it. So hopefully, they can get in the lab and figure out what they're looking at here. Obviously, Palmer's availability will be pretty large going into this week's game. And look, I know I was kind of hoping, and not that I have all the answers by any means, but I was kind of wondering if they would use Curtis Samuel in Palmer's role to stretch the field, line him up outside more. I don't think we saw much of that. And look, we know Curtis Samuel has had pretty good success in his last 2 games against the Chiefs
I wonder if his role enlarges this week, partially out of necessity and partially out of past history, because they seem to have problems with him in the passing game. So that might be something for them to explore this week. I'm curious to see if it comes to fruition this weekend.
It'll be a big week. Bills and Chiefs from Highmark Stadium, the latest in the tour of great home games on the docket for this year. Chris, thanks. We'll chat on Friday and see what the week brings.
All right, take care, guys.
Chris Brown, his appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Our lines are open, 803-0550. Had a few people drop off. What do you want to talk about? The passing game? The Hairston, Hoyt additions and what those look like? Give us a ring. Or you can talk about New England if you want, because the Patriots, Joe, you were putting them on upset alert a little bit. And
I was.
That was not a factor.
Do you know why I put them on upset alert? And you know why I bet them?
Why?
I bet the Browns.
No.
Because the 2 games the Patriots have lost this year, the one weakness that maybe New England has, that's why they can't run the ball, is their line is actually not that great. And their 2 losses this year, in part, were they couldn't block against Max Crosby and the Raiders, and then against T.J. Watt and the Steelers.
Right.
So
And
I
here's
thought,
Myles Garrett.
okay, Myles Garrett and the Browns.
He had 5 sacks.
I was kind of right and also wrong, because I was predicting that Myles Garrett would wreck the game. Somehow he had 5 sacks and didn't wreck the game.
It's kind of amazing.
So, I mean, Drake May took 6 sacks in the game, and they still scored how many points? 30 something?
Yeah.
And they were still chucking the ball down the field?
Yeah, they hit Butte down the field again for a touchdown. That's the thing about like the downfield passing game is like when you hit it again and again and again, doesn't that change the way defenses play against you and you should be able to do more things? And here are the Bills.
A little bit.
Like we just love to see them hit one.
That also is kind of, I'll look in like when those big passing plays came. If you're going to be a team that takes some sacks, you have to neutralize that with big passing plays.
Yeah, you have to punish. Right?
You can't be a dink and dunk, run the ball offense if you're going to also take sacks.
Yep.
Like, they need those chunk plays.
803-0550. All right, more of your phone calls. 1-888-552-550. Wide open for you on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday on WGR.
I don't disagree with you. I do not think Josh Allen is a game manager, and he is
or should be. But right now they are kind of using him like one.
Definitely, because I do think he is absolutely way better than Ryan Tannehill by far.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong on that.
Hot take.
Probably way better than what John Elway was in his last 2 years at 37 and 38 years old. You have to tell me I didn't watch those 2 years.
Those last couple years, Elway was not exactly. He was not the gunslinger he had been before. Yeah.
All right, but. Listen,
he also couldn't run.
Call a spade a spade. What is he right now? What is he? How is he being used? What do the numbers look like? It's game manager numbers. He's 20th in the league in passing.
Yep.
He's behind Rattler, Mac Jones, Flacco, and Cam Ward. Like, sorry, like I know I want to see it too at some point, and when I compare them to the Titans, part of that is a question of I don't know if you can win big doing it this way. If you can't go into your pass game at some point, and this will be a good test of that, like can you win just doing things like you did yesterday where it's just all about the run game and all about the defense?
No.
Like, it's going to be harder to do it that way. It can happen, but it'll be harder. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, their passing game is secondary right now. Like, this is Allen even got the question asked this way. Like, James Cook carries this offense. That's their offense right now. It is carried by James Cook, and their best pass plays are plays that are 3 yards through the air to Khalil Shakir or are screens.
Tackle, right.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's your quarterback being a game manager.
For sure. That's definitely true. And the thing about can they win like this, I said this a couple weeks ago, and now we are in Chiefs week. When these two teams meet next week, Sunday, the contrast in styles is going to be like
so different.
Whiplash.
These two teams have never been more different.
That's right. Total
not even
whiplash.
Close. Yeah.
As the Chiefs are going to want to throw it 40 times,
and the Bills are going to want to
track stars,
and the Bills are going to pound it down their faces.
Yeah. It's going to be such a contrast in styles, and who knows. We were talking in the James Cook conversations, like whether or not they should extend him. I'd pointed out many times he's a top 10 back and over-expected every single year since he kind of got the job. Last season, James Cook's yards over-expected was 167 for the year.
Okay.
In this game, it was 121.
Wow.
121 yards over-expected.
So he's probably going over last year's number for the season at some point.
Is he already over it? He is at 225.
All right, he's already over it.
And he leads the league. Number one.
Wow.
The number one running back in
more than Jonathan Taylor?
203.
That's crazy. Taylor has been stacking these long runs every week.
The league in rushing yards over expected. And that's, if you really want to dig into the Jonathan Taylor comparison, per attempt, he's number one by almost a half yard.
Wow.
1.81 yards over expected per carry for James Cook. Last year in that department, the league leader was Derrick Henry. His number was lower.
Mm-hmm.
You have in Cook in this rushing offense, when they give him the ball and when it's at its best, he's the best back in football. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
It's
still funny because it doesn't. You watch Bijan and you watch Henry at times, McCaffrey, and it just pops off the screen. Cook still, to me, sometimes seems like he's jogging through the defense. But I think there is a, I really want to, appreciate the way he runs, which is, I think, more Le'Veon Bell-esque. Just let me slow play this, be patient, find my hole, slash through a gap that maybe a Ray Davis is not going to get through.
Yep. There's a lot of slithering, it feels like, to his. Yeah. Like, he gets the line.
If Derrick Henry is a truck, then, what is Cook is like a little moped that's in and out of traffic.
He gets his yards over expectation not by blasting through guys, but he's going to squeeze between two tackles and fall forward 5 yards.
Right.
He ran so well yesterday.
Listen for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley at KeyBank Center, February 13th, courtesy of Messina Touring Group. Tickets go on sale Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Well, you don't always talk MVP race. Joe, when's the last time you checked the MVP odds?
I'm proud to say it's been, it had been a while. I think maybe I did it last week while we were on at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, because I wanted to check Drake May's odds. I think he was 4th at the time. Is that why you're about to bring it up?
He's 3rd.
He's 3rd?
He's jumped considerably.
Who did he jump? Baker?
Jump Baker, yep.
So now it's what? Mahomes 1,
Allen 2.
Allen 2.
Allen has almost no road to the MVP.
Don't bet, if you're in a state that you could do this, don't bet Josh Allen win MVP.
Doesn't it look like he has no road there? He doesn't put up the numbers in the passing game.
And also, he just won it last year, and we know that might
he's got
hurt
a running back that's going to maybe have 2,000 yards or whatever, big.
I'll put it this way: I bet Allen's odds are better. I bet Cook's more likely to win Offensive Player of the Year than Allen is to win MVP.
Yeah. Mahomes is the favorite right now. He plays Washington tonight. We'll get some calls in 803-0550. Patriots win. Their next game is Atlanta.
Atlanta next.
Atlanta was a disaster against the Dolphins.
They're the most confusing team in the league.
They had a lot of injuries. They're down Penix. They're down Drake London. They're down Jalen Walker.
It's still Miami.
I know.
And they're down Penix, and Kirk Cousins is like a reputable quarterback. Although not a good week for the veteran quarterback bump.
No.
Veteran backup quarterback. Because Dalton and Cousins both looked like trash.
Joe Flacco made us believe in veteran quarterback bumps. And then
maybe it's not real?
No, not so much. and they lost to the Jets.
Carson Wentz also has been terrible.
Yeah. Anthony in Jamestown. Good morning, Anthony. You're on WGR on a Victory Monday.
Good morning. Just had a couple questions. If you guys, thanks again for all the friendly banter throughout the week. But I have two questions. One, Taron Johnson. Why is there not much being said about him and his play right now? Hasn't been very good. Second one is, I have this weird theory that me and my friends Mark and Frank, shout out to them. We have this theory that we might as well be in the trade market with Josh Allen if all he's going to be is a game manager. I think McDermott wants to make him into a game manager, and a guy like Brock Purdy, something like that, a trade San Francisco, trade Purdy's contract for Allen's contract. McDermott gets what he wants. He wants a game manager. He wants a guy that doesn't turn the ball over. He wants a running game.
Anthony, you're not serious, are you?
You don't really have this in your group chat.
I actually am a bit serious about this. Yeah.
You're serious about them.
So let me ask, instead of building an offense to not have the quarterback be a game manager, you want to choose to forever have your quarterback be a game manager.
Well,
he's making a point about McDermott.
Has Brock Purdy been to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, he's got a great offensive coach.
Oh, so that's where I'm at right now. I mean, we talk about how Josh Allen is probably the most talented quarterback in the NFL, but we have completely clipped him, and he doesn't. We talk about what Harbaugh did to Herbert last year. McDermott's doing the same thing to Josh Allen right now.
I mean, what Harbaugh did to Herbert, right now they're throwing the ball a lot, and they drafted him a ton of weapons. I don't know. I guess the thing I would say here, your point, you're looking at the Bills' offense, and he's the most talented quarterback in football. We of course all think that he's top 2, top 3, top 1. Right now, I do. Here's one take. I'll give you a take. I don't think it's that hot. But we'll get to the other side. I think the pressure that Bills fans feel about wanting Josh to start looking better is going to continue to ratchet up to incredible pressure levels as Drake May looks like, just this year, Drake May's been the best quarterback in this division this year. That's it. And then you would immediately say, well, he's got good weapons and he's got an offensive court. Drake May's been the best quarterback in this division this year.
His weapons aren't that good.
They're good. Fine.
They're not.
He's got Josh McDaniels.
He doesn't have Chase and Higgins.
It's 8 games. Doesn't mean he's a better quarterback. But right now, the better passing team, it is New England. And, of course, anytime you get to that spot, you'd say, like, well, how did that happen? Shouldn't that not be the case? It might be tough. I mean, you might have by the start of next year, here's what I would say about May. And, again, it's really the point not about who's better. Allen's had a much better career, and you'd probably take Allen first. But May's young, and by this time next year, will Drake May be universally considered a top 5 quarterback in the league? He might be.
If he keeps playing like this.
Will they argue him against Burrow? It'll be Allen, Mahomes, Jackson. Who's going there?
May.
Is it?
It's possible.
It's very possible. So he's got still a ton to prove, but I do think that the in-division, your neighbor right there, they've got a stud quarterback, and look what they do for him is going to get loud. Again, what does May have? Not a running game. The Bills help Allen in a great way with a running game, and that's kind of what makes their lack of ability to pass the ball so astounding. How bad does your passing offense have to be when your run offense and your line and your quarterback are so good, and you still can't pass it? That's just kind of wild to be in that spot, but here we are. And this week it's Kansas City, and the contrasting styles are going to be absolute cinema to watch. What a game we've got coming up on Sunday. All right, 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, more of your calls here on WGR.
The Panthers came into this game being able to run the ball and being able to stop the run. Through 7 games, they've been able to do that. And the Bills went right at their strengths as a team, and they did a pretty solid job on both fronts, where they ran the ball at will. And then when the Panthers tried to run the ball, I think thank you, Carolina, for giving more carries to Chuba Hubbard in this game than Rico Dowdle, so they did you a little bit of a favor on that front. But in general, it was 4.1 yards per carry on 28 carries. For a team that's been running the ball really well, it's pretty solid.
Yep.
and you sacked the quarterback 7 times, and you got an interception on him. Like, it was pretty much a flawless performance by the defense.
Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, like, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. Like, that's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, like they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? Like that's probably what we'll be talking about all week. Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year, he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows? Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
Bills back on track with a 40-9 win over the Carolina Panthers. James Cook runs through the Panthers defense for 216 yards and 2 touchdowns. A couple of injuries out of last night's game. Ed Oliver left the game with a bicep injury, did not return. We'll see his status hopefully today at some point. We hear what that will be. Also, Osiris Torrance went for x-rays after the game, so see what's going on with him too. Bills still second in the AFC East. New England winning yesterday over Cleveland. Another 3-touchdown performance for Drake May. They're 6-2. The Bills are 5-2. The whole AFC East won yesterday. The Jets get their first win of the year, 39-38 over the Bengals. That was the only close game of the day. Dolphins beat the Falcons 34-10. Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, beat Chicago 30-16. And Pittsburgh lost to Green Bay on Sunday Night Football. So Baltimore 2 games back of the Steelers, and they are the division favorite at the betting markets this morning. Monday Night Football, Chiefs host the Commanders, 8:15 tonight. Game 3 of the World Series, also tonight at 8 o'clock, Blue Jays-Dodgers in L.A. Game 3 is at 8. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen on this Victory Monday. Happy Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Be caller 5 to win a pair of tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley on February 13th at KeyBank Center, courtesy of Messina Touring Group. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Be caller 5 to 2214 WGR for that. All right, 803-0550 on the division, a couple things. I also want to get to something that happened yesterday that's just, man, Twitter and tweeting things and people getting mad at you because they see something 36 hours after it's tweeted. I want to just tell a quick story about that. So during the game yesterday, the score is 19-3.
Yep.
And I tweeted, we're about to see the maddest fan base to ever win by 30.
Okay.
About to see the maddest fan base to ever win by 30 in league history. In that moment, I was suggesting people are already mad. They're up 19-3. Passing game's not working. They're running the ball great. They're going to win this game. They're going to dominate the rest of this game. And then, of course, the tone will be like, yeah, nice to get the win, but. And the number of people that, Joe, saw that tweet after they won by 30.
Yep.
And accused me of being, I don't know, whatever. I've sat in this chair for more than 20 years, and the Bills have been good for a long time now. And when they win games, but the thing that everybody's worried about, which is, what is it? The downfield passing game, isn't there 1 week before the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I get the sense that, wow, they're going to win by 30, and we're all going to be really happy about that. But the tone on the station might be a little bit along the lines of like, boy, I'm still kind of worried. Hence the joke. There's about to be the maddest fan base ever to win by 30. Doesn't mean you should be mad. It just means I'm like a weatherman. Like, oh, these clouds. I know these clouds. I know what those look like.
Right.
They won. It's wonderful. I tweeted it when they were. I think it might have been the end of the start of the third quarter. Anyway, so relax. You don't have to yell at me about it. Stop yelling at me about a thing I tweeted at 2:48 predicting they would win by 30.
Oh, we're going to have to start putting timestamps on tweets.
They have timestamps.
Well, like in the actual tweet.
They have timestamps.
It's a fine print at the bottom. Or we could protest to have them made larger.
Right.
Or like there's a little clock next to all your tweets so they know exactly when it came.
Just funny. Anyway, 803-0550. This week is going to be
maybe you get community noted. Community noted underneath says that at the time of this tweet, the score was
they were up
blank.
by 16.
16.
This individual was simply predicting that the team you like is going to continue to dominate this game in a merciless fashion.
Trubisky will come in.
Yes. And then afterwards, we'll be talking about their problems because that's kind of normal. That's okay. Anyway, all right, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
You want a very quick trivia question from around the league?
Sure.
Very brief. Right now, there is a quarterback in the NFL that has gone 10 straight starts without throwing an interception. He's one away from the NFL record.
10 straight starts without throwing an interception.
And he's one away from the NFL record, which is held by Tom Brady.
Okay.
Guy on the verge of breaking a Brady record. Who is it?
I'm going to say it's like somebody that's not that good to illustrate your point about
Correct.
Or my point that I like to make a lot about interceptions.
Correct.
10 straight starts without an interception. That's going to be who plays games where nothing ever happens.
Mm-hmm.
And is also
that's a good way of starting here.
Okay.
Nothing ever happens.
How about,
things do happen sometimes.
Is it like C.J. Stroud?
Worse.
Okay. Worse than C.J. Stroud.
Worse than C.J. Stroud.
Who, by the way,
Owen,
they had a good game.
They did have a good game.
They did have a good game.
That was stunning to me.
Yep, they beat the Niners.
Stunning.
All right. Below that, let's go down.
Nothing guy?
Nothing's happening. Is it Cam Ward?
It's not Cam Ward.
Oh, he throws a bunch of picks.
I'm not willing to say worse than Cam Ward. Although I still feel like Cam Ward is.
Who is it?
Justin Fields.
Oh, yeah, I would not have predicted that.
Wow.
Right now, Justin Fields is one start away from tying the NFL record for most starts in a row without throwing a pick.
Great.
And how good has he been in those 10 games?
Yeah.
Horrible.
One thing about here's another example of
yesterday he was okay.
Another example of the standard. Like the Bills' standard is super high. This kind of gets to the joke about they won by 30 and about to be the maddest fan base ever to win by 30. I don't think people are actually mad. They're just talking about the team like they do with us, and we love you for that. What's the standard in New York? Justin Fields wins a game for their first of the season.
Yeah.
And it's, wow, what a guy, warrior.
Yeah.
They made it through. Got to feel good for that guy. That's the standard.
Called out the owner in post-game after they won.
Called out the owner.
Say, that's outside noise. I know he's the owner, but that's outside noise. I love that.
Okay, all right.
That was awesome.
Like the standard for the Jets is what? Any win would feel like a gift from heaven.
Right.
So anyway.
Hey, they did the thing, by the way, that it worked.
What's
you see Ben Solak had a good tweet about this, like how no one ever talks about, especially on TV, like no one ever talks about the analytics when they work. Like was Bill Cowher talking about yesterday the fact that Aaron Glenn went for the 2-point conversion when he was down 14?
The down 8 test, he did
and then he got it, and they kicked the extra point to win the game at the end.
Yep.
It worked, and that dude is like the most old school head coach. He's been punting on the 30-yard line this year, and he got it right.
We'll get some calls
Good
in
for the Jets.
Kyle in Nashville. Hey, Kyle, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Morning.
All right. I was on Instagram scrolling, and I saw a post about Green Bay Packers players being called about. And then I went into Spot Track. I was like, well, who is available in 2027? I saw Christian Watkins, Donovan Wicks, Jalen Reed. Do you think that we could have there's good verticals. Do you think anyone in that particular year that we could trade for? Just thinking outside the box, that's not Shaheed, Olave. You think Beans, hey, let's think out the box. Who can we trade for?
Sure. On the Packers, thanks, Kyle. The name that I've had a few people send this to me is Romeo Doubs because he's a free agent. Like the Packers have a bunch of very tradable receivers. They have a nice model where they draft a bunch all the time.
They're all on rookie contract. Except I think maybe they just gave Watson a pay bump.
Yes, like Jaden Reed is under contract next year. So is Dontavian Wicks next year.
Obviously Matthew Golden.
Dobbs a free agent. I just would find it really hard to envision the Packers, who are trying to win, getting rid of one of these guys at the deadline.
Especially since isn't Dobbs kind of at the top of the list?
Yes.
Like they're all pretty good. They all are involved to some extent. I think Wicks is the guy that I would call about if it were me. They might not want to trade any of them.
Yeah.
But when Jaden Reed comes back, like they do have too many guys that are good. Wicks is a decent receiver.
He is good.
And when Jaden Reed comes back, he's going to be number 5 on the depth chart. You could argue number 6 because they like to use Savion Williams in like the jet sweep role and in the backfield. And if Dontavian Wicks is your number 6 receiver, you should probably trade him and get something for him.
5th round pick.
Done.
803. No, that's what he was. A 5th round pick.
Sorry, I thought you were
Wicks.
saying they should offer a 5th round pick.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe more names this week. Names that have been floated. Jalen Waddle, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed.
Where are you at in thinking they're going to actually do it or not, though? Because I still feel like the most likely outcome is they're going to treat Gabe Davis as their deadline acquisition.
There's two. You have another most likely outcome that you've said to me, and I think is Brandon Cooks.
Right. Cheap.
It's
going to be really cheap. What was the report that they're going to get a fifth for him?
Maybe.
I don't think they're getting a fifth for him.
No, probably not.
Maybe it's like a fifth. They'll get a fifth, and then they'll give a seventh back. So it's like a swap more than it's...
On the chatter about, like, what's the number one reason they would need to trade for a receiver if they're going to do it? Like, you ask me, do I think they're going to do it? I'm going to say no. I'm not going to allow myself to think they're going to push in on that. I don't think they will. Probably the number one reason they have to trade for a receiver is Keon Coleman. Is it not? He's on the field all the time, and he's a non-factor. Like, they might want to give snaps to someone else, but who else could they give it to? I don't know. Coleman is just not delivered, and unless they're going to figure that out, the number one reason they need to do it is because, well, I don't know what to expect out of Palmer week to week. But Palmer comes back, okay, I've got Josh Palmer. And I probably need something better than Coleman.
Enough. It's not like Palmer on its own, even if he wasn't injured and I had that as a question mark, it's not enough. Like, the guy that has been the number 3 wide receiver for the Chargers, let me pray that he's good and healthy and can help me. It's just not. I don't think it's enough to beat the great teams that are going to sell out to stop your run game.
Teams that can blitz and get home, right? Teams that can stop you running the football and blitz. Like, as soon as you can kind of see it happening, even in this Carolina game, how does the drive go? If they get 5 yards or 6 yards on first down, they're going to be in good shape. Yeah. Run for 10. As soon as they get into an obvious passing situation,
gets tougher.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Right? 3rd and 1. There's the drive where Allen takes that sack. 3rd and 1, penalty. 3rd and 6. Now it's a pass. What is it? 16-yard sack. And it's where they're in obvious passing situations. Other than that second half against Baltimore, obvious passing situations, the Bills are just really a mess right now. And is that because of injuries to Palmer and Kincaid, who was limited in this game? Sure.
Yeah.
But Coleman had 3 catches for 30 yards yesterday. And some of that is later in the game when they didn't throw to him, I don't think, until he didn't have a catch until they were up 23.
Okay. And one of his catches came with Trubisky,
right? Also, Jim in Connecticut. Hey, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Hey, yeah, real quick. I know with the passing attack, but the other thing is the backs are not involved at all. Yesterday was, they didn't pass a lot. I think there was one target to Davis on the scramble. That was it, and it's been that way all year. I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
I tend to lean away from they need to be using. I guess I don't know how you want to do it. You want to use Cook more in the passing game. I don't want to put too much on his plate in the regular season because I'm going to need him fresh for the playoffs. And then what's my alternative? I'm going to start throwing the ball to Ty Johnson this year, and that's not really working. I don't know. He's on the field. Like, those plays are maybe available, and he's got 2 catches on the season. He's been targeted 7 times. He's got 2 catches on the season. Like, I don't know. Like, if you want to add somebody that's dangerous around the league because you think you need more and you could get it cheap to add as a backfield weapon, then maybe do that. But I'm not trying to add more to James Cook, and I'm also not trying to just think that Ty Johnson is the missing component of this offense. I think he was a fine player. Last year went well for him, but I don't think the thing they're missing is targeting him. Well, even last year went well. Do you know how many targets he had last year? How many catches? It was 18 catches.
No, but
a lot of it came in one game against the Lions.
One thing that they had last year, and I'm not going to be able to find it. I'll ask Anthony Prohaska of Cover One has been charting this. Their EPA when targeting running backs
was high.
Last year, they were the best in the league.
Yeah.
And right now, they're in the 20s. So it's definitely a missing part of their passing game. Last year, they were the best at it.
I just don't know that the guys they currently have in the room are the ones that you need to be focusing on getting more touches
if I'm getting my EPA in any way I can get it, And it's the same guys that were in the room last year when they were the best at it. If you had the best receivers and they were number one in the league in EPA one year, and then you got to the next year and you were 23rd, you'd say, what happened? So there's a point about the passing game featuring running backs, because that was part of what made it work so well.
So what do we want to do? We want to throw the ball to Cook more? Is that the answer? Because again, I'm hesitant to do that because I don't think that giving him 30 touches a game is necessarily the smartest move in the regular season.
Right. I might want to, protect him.
It's a tough balance. I don't know.
In that game yesterday, it's like, I've had enough. Get him out.
You go trade a 5th-round pick for Breece Hall, then you could talk to me all day about wanting to throw the ball to him 6 times a game. Fine. But I don't. There's no guy here that I'm ready to force the ball to more out of the backfield.
Tom in Utica is up next. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. First-time caller here. I was watching the game yesterday. Thank you. I was watching the game yesterday, and I had a couple thoughts. And my first thought was, going to the make a move at the deadline conversation. Every team that's ever made the Super Bowl was elite at something. And I feel like at this point, what is their best bet is to be elite on offense, which is why I think they should make a move for a receiver. But it also got me thinking about Stephon Diggs a little bit, because before he kind of forced his way out, one of the things that, we heard from him was he didn't like the direction of the offense, and there was no downfield passing game. So it makes me wonder, is it more a product of personnel or is it a product of scheme? Because I know like Elijah Moore and, Samuel, before they got to Buffalo, they were showing signs of being able to get downfield and make plays. And, ever since they got here, we don't see as much of that. And I remember when Diggs was here, he was catching tunnel screens and, he had lighted it up the first half of the season. And then, as the season went on, that kind of petered off. So, is a trade even going to help at this point, I guess is my question, because I just feel like with Brady, we've seen the offense shift, and we've lost that. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a totally fair question to ask. If you're someone that thinks, I don't want them to get help down the field in a vertical passing element because this offense wouldn't be able to hit it, you might be right. That might be the quarterback. That might be the coordinator, might be the quarterback. I mean, Allen, downfield targets on deep balls, he's missed a few. He missed Diggs a lot the year that Diggs ultimately it crashed out. I mean, he missed Diggs a lot on those. Everyone remembers the one that Diggs dropped in the playoff game, of course, but there were plenty where Diggs got behind a defense and Allen kind of overthrew him or whoever. So the idea that they can't do it because Brady doesn't have the chops for it, I don't know. Here
be my question, the way the caller put that. Everyone's elite at one thing. Like Super Bowl champions are often elite at one thing, right? How many Super Bowl champions would you say the best thing they did was running the football? Because right now that's the Bills. The best thing the Bills do is they run the football. How many Super Bowl champions can you name where that was true? Maybe last year.
People might say that about the Eagles. That's right.
How about before that?
The Chiefs have never been good at it.
Nope. Chiefs weren't that. New England, it was never that.
Tampa with Brady was not that.
Rams, nope. Denver, it was defense. Seahawks, Legion of Boom. The closer, though, like their run game was great.
Sure. It's
I got to go back to probably the Cowboys in the 90s, maybe.
Denver in the 90s.
Like, it's just not often.
It's not often.
The team lifting the trophy at the end of the season. Every year, it's very rare that the best thing that team did was running the football.
Right. And in the Super Bowl, the Eagles, who were great at running the football, what did they do?
They didn't run the football.
They didn't run the football well. They
chucked it deep.
They hit the Chiefs with big plays, and their defense was amazing. Now, part of that conversation, Joe, is the defense we saw yesterday. Is that a glimpse into what this defense might be?
Yeah, I hope so.
I think the defense can be a lot better than it was the first 6 weeks of the season. The question is, can it be good enough against the top teams? Maybe. Like, we might have seen the Bills start to turn into their final form. And the question, I guess, for the next 8 days will be, will they want to get a little better at anything before, packing it all in and going for the run, going for the trophy? 803-0550. Wendell in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Wendell.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Excellent.
Sorry about Bill's Mafia stuff beating you up with that. I think the problem with, Bill's Mafia, and I love them, but, they suffer from paralysis by overanalysis. And, basically let this defense and stuff, get, acquainted with one another and stuff and be able to play as a team. I think that's gonna be surprisingly good and stuff in the future. I hope, I can be a mini Nostradamus and stuff with that. But just chill out, take a chill pill, and relax. And I think everything's going to be all right.
Okay. I don't think anybody's not that chill. And what is all right?
Except for the guy maybe that tried to trade Josh Allen.
Let me ask you that, Wendell. What is all right? Everything's going to be all right.
Am I still on?
Yeah.
I think that, the defense showed that it can, actually stop them. What, they only scored like 9 points or something? So I think that, that if we can stop, somebody and get the ball back to Allen, in the offense, we'll be fine.
What's fine? Is that winning the division? What is that?
What's fine?
As far as them getting acquainted with one another.
No, I know. You're saying like you're, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be optimistic about where they're going, but you say like everything's going to be all right. They'll be fine. What does that mean?
That means that we end up winning the division.
Okay.
And then also, get home field advantage and stuff. Although the Colts and stuff kind of scare me, and we'll be right back where we started from with, being the second, having the second seed.
Yeah.
I really want that first seed because I think that's going to get us away from, a lot more games than we won't really want to play.
Yeah. Wendell, thanks for entertaining my questions there. The 1 seed. Yeah. So the 1 seed odds right now, the Bills have a New York Times playoff simulator is up and running. They have a 13% chance to get the 1 seed right now. 13.
Favorites are the Colts.
Favorites are the Colts.
Yep.
And the Bills are at 13. I mean, New England would have a better chance than the Bills right now because New England's ahead of the Bills.
Right.
Do you want to know what the odds are the Bills get the 1 seed if they lose this week to the Chiefs?
5%.
5%.
Yeah.
That's it. Down to 5.
What's it go up to if they win?
If they win, they're at like 20.
Okay. I'm glad Wendell got to fine being the division there because that's what I would have said. Like, if you want to say like they'll be fine,
the division,
because I want to see them be better than fine. Fine to me is doing what they've been doing, which is they make the playoffs, they win a playoff game, and they lose to the Chiefs or the Bengals. And I don't want to sign up for that again. But division is different now. And I think fine means they will get back to a place where they are at least winning the AFC East. Because that's not a gimme right now.
And
like New York Times there, like it's not even favored in a lot of places.
Right. Here's the other thing. New England might be New England beat the Bills, so they have one good win on the resume. We might be in a spot where if the Bills do win the division, it's the first time they did it beating an actually good team. Like a really good team. I know that Miami was there, but people doubted them the whole time.
Yep.
This time around, if they win it and they chase down a good New England team and beat them, like that's worth something. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. We'll get a break in. We got our fantastic four-way parlay coming. Feel good about it.
Yes.
Feel real good about it tonight on the Chiefs and the Commanders. So we'll do that for some fun and take more of your calls here on a Victory Monday on WGR. Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily, but the Barnes Firm injury report. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, We'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant, and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
Of all the things I would look at and say, I'm going to pause on that one, the 7 sacks. I had someone say, like, hey, is this the pass rush that Brandon Beane envisioned having? And my answer was, well, if you play Andy Dalton 16 games, you're going to set the sack record. Like, that's not the same as sacking whoever. This season, their 2 best performances in getting the quarterback on the ground, they have 4 sacks against Drake May, by the way, 4 against Fields, and 7 against Dalton. Other than that, like they've had sacks in just about every game. They got Lamar twice. They did not get Tua. He's the only player they did not sack in a game. So sacks are a quarterback stat about time, escapability. Will they get to Mahomes? It's the ultimate test, right? Like that's probably what we'll be talking about all week. Yeah. Is whether or not they can get to him.
Yep.
But I'm not really going to look at getting to Andy Dalton 7 times as an indicator that your pass rush has been totally fixed.
Although I did see a stat yesterday that the Bills sacked him 7 times yesterday, and in 5 starts last year, he took 7 sacks.
Okay.
So I don't know what he is historically, though. Maybe that was an off year. Is he someone who usually did take sacks? I don't remember.
Who knows?
But Hoyt collapsing the pocket again, and he's after him, and he's got him on a second effort for the sack. The Canadian Crusher drops him.
The Canadian Crusher.
Has
Michael
that been
Hoyt.
uploaded to Pro Football Reference yet?
Let's get it going. I'm into it. The Canadian Crusher. Michael Hoyt. Bills win 40-9. And next up play the Kansas City Chiefs, who play tonight. There's a Manning cast tonight.
Ooh, good.
And the Commanders' defense has been a mess. So
yeah. So you expect the Chiefs
I
to
expect
kinda
the
go
Chiefs
off
to look
a little bit.
I am fully expecting them to look as nasty as they do.
Yeah.
This game is at a small place you might know called Arrowhead. Shocker. Chiefs are...
Although, to be fair, I don't really think I've seen Arrowhead much this year.
No?
Because think of their primetime games. They played in Brazil.
Yeah.
They played in New York at MetLife.
That's right.
They played in, what was the Monday night game? Jacksonville.
They played home against Detroit at Arrowhead.
All right,
So here you go. At Arrowhead against Washington at home.
With Mariota at quarterback.
Yes. There's a Manning cast if you want it. 803-0550. We'll get you the Fantastic Four-Way Parlay in a moment. I'm feeling good. Feeling hot. Going to score this week with our Fantastic Four-Way. Mike in Orchard Park, though, is up first. Mike, hey, good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. Yeah, I mean, as far as this game, I got a lot of family in the Carolinas, so it was kind of nice to, see us throw out a domination performance. And, I feel like, I'm not one of these casuals saying we should trade Josh Allen. That's crazy. But I will say this. I feel like there's a lot of good things we've seen on film. Maxwell Harrison, I felt like finally I've seen a defensive back actually attack rather than wait for the runner to come to him. So there were some good things on film I've seen with him. As far as Joe Brady, I felt he did a really good job scheming up a lot of the toss plays and whatnot. I guess just, moving forward, man, my concern is Josh Allen. He's just not playing well right now. And I feel like a lot of the things that he was successful last season, he's just not doing. And I just don't know if he's pressing or like he's getting frustrated with his play. And the passing game is non-existent. So I guess, myself and other Bills fans were like, against the better teams, we're not going to be able to run every single time. And, James Cook is not going to have the success that, he had against the Panthers. So my question is, what do we need to do? And I just don't know what the answer is.
Thanks, Mike. I guess I should wonder, we think not everybody thinks they can't win like this. Like if they got a little bit better in the passing game and, play action and get Palmer back, can this formula they have, can it win? Maybe. It's why I'm going to keep saying all week, the difference in styles between the Bills and the Chiefs is going to be remarkable. It's absolutely couldn't be further apart from what they are.
Yeah, I should look right now. I wonder if in neutral pass rate, could the Bills be last? And we know the Chiefs are first. So it might actually be as polar opposite as you could possibly imagine. I don't know. If you told me right now that this is what they are, that this is how good the run game is, excellent. That the defense even will be better than it's been, but that the pass game is it is what it is. This is what it is. If you told me that that's the case, can they win? Sure, but I would predict the Patriots are going to win the AFC East then. I don't think they'll win enough games to beat the Patriots. Not doing this. I think to win the division, they have to get better in the pass game. That'd be my guess.
I think so too. 803-0550. But if they run their way to the Super Bowl and play sound defense, they're going to play closer games. That's for sure.
Hey, listen, if you don't win the division and you go on the road in Pittsburgh week 1, you're going to win. Doesn't mean I won't pick them to win that game.
You're going to win that game.
And it's not first versus last, by the way, because yes, while the Chiefs are number 1 in pass rate by a lot, the Bills have only gone down to 23rd on the season. Still bottom 10, but
803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. Chiefs and Commanders tonight from Arrowhead. Shall we do it? Let's do it. Our Fantastic Four-Way Parlay. We'll get back to your calls in a moment.
Do we have records in there? Do we want to share the records? No?
Oh, you can share records
He's
if you
got
want.
them. He's got them.
I know that I am 1-8.
Okay.
Officially now.
Am I 8-1?
Joe, I believe you are 8-1 or 7-2. I'm pulling it up here.
This is called 7-2. It sounds good.
Jared, you
that
are
doesn't seem fair.
6-3.
Okay.
And
but
Joe,
don't forget my loss last week. We charted to Joe.
Right, that's
that
on
was
us.
Joe's loss.
That was erroneous.
He
that was under appeal.
Right.
Actually.
And then Joe is currently 2-1.
Okay. Joe Cali.
Joe Cali's
Cali,
2-1.
yes.
All right.
Not.
Let's put together a Fantastic Four-Way Parlay. Here we go. Washington at Kansas City tonight. 4 pieces. By the way, happy Sports Equinox Day.
Everything.
Yes.
Yep. Baseball.
Will you watch
basketball,
everything?
NHL. Sure, I'll try. Also,
No, you're not going to try to watch basketball tonight.
No, you're right about that. We'll save it for tomorrow because we got to hear your story about going to Game 1 of the World Series.
Yes.
Joe was there. Looked pretty fun. All right, same game parlay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go first. I've got something I like. I like a lot. And that is receiving yards over for, let me make sure it's on the board here. Yes, got it.
Who do you want?
Well, the number is up, though.
Uh-oh.
Who did you want?
I'm going to take it. Brashard Smith.
Whoa. Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Over 16.5.
Brashard Smith.
Smith.
Leading off here.
Let me tell you.
Receiving yards.
Receiving yards.
Yeah, okay.
He's their running back that's better than Pacheco that they are starting to discover they should use more. Andy Reid says they're moving him all over the formations. He caught a couple of passes last week. He does what Shakir does for the Bills on some level.
But
which
from
is
running back.
Engineer some touches. Last week, he had 14 carries for 39 yards. And receiving, that's a lot of carries for him. And in the pass-catching game, let me give you that. This season, he's got 14 catches. Against the Raiders last week, he had, 5 for 42.
Yeah.
They are using him more. Brashard Smith, over 16.5 yards receiving. He's gone over every single game he has played for them.
I'm seeing a lot of Jarek McKinnon comparisons for him. Who remember, the Chiefs paid. He just got hurt, so
and
he
also,
never really played for him.
If you see him out there in the field and think, what? I thought Sky Moore left. He's wearing 24. That's what Sky Moore wore.
Right.
So Brashard Smith, over 16.5 receiving yards.
All right.
Feel great about it.
Okay.
Oh, and you want next?
Yeah, I'll take...
I'll play off whatever you guys got.
No, you know what? I actually thought about the pick that I want and don't like it anymore.
Okay.
Why does somebody else go?
Well, you're 1-8. Should we take it?
Actually...
I was going to say, that means we should take it.
I'll let you guys make the call. I was thinking about... Do we decide we're doing team?
I
thought you begged for help last time, and we're mad we didn't listen to you. Or you didn't listen to us.
I don't know. Last week, we didn't know Aaron Jones was going to dress, and I got screwed on my Jordan Mason touchdown. He didn't do a thing. All right, just do what you think is right. Your pick.
All right, I'm going to take Mahomes rushing over. He's just been running so much this year,
okay.
And I feel like it just takes a couple scrambles.
I just want to share with Jeremy. Jeremy, you want to look and see what on my phone, because I thought I was going next, the bet I had selected?
Mahomes under?
I had the Mahomes under. Well, we can't go over. We'll go over. That's fine.
All right, so Mahomes over on rushing yards.
23.5 isn't a big number. He could do that on 2 runs.
The number was what...
Okay.
I guess my only fear is I think he's going to have to do it in the first half, because Andy Reid is not going to be calling plays that are going to cause him to scramble in the second half.
Sure.
If they're up.
All right, I like it. Over 23.5. One thing that's stressful about when you go with these screen-based receivers on getting their yards and their catches is you got to be afraid they're going to call it back and call it a run.
Right.
I had Shakir yesterday, 6 catches, and I know they're just checking every single one of those, see if they're laterals.
Cash it before they change it on Wednesday.
Good on Greg Olsen to call those plays what they are, extensions of the run game.
Yeah.
That's not a passing game. That's a run. That's a running game. All right, anyway. We're in for 2 of the 4. Who's next, Joe DiBiase or Joe Kelly?
I feel so horrible.
Joe, how do you feel about yours?
I feel good about mine. I've been pretty hot on the alternate receptions this season, so I'm gonna continue on with that.
Okay.
Rashee Rice, 7+ alt receptions.
Wow, it's a big number.
Ooh. He's averaging 6.5, so it's right. It's just over the line there.
It's a big number. I like it.
Wait, he's averaging 6.5 in what? He played 1 game.
Well, 7 against Baltimore week 1. So in his 4 games he's played this season, he's averaging 6.5.
He's only played 1 game.
He's only played 1 game.
Played 1.
Oh, last year maybe. Last year was,
it's going back.
Maybe it's
that
going
must be
back.
last year.
Yeah, it must be.
That's why I was just confused because when you said 6.5, like how did he average 6.5 in 1 game?
I confused myself. You're absolutely right.
It's like a half set.
A half set.
2 guys caught the ball. Everybody eats. Remember?
The
Chiefs do say everybody got to eat.
Everybody got to eat.
If 2 guys caught it with 1 hand each, how would they credit it?
It's a great question.
Would it be a half catch?
Half catch.
All right. So you went Rice.
Yes.
Rice
over
7.
Over
7. He got 7 last week against Vegas.
All right, so the game script I have here is that the Chiefs are going to go nuts on offense tonight because Mahomes is running and Rice is catching the ball, and you've got Smith going over. So All right, I think the way this is playing out, the second half, the Chiefs are still playing football.
Okay.
Like, this is not winding the clock. So that means that the Commanders are competitive. So I'm going to go add Commanders plus 11.5 here. I mean, again, for all of those Chiefs numbers to hit, this game has to be close.
I do not agree with any of that.
They won't play in the second half. They'll be running the ball with Pacheco in the second half.
Did you see the Raider game? The Raider, they scored in their first 5 drives and then packed it in.
And how many of those hit in the Raider game?
I don't know, but, I mean, the Commanders.
Rice, 7.5 catches.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey. The Chiefs could get 16.5 from Brashard Smith, 23.5 from Mahomes on one drive. 7 catches is 2 drives for Rashee Rice.
Last week,
all right,
28 rushing yards for Mahomes, so he just got there, right? Rice did get to 7 catches on the number, and Brashard Smith, he went way over the receiving number, 42.
Okay. Hey, we're a team.
I mean, hey.
We're a team.
I'll go 11.5. Commanders.
Listen, this is good news. This is like a GM at a draft, you know? If this is us in our war room, I'm like, I absolutely hate that pick. But I'm going to go out in front of a microphone and be like, hey, we loved all 4 of the picks we made. Love it.
Yeah.
We love where this is going. Just like GMs do that all the time.
First rounder on our board.
11.5 of Washington. I mean, listen, I'm ready to be wrong. Who's any good at this stuff? But I hate that.
I don't like Commanders plus 11.5. I just think that's the game script we laid out.
Oh, it's cop out.
No,
when you're wearing the paper bag this week, you're like, I went off of your guy's script.
You want me to pick a different one?
No.
We're in.
It's more fun. Besides,
11.5.
If I kill a second in a row, I got to wear that. I should be wearing the paper bag right now.
One thing about a spread that big is you are always live for a stupid garbage time back cover. Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, 803-0550 to join us. That's the fantastic 4-way parlay. It's going to be plus 1255. Brashard Smith over 16.5 receiving. Mahomes over 23.5 rushing. Rashee Rice, 7 catches. And Commanders plus 11.5.
Offense.
Lots
of offense.
I hate that Commanders pick. I feel like the Chiefs are going to win this game 38-16.
38-16.
I mean, they're gonna run through this team like. I mean, the Commanders' defense has been a disaster this year. The Chiefs are going to do whatever they want, and it's going to give me a complex going into this week's game. The Commanders gave up 44 to the Cowboys last week.
Maybe they'll score.
They gave up 34 to the Falcons.
McLaurin is back this week.
Okay, that's good. That's better.
McLaurin's back this week. Actually, McLaurin and Debo, too. Well, Debo's been in and out a little bit.
Marcus Mariota. We'll see. Chiefs week. We'll watch them tonight, and then we'll see if the spread moves at all based on it. The Bills are underdogs, home dogs against the Chiefs for this week, which is a change, right? They came into the season favored in every game.
Yeah.
Here they are, dogs.
They were favored at the beginning of last week for this game. Like, they had a look-ahead spread. I think it was Bills -2. So then that changed throughout the week. This result, I guess, didn't do enough for them. 1.5 for Kansas City.
Yep.
The Bills have often been favored in Kansas City in the regular season.
Yes, right.
Not the other way around.
803-0550. Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Mr. Sal Capaccio coming up here on WGR.
That's the way I trust them to win the most yesterday, is they are going to run the ball at will. You are not going to stop James Cook, and I'm going to get my pass rush home like I did yesterday. Like that to me, right now, is their formula. And of the questions yesterday that you would have liked to have answered, maybe the biggest one wasn't answered, but I had other ones that were, right?
Yep.
Like the defense, if the defense plays like that, they can win football games. They can win football games, I think, against good teams. Can they beat the Chiefs? I'm not sure, but they could beat good teams playing the way that they did yesterday. I mean, you compared it to the Broncos with Terrell Davis. I said yesterday and thought the running back body type is not the same, and the way you run's not the same. So forgive me there, but I'm like, this is the Titans team that was the 1 seed. The team we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how they're trying to win is, all the film guys yesterday, who are they applauding? Reggie Gilliam. Like, it's going to be a Reggie Gilliam game. All the tight ends, National Tight End Day. Like, that is how I think they can win games better than any other way, is they can line up under center, and they can run the ball at will, and hopefully play good defense. Like, that's the Titans from 5 years ago.
Injury stuff. Should we do that first? The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm, and ask about Ed Oliver primarily. But the Barnes Firm injury report, injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We have Ed Oliver top of list, and is there anybody else we're keeping an eye on?
Well, let's start with Ed Oliver and just talk about yesterday. Not good news. He was, when he was ruled out immediately, that tells you that it's not good, right? And you've been doing this long enough, guys, and you know how this works. A guy gets an injury, team says he's questionable, he's doubtful, whatever. Immediately he was ruled out with a bicep injury. And we all know, if you remember last year, Matt Milano had the bicep injury in August, and that kept him out until December. So these are injuries, if they require surgery, that are months on months. We're talking multiple month injuries. So that's not encouraging. Now, that said, we don't know if that's the case yet. We'll hear from Sean McDermott later today. He'll give more of an update. But it's just not promising. It's not good. Ed even tweeted, posted something on his own Instagram, I believe, something that said something to the effect of football and me are like water and oil right now. He's obviously, disappointed as well and whatever, he's been told. But that being said, we'll wait for the official word, but it doesn't look good, and it's another defensive tackle. It's an area they've already been thin this year. They're dealing with injuries. They've been really hurt against the run, and Ed was playing great yesterday again. That's the thing. He's been so good. He's been dominant and already had to sack, 2 tackles for loss, and you take him out now, and now you're going to have to piece together a defensive tackle group for probably the remainder of the season, if not close to it, without Ed Oliver, and that's not good. Now, other injuries on the team during the game, nothing. But Matt Milano did not play again. He was inactive for the game. And then Terrell Bernard was active for the game but did not play at all. We were told right before the game that he would be available on an emergency basis. And basically the reason was, and Sean said this as well in the post-game presser, basically because Matt Milano was out and they want to get him healthy, you're kind of getting thin at linebacker. You didn't want to risk both him and Bernard. And Bernard was close, but they didn't really want to push it too much.
All right, wrapping things up and handing off to Mr. Sal Capaccio for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. He'll have arrow up, arrow down. All the good stuff Sal normally has. We've got Commanders and Chiefs tonight.
Look at Mike Greenberg picking the Commanders outright.
Outright. New York Times playoff machine, Chiefs playoff chances going into this game. We'll get you that, and then how they shift if they win or not. Because the AFC standings, the Chiefs have been like outside looking in despite their little win streak here. If they win, they're up to 86% to make the playoffs, according to the New York Times playoff machine, if you care about that. Mm-hmm. Looking at the conference right now, it's funny. If you ask all the pundits, like, who's the best team in the conference, you get a lot of answers say the Chiefs. And they are still in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. If they win tonight, they move into a playoff spot. And, of course, Denver is 6-2. The Chiefs are going to be 5-3. The vision of the AFC West being really strong looks like it's coming to fruition. 6-2 Denver, 5-3 LA, and 4-3 Kansas City. So, for what it's worth, be a real race.
You know who's not in a playoff spot this morning? The Sabres.
Right.
Who should be.
Because of Luukkonen?
They should have swept Toronto.
Yes, they should.
They outplayed Toronto in both games. They had them. They had a lead. They should have swept Toronto.
Well, stack some more wins this week.
Lindy's5.com. Suddenly we're at 5 out of 10 points so far for the 5.
Lindy's5.com. Current point pace for the season is 82. Not enough. They've got 9 of 18 possible points. What do they need? They need 6 out of every 10. So,
yep.
Oh, but you can go to Lindy's5.com. I'm going to go ahead and click a win against the
Columbus?
Jackets. Yeah, click a win over the Blue Jackets.
Weird little 6:45 start time tomorrow.
And then beat Boston. Win your next 2 games.
Who's playing goal?
Alex Lyon.
All right, then they can win.
Alex Lyon against Columbus. Make it happen.
Yep.
All right. Good, we got a season, maybe. If they win their next 2, their point pace is 97. Beat Columbus and Boston, and then let's just talk about a 97-point pace.
Bad teams.
Yeah. All right. Thanks to everyone that called, text, tweeted, listened, wrote in, all the good stuff. We're back tomorrow. Deadline stuff. We'll, of course, talk about the Chiefs game.
Rumors are going to be, I think,
flying. Let's hope we get a couple more.
We had a lot of that over the weekend.
Yep. All right. Sal's up next on WGR.
Handoff to Cook, through a hole, and darts into the open, and he is Gone, gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook, as the cook is in the kitchen for the first time in 3 games. It's a screenplay to him, blockers in front, gets up the sideline, but he's met by Hairston, who drops him at the 29. There's some physical play from the rookie. Back to pass, quick hitter to Shakir, spins away from the defender, he's up the sideline, 35-30, down to the 20, cuts it back 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Khalil Shakir, old reliable, goes 54 yards to the end zone. Takes the snap, 4-man rush, back to pass, but Hoyt collapsing the pocket again, and he's after him, and he's got him on a second effort for the sack. The Canadian Crusher drops him.
Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network on the calls right there. Sal Capaccio with you right here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Let's waste no time and get the phone lines fired up today with your calls on a Buffalo football victory Monday for the first time here in a month, right? Last time was week 4. We're at week 8. Bills get a victory, 40-9 over the Carolina Panthers. And, of course, our Victory Monday Buffalo WGR Sports Radio 550 Extra Point Show is brought to you by and presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We have a whole bunch to get to today, but first and foremost, of course, you getting on the phone lines at 803-0550. You know how this works on a Monday? Win or lose, a couple losses we've had, then a bye week, and now back to winning ways. And the Bills have a big 31-point victory over the Carolina Panthers. And how this works is you give a call, the floor is yours, what you liked, what you didn't like, questions, comments, concerns. Bills with a big win Sunday and a big game next Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs. We are live on the YouTube stream. Are we on Twitch too or just YouTube? We're on Twitch as well, Owen tells me. Okay. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. So you might be watching on Twitch. I got the YouTube stream pulled up, and I'll just say hello to everybody out there. We got Jake and Dirt and JT and Sabbath and the cast of characters coming in. And if I miss you, I'm sorry. AC, Todd, thank you very much for coming aboard today. You guys can chat away. I will be here with you doing the show, and you can talk amongst yourselves and whatever else you got going on a Buffalo football Victory Monday here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Okay, 40-9. You heard a few things there from Chris Brown on the calls, I should say. James Cook, Maxwell Hairston, Khalil Shakir, and Michael Hoyt. And I think those are 4 names that really helped, this team to victory. Now, Hairston, yes, he did, but more so for him was getting out there and playing. We'll get to all of that in a minute because I have arrow up, arrow down at WGR550.com. I'd like you to go take a look at that at some point today because I always write, what I liked, what I didn't like about the game, my instant reactions, not seeing the 30,000-foot view from the television and all 22, just instant reactions from seeing what I see, eye level on the field, box score, things like that. And what I saw on the field yesterday, overall for the Buffalo Bills, was a dominant, and I mean dominant running game. Folks, James Cook is special. He is special. He is great at what he does. Look, this morning, James Cook is second in the NFL right now in rushing behind only Jonathan Taylor, who's putting together, by the way, a historic season in his own right for the Indianapolis Colts. James Cook, though, is averaging more yards per carry than Jonathan Taylor. After 7 games, an NFL running back, James Cook, is averaging 6.0 yards a carry on 126 carries. It's amazing. 753 yards. Now, Taylor's played an extra game. He's got 850. Cook could pass him once the Colts have their bye week, whenever that is. I'll have to look up. But the point here is, though, about James Cook and the day and the season he's having, the day he had yesterday, I think I'd be remiss not to start with his historic performance. 216 yards rushing. And, I mean, to put it in perspective, that rushing performance was the 6th best all-time in franchise history, a franchise that's existed for over 60 years, and it was the best performance, yards-wise, since 1976. I said to James Cook after the game in the locker room, I said, dude, that's the best performance since I was 2 years old, and I'm an old dude. And he just kind of laughed. It's crazy. Think about it. 1976. I was 3, actually. But it's crazy. And the dominant run game was because of a dominant offensive line and excellent run game play calling. I have never seen that many toss sweeps in my life. And guess what? It was working and effective, and that's why you keep doing it. Did a live podcast last night after the game with Matt Bove on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and someone in the chat box said, all they did was run toss sweep. Yeah, that's right, because it worked, and it was great. Keep running it. Just keep running it until they stop it. And there were a couple times they did, and especially after you took James Cook out, and that's kind of what I mean by when you watch him, he's special. Like, James Cook just is different. And to see that performance up close last night, that was historic. To be on the field, very cool to watch that. And yes, James Cook does smile, and so does Josh Allen. After his long run, well, he had 2, but the real long one you heard there for the touchdown, 64 yards. Big smile on his face. He leaps into the end zone, and then Josh Allen comes over as a big smile. Grandma said to smile. Josh Allen smiled after that, I'll tell you that. Saw that up close and personal. That was a great performance. Okay, so what I also saw on the field was a passing game that struggled again. And there are several reasons for it. But first and foremost, the biggest reason in the passing game that this team is struggling is, once again, they are having trouble getting open. Receivers are having trouble getting open. And it was evident in that long scramble play for Josh that he took a really long, 16-yard loss. It wasn't like Josh Allen trying to be a hero ball. I guess it was in that sense, but it wasn't like it was his first couple of years in the league where he just doesn't know what to do. He's running around and trying to make a play. It's, I can't find anybody open. I'm going to keep this alive as long as I can, and then he ultimately couldn't. I thought he should have thrown it away, by the way. But Josh Allen also struggled himself in the first half. And I know that's tough to say on Buffalo radio sometimes for fans, but it's true, and he said it. He said his first half wasn't up to his standard. His feet didn't feel comfortable. He was 6 of 13 for 66 yards in the first half. That's not good enough. In the second half, you could say he wasn't much better, but he actually was statistically. It was 6 for 6, and they didn't ask him to do much. I think 6 for 6, 97 yards. One was a long catch and run, which goes on the stat sheet, but 6 for 6, settled down, didn't ask him to do much, but Josh wasn't firing accurately enough in the first half. And overall, when you add that and combine it with receivers not being able to get open, that's a recipe for a passing game that struggles. Now, thank goodness this running game was so good. But when you see a running game that is so good, that is so dominant, it's supposed to help the passing game open, and just didn't see that yesterday. You hope that at some point it does happen, but can it happen with the current group they have? Now, Joshua Palmer being hurt, I do think is a significant blow to the offense. I think he's a guy that you can, rely on to get a little bit more separation, get open like he did against Atlanta a couple of times before he got hurt, but they still need more. I believe Gabe Davis is going to play for this team sometime soon. Now, I'm not here to tell you Gabe Davis is the savior, but think about the team and the organization, the way they view things. They're going to have to give up assets to go get somebody from the outside. That person's got to get up to speed to come in, get on the same page. I think internally, Gabe is probably somebody that they'll hope can help contribute. Yesterday, I thought that would be Curtis Samuel. I thought that would be Keon Coleman. That didn't happen. Keon got a couple of throws and catches a little bit later in the game. But early on, there was a ball. I couldn't tell if it was Kincaid or Coleman. I thought it was Kincaid. Josh was trying to throw to. He was short. Coleman was deep. Kind of went in between them. There was another one where Coleman turned around. Maybe should have taken another step back to the quarterback. Nice play by the DB. Knocks it down. They couldn't really get in rhythm there. And you don't want to say forcing it to Keon Coleman, but maybe a couple times they did that as the game went on to get him a couple touches. You don't want to see that happen a lot, I should say, and rely on that. They're going to need some help here at wide receiver. I think it's clear to everybody. Here is the issue, though, and I want to reiterate this again because I've said this many times. Folks, you can't just snap your fingers and go out and trade for a number one wide receiver. And in fact, most number one, if we want to term it that way, these elite guys, number one guys who do everything for you, most number one wide receivers just aren't available, and you get them in the offseason. That's how it works. You either draft one and you hope he becomes a number one right away, but it's not happening in some places like in Jacksonville with Brian Thomas Jr., right? That's not a guarantee that can happen. Or you trade for one like the Bills did with Stephon Diggs back in 2020. That's generally not something you can do at the trade deadline. It's not impossible. What does that cost you? Number one, the assets given up. But the two barriers the Bills really face here to do something like that are, number one, I don't know what team is going to trade a number one wide receiver to you, a top-end receiver. I'm not even looking at it that way anymore. When people say number one, I think the Bills just need some help. I think they need a guy that can help separate, a guy that can get down the field, a guy that can threaten the defense more vertically and in intermediate routes to open things up for other players. To me, that was always a guy like Rashid Shaheed. I think Shaheed is kind of a perfect kind of fit for what they need. Also because he returns punts and kicks, and they are struggling in that area as well. They need a little bit more juice there. And that would be a guy you could kind of use in both areas on the roster. So I think Shaheed comes to mind for me. But is he a number one? No. But who are you getting at number one? Are the Saints really going to trade Chris Olave? I don't know. That'd be great, but he's had some concussion issues. They say they're not going to trade him. And the issue with a team giving you a player like that is that team, whoever that is, they don't just want to offload really good players if they're young and they're rebuilding and they want to sign those guys again. So it costs you a lot. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and most importantly, and toughest, I think, here is the salary cap. Now, there are guys, $3-4 million base salaries. You get it down to $1-2 million. You can afford that because it's prorated rest of the year. But that's some maneuvering. That's contract restructures. There's not a lot of those left the Bills can do. They've done that over the years. They've kicked the can down the road. Again, it's not as easy as people make it out to be a lot just to go and get a wide receiver. But I do think the Bills have to do everything they can to investigate as much as they can to do that. Because that is the one thing in one area of this team right now that I think is holding them back the most on offense. You have the league MVP. You have Josh Allen. It is great to watch this run game. It's amazing. They are great at running the football. They're going to face a team, like they did in the New England Patriots, by the way, a couple weeks ago, that's going to have a nice plan and do a nice job to slow the run game down. Now, the Bills actually had decent numbers overall against the Patriots, but it wasn't dominant like it was yesterday by a wide margin. And when that happens, you have to have answers in the passing game. And as great as Josh Allen is, he needs people to be able to be open to throw the ball to. And I'm not seeing enough of that, but I don't think it's that easy just to snap your fingers and have that happen. This isn't all on Joe Brady either. Can Joe Brady do a better job? Sure. We can pick apart a play here, a play there. Get this guy schemed open. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I want to take a different approach. I want to throw this one at you. When people criticize Joe Brady for throwing tunnel screen after tunnel screen and short pass after short pass, I say maybe he's doing that because he knows he can't throw the ball down the field. So in order to get the ball to these guys and maybe break a tackle, that's how you have to do it. That is the job of an offensive coordinator. It's not just to go on Madden and pick a play and choose it and go, oh, yeah, I got my guy running a Z fly. By the way, I used to play a game. What was it? It wasn't Stratomatic, another game. They had these little cards, and they had the names. It was called Z fly, because the Z receiver would want to fly. You say Z fly. We just ran Z fly all the time, baby. And you spin the wheel, and it goes brrrr, bam. Oh, yeah, touchdown, Z fly.
I've never heard of that. I've only ever heard of Stratomatic, the other one.
Well, Stratomatic's the stat one.
Yes.
This was like a card you match up with another guy with defense and offense. I'm running Z-Fly. What are you running? Oh, cover 3. And you put it together and you spin a wheel, and then the wheel would land on a certain spot on the board, on the card.
Yeah.
And it'd be like a 10-yard gain, incomplete, or Z-Fly, touchdown, baby.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, right? So the point is you can't just run Z-Fly and spin the wheel. That's not how it works in the NFL, right? I mean, you have other teams and coordinators and players who are trying to stop you. And if Joe Brady sees that he can't get the ball down the field in a normal passing fashion, his alternative is to A, run the ball, which they've been good at, and B, throw short passes and get it to guys and get some blocks and get down the field. And that's what they did yesterday with Khalil Shakir. Okay, that's offense. I'll get to your phone calls in just a second. Let's get to the defense. So much made about the defense and what they could do or not do during the bye week. And boy, do we have a lot to chew on today. Because, and I gave Arrow up to this, if you're going to criticize the coaching staff and coaching for defense and run game and personnel and all that, then I think you have to give them credit, too, for what they did yesterday. They came out of the bye week and said, we are changing personnel. They had, now, granted, 2 guys were coming back from suspension. We knew that. But, man, Michael Hoyt played a lot and was really, really good and effective. And they put him everywhere just as expected. I'd been saying for weeks, I'm super excited to see Michael Hoyt. I think he'll make a difference. And it was. He was. And I saw it with my own eyes at training camp and in preseason how much they wanted to use this guy around the board, and they did. Larry Ogunjobi was pretty good. We'll get to the injury to Ed Oliver. That sucks, obviously, for the Bills if he's going to be out for long term, and it looks like that could be the case. Max Hairston, though, infusion of bam. How about that? Put him right on the field. I was stunned when they activated him Saturday night, and then for him to play right away. And he did a good job. And then you have Jordan Hancock coming in at safety on passing downs. The Bills got faster and more athletic in one game. Bam. Because of Hoyt and Hancock and Hairston. And then at linebacker, Matt Milano's out again because they're managing him to get him ready and not have him have a setback. Terrell Bernard, he was out as far as playing. He was active, but he didn't play. They didn't really want to use him. Emergency basis only. Folks, they started this game. The starting linebackers were 3. Shaq Thompson, Dorian Williams, Joe Andreessen. And that group shut down one of the best running backs in the league. Give the defensive coaching staff credit, personnel changes, and give the players credit for doing a great job of finally being buttoned up on tackling. And the coaches for that as well, for working on that last week a lot. And then, of course, you have Sean McDermott now a part of, at least, calling the defense. He did not deny, when asked yesterday in postgame, if he was calling the defense, like a lot of you noticed on the TV screen that he might have been doing. He did not deny it. He didn't give an outright admission that he was doing it. What he said was, it's a joint effort between him and Bobby Babich. So we have changes right now in the defense. I'm kind of excited to see what those changes result in against the Kansas City Chiefs. Nervous anticipation, excited, because the Chiefs are so darn good at what they do on offense. But I want to see how this translates and what happens going forward. All right. That's my spiel. Now it's your turn. 803-0550. Rick in Brockport starts us off. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Sal. How are you, man?
Good, thanks.
Hey, listen, yesterday, great game. I think I only have a lot of things to complain about with what you just got done talking about, all the injuries and certain things that are still going on. But I want to touch on something that I saw from the game film last night. At 1:48 at the halftime, when Josh plowed over, he covered up the ball, he covered up his wrist, and I watched after he went off the field, and he was high-fiving and low-fiving people with his right throwing hand, and as soon as he got off of the field, he was shaking his right hand real violently like he's been doing about the numbness that goes on. And I'm wondering if that's one of the biggest reasons why we can't get the ball downfield and that he has the Aaron Judge type injury to his wrist and his forearm, and is causing him to have difficulty throwing the ball downfield. I certainly don't want Kansas City or anybody else to know this, but it was clear what he did. And if you watch the film,
I'll go back and I'll look. But here's what I'll tell you. I mean, he has not been on the injury report at all.
Right.
So I don't know. I'll look more closely, Rick, and I appreciate you bringing it up, and maybe others noticed too. Could have been maybe he got a stinger on that particular play. I'm not really sure. I'll go back and look, though. I appreciate that. But he hasn't been on the injury report. And, we know that, Josh takes some hits sometimes, and he got a little bit beat up in that Atlanta game. He's had 2 weeks. Nobody said anything about him dealing with anything, but I'll take a look at it. And 148, he said at the end of the half. I haven't seen anything on the sidelines. From me as a sideline reporter, I'll tell you, That's why, you get the insight here on the show after the game. I haven't seen any trainers coming over to him on the sidelines. I would tell you if that were the case because we have to report it. But thanks for that, and I'll take a look. Rob in Connecticut. What's up, Rob?
Good morning, Mr. Capaccio. How are you doing this fine morning?
Well, it's a Buffalo Victory Football Monday, so I'm doing well.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for being my eyes. I was thoroughly happy, even though I was unable to pay attention to the game yesterday. I was out and about, but I would check my phone, from time to time, and I saw there was 19-3 at the half. And then, I checked it later, and I was like, you know what? The defense is doing their job, and I was completely happy with the Canadian Crusher, Mad Max, and Okunjobi. It was everything that I expected, and I'm thoroughly happy with that. Of course, I was listening to the after the post-game show, and, of course, we're all talking about we need that receiver or this or that. That's the one thing that, I agree with. I'm not complaining, but, Josh needs a little bit of help, but I think we're going to be fine. But I was thoroughly happy with the way the defense performed because that's all we've been complaining about as fans, the defense this, the defense that, and going into this game, how are we going to stop the run? Because I guess their running back was a beast. But I just wanted to say that I was in North Carolina last week. I missed all of WGR 550 because I was representing Connecticut in a visually impaired person's pitching tournament at Outer Banks. It was a national tournament. 540 people were competing. I represented Connecticut because I won first place.
Love it.
In May. And I sprinkled a little luck down there with wearing my Salute to Military Service Buffalo Bills hoodie. And I was getting a lot of, hey, you're a Bills fan? I'd say, yep. And then we're not going to lose 3 in a row. So we didn't lose 3 in a row.
All right. Well, listen, thanks, buddy. Congratulations to you. Love it. Great to hear. Appreciate you. Very, very cool of you and to share that story. That's awesome. All right. So want to go to the previous caller. I just went back. I found it. I'm watching the video. Josh scores a touchdown. He's running off. He's literally using his right hand to high five everybody, low five everybody, as the caller said, right? Then there's a shot of him as he gets to the sidelines, and he shakes it, but I actually think he's like, let's go, shake it. I don't think he's shaking it in pain, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I mean, you could look at it that way, I guess. I don't think so. This seems like nothing to me. He actually takes his helmet off with his right hand, and he puts the helmet on. I'm still watching. He's got his right hand, I'm watching it right now. Takes the helmet off, puts it down, puts the ball cap on. I think he was shaking his hand like, let's go. Good job. I don't think it was anything dealing with pain. Just that's my take on it. Let's go to Mike in PA. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Sal. Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to rant a little bit, if you allow me to. I'm just disturbed that the Bills allowed the wide receivers to get to this point, going off of what they had last year. Fans were calling at it. And they were just so stubborn that they didn't make moves. I don't know if they could because of the salary cap or whatever, but they should have drafted one. Teams are doing that around the league and having success with it. They're just in my opinion, they're wasting one of the best passers in football's career, his prime, and I don't know that they can do anything at the trade deadline. I feel like that backs them up even more. So, I want them to do something. I'm wondering if Gabe Davis is not going to be their plan B for all of this. And we kind of know what Gabe Davis is all about. I'm tired of these retread people coming into Buffalo. I want new young people around our stud quarterback. It's to me, it's doing a disservice to Josh Allen to have retreads on the defensive side of the ball too. Some of them might come back and play good for, like Poyer, I thought played okay yesterday, but a lot of the time, you know what they are. You didn't sign them to an extension. You let them go. Other teams let them go, and then you put them on your team. I'm not a fan of that anymore. I don't want that. And now with Ed Oliver going down, I'm wondering if defensive tackle is something they have to address and make a splash play and more so than wide receiver. I know they had a good game yesterday on the defensive side of the ball. And I know there was a lot of positive, especially with Hoyt coming in. But, man, we're going to find out what this team's all about. And Brandon Beane, I'd hate to be you if Kansas City comes in and rips us apart and we have no answer to keep up with them because, boy, the fans are going to be calling in then.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the phone call. I think you share a lot of frustration that a lot of fans do. And I do think Gabe Davis is one of the plans. We'll see where that goes with him. I don't, again, think it means like, that Gabe Davis is going to come in and save everything, but I do think that he'll play at some point. I think he's getting close. We'll find out about that. The Bills do have one open roster spot. And, yeah, the Ed Oliver injury is going to really hurt this team. And if you want to go out and get a defensive tackle, that's just another spot where you got to trade for. And do you have the money and do you have the assets to go have all these trades? It's hard to do, folks. So I think defensive tackle is actually one of those areas where you generally can find some veterans who can do a, base level enough job for you, right? Versus at wide receiver or at corner. Maybe, you could, because it's a rotational spot, and if you can have a guy that's like, hey, run stuffer, fill up a hole, something like that. But Ed just does so much for this team, and he was dominant again yesterday before he got hurt. We'll get to the Barnes Firm injury report after this timeout. We'll come back here. We'll take more of your phone calls. Good start to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday on WGR. Hey, football fans, Sal Capaccio here. Now, whether it's building a winning team, a winning game like yesterday, or upgrading your biggest investment, your home, you want trusted partners who get it. Now, that's why I trusted Window World of Buffalo for my own home. Now, I couldn't be happier. Studio Capaccio is sealed tight, ready for the weather, ready for the winter. The windows look fantastic. The sound is kept out. It's awesome. I do some shows there, do some recordings there. It's have my own virtual, basically, radio studio there thanks to Window World. And I was so impressed that when my mom said, hey, I need some windows done as well, my cousin just did this as well, I had that. Hey, everybody. Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listening during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSE Buffalo. They do a great job. 803-0550 is the number to call. Back at you. John in Vegas. Good to hear from you, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Sal. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good. So, Sal, I absolutely loved everything you said this morning, and I was literally going to say exactly what you were saying about Shaheed. There's no way we're going out there and getting the first. Everyone thinks we're going out there and getting a first-round draft pick, taking that away from people. That's just not happening. That's not real world. But Shaheed would be an amazing pickup, and it would help us out with Codrington, dropping him off the roster, which would allow us to have like an extra maybe D-tackled, or wide receiver, but we'll see with that. But my biggest concern is that losing Ed Oliver is going to really hurt us, and hopefully maybe there's a way we can get somebody, just anybody from another team that it's very hard to say that they're going to let anybody go right now, but hopefully we can get somebody that Brandon Beane will pick up.
I know people don't like the retreads, as people call it, or former guys, but I'll tell you a name that's been thrown out there, and we talked about this as a media group, and then Matt Perino tweeted something last night. What about Harrison Phillips? Would you welcome him back?
Absolutely.
He's in New York right now. Now, I don't know. I don't think it would cost much to get him. He doesn't have much remaining on this year's contract. He does have more money next year, but you could massage that. But that's a guy that I know he loves Buffalo, and he knows this system. If you're looking for guys like that, I'm just throwing a name out there for people.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. But the only thing I wanted to say with the receivers, the lack of separation. And one thing that I saw yesterday, that really had me concerned a lot with Coleman, is that he was returning punts. And when I saw that, I started losing faith that they're actually losing faith in him as well about being where he is in the field. One last thing, Sal. This weekend, next weekend coming up, I'll be at the Chiefs game with my daughter for the first time. She's going to her first Bills game. She's really excited. So hopefully I could get to see you and she can meet you, Sal. So
where are you going to be? Are you going to be in that behind the Bills bench area? I saw you the one time there. I think it was, right?
Right there again.
Okay. Well, I'll be over there and make sure you try and hit me up and say hi, okay, brother?
I will. Okay. Sal. Hey, take care of yourself, Sal, and hopefully we pick up somebody good, man.
You got it, buddy. You got it. Thank you. 803-0550 is the number to call. Let's go to Toronto. Game 3 tonight in L.A. Billy's up there in Toronto, where they split the first two in the World Series and split with the Sabres over the weekend, actually. What's going on, Billy?
Yeah, and you should have won both those hockey games, Sal. And listen, Sal, I got to before I get to my Sabres thing, I got to just tell you something, and it's floored me. I'm a gambler, and I haven't been able to gamble in about a week, and I'll tell you why, Sal. I've told you before that my wife's from Hong Kong, and I've been all through Asia and Japan and Hong Kong for the last year, and met a lot of people down there. And met a guy that's just really well-to-do, and he says, anytime you need something, let me know. Well, Sal, I've got tickets for all 4 Blue Jay games, and if you're watching the Blue Jays game, if you look at the battle, you can see all the fans behind. Sal, I'm just a little ways up from them. But you know what I did, Sal?
What?
I went to the World Series in 92 and 93, and what they're offering on the open market is mind-boggling, Sal. Mind-boggling what I got for the first. I didn't go to the first 2 games, and I'm just praying we can get the 6th game back here, and I don't know what I'm going to get for the Game 7 tickets. Sal, I won't even tell you because you won't believe me, but I can buy season's tickets for about the next 5-6 years.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, I'm looking right now. I've heard, and I want to see this. Tickets for the Chiefs-Bills game right now are astronomical on the secondary market. And I can't imagine what they are for the World Series. I agree.
Yeah, just crazy, Sal. Anyway, so here's the way I see this.
By the way, you know what they say, right? Every time the Blue Jays make the World Series, the Bills make the Super Bowl. Anyway, that's what they say. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's hope we both win, Sal. Right. I mean, let's just put it that way. Anyway, Sal, very simply put with the Bills, I'm not even gonna measure this season. I'm just gonna watch it play because every week we've got something different. We ran the ball like crazy last week. I think this all comes down to, and this is my wild way of thinking, but I just think the Bills looked at the damn schedule this year, and I'm not saying they don't get up for games, but they're not being tested, and it just looks like they're looking bad. What's going to happen, we're going to see about the Bills this next week coming up.
And if the Bills think that we're going to run the ball down Kansas City's throat, you better think again. We will not run the ball against Kansas City. But I do want to see Josh throw the ball a lot. I do want to see a lot of play action. And enough of this being so obvious where you run the ball on first down and automatically it's 2nd and 10. We're not running the ball on KC. We're going to get a true test of what this team's about.
Well, that didn't happen this week. They ran the ball on first down and they got yards. I mean, it wasn't 2nd and 10, so it's not what happened. They ran for 240-something yards, man.
No, Sal, I'm saying it was great this week, but we're not going to do that against Kansas City. You can't run the ball on them.
Well, I'll just say, hold on. Just slow down for a second, Billy. Slow down.
Okay. Yeah.
The Panthers' run defense was one of the tops in the league, by the way. You might be able to run the ball a little bit against Kansas City. Now, I agree with you. That's not a great formula against a team that can outscore you and score 40 points. I 100% agree. You were playing Andy Dalton on the other side this week. But I don't know what metrics you're looking at, but the Carolina Panthers' run defense is actually very, very good, and the Bills just ran the ball on them very, very well. There's nothing that says they can't do that against Kansas City, who is okay at stopping the run. They're middle of the pack, actually, statistically. The difference is, if you want to play like that, you leave such a small margin for error against an offense in Kansas City that can go down the field and score on you. But I would not dismiss running the ball against the Bills are the best run offense in the league, and they just ran the ball against one of the best run defenses in the league.
Yeah, well, what I say
so I don't know when you say you just can't do it. What is that based on?
Because I've watched a lot of Kansas City football, and I see them. I see them start a lot of times with Carolina. Yeah, they got a great run defense because you can throw the ball all over the field on them. That's why you can't run on them. What I'm saying with Kansas City, Sal, I don't want to see a 14. I want to slug it out with Mahomes. I want to see Josh go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, and I say that's how we're going to win the game.
I understand, but you're just saying things that just don't match up with actually what's happening, Billy. That's all I'm saying. It's really not true.
All right,
it's really not true. It's all good, buddy. I'm going to get going. I got more calls. I'm just trying to tell you, like, you can't just blanketly say there's no way they can run the ball in Kansas City when they just ran the ball so well against Carolina. Now, I agree with you. The point is, you want to see them go toe-to-toe with Kansas City. That's probably the way you have to win this game. No doubt. No doubt. It's not because you can't run the ball against Kansas City. It's because their offense is so darn good, you're probably going to have to throw the ball against them to try to keep up. Going into the game against the Carolina Panthers, the Panthers' run defense was actually good. It was one of the better ones in the league. I have to go back and look at the numbers, but now it's middle of the pack after what they gave up there. So anyway, we'll take another phone call here. Brandon in Buffalo. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, Sal. Good morning, Sal. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
To get straight to the point, I'm feeling the same way. Basically, you can feel the energy and the vibe of all the Buffalo fans, Bills Mafia. We got a good running back. We got a good running back, and they can run the ball. Like the last caller, before the last caller, he was a little frustrated. He was going on his rant about the offense. And the question is everybody's want to ask, and I know you could probably answer this, Sal, interviewing them and kind of knowing a little bit of the Bills player and kind of knowing a little bit of the
What do you got? Go ahead. What is it, Brandon? Go ahead, buddy. You're the long way to get to it. What do you got?
Okay, I'm sorry. I basically just want to know, like, what is taking them so long to basically get Josh Allen some help? Is it because of the dead situation and how that worked out, or is it because people say that it's the cap or
that's
all
true.
That stuff, but you can use picks. Like, if they really wanted to get Josh Allen some help, they can get Josh Allen some help. They can really get in there and get some help. I just really want to know what is hesitating being in them to actually
wait. It's not. There might not be hesitation. Maybe he's trying, and maybe teams say no. You don't know that, right?
But Sal, by now, but by Sal, it's been going on how long since Diggs left?
Agreed.
And Josh Allen hasn't had any help out there. Any help at all. And they bring these players from other teams that other people got rid of that was third strings on their team, and they come over here and they want to pitch a little bit of life out of them. Like, when are they going to go out there and actually – I think if Dean really wanted to, I think he really can put some pressure on these teams out here and actually go get Josh Allen some help. He can give up a number one pick. Like, Josh Allen literally needs help. And how long is this going to last, though?
I don't know.
Sal?
Okay, Brandon, slow down. Take a breath. It's okay. Take a breath. I'm going to try and help you out here and answer your question. I think it's because they have a miscalculation. You're not wrong. because they felt that they had more than they have. They felt that they had the right guys and to be able to do what you're saying, and they clearly don't. And it's becoming an issue. Now you get to in the season, that's a different discussion than in the offseason. In the offseason, that's when you made the Stephon Diggs trade. That's when teams are more kind of likely to give you guys on top ends and for draft picks. You're probably not getting that much during the season. And so when you say, when's it going to happen? I don't know, Brandon. I wish I did. I wish I had that crystal ball. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But you're right. They need more help. But it's not something you can magically wave a wand and force a team to give you their best wide receiver. You can't do that.
I get it. It's just
And the
frustrating.
cap does matter. And the cap does matter, especially when you have only $2 or $3 million available. And, what's the guy's salary has $6 million. How are you supposed to do that? All that stuff matters, Brandon. And that's tough. And I get it. I'm with you, buddy. I am. I'm not trying to dismiss your point. I think you're right. But I just think that what happened here was a miscalculation on what they had and what it's developed into. And now you have to revisit it. And it's tough to do that at this point.
All right, so I get that. It's just, it's just frustrating. We watch these games and we love our team, and to see a good quarterback like Josh Allen just get wasted, like not wasted. I'm not gonna say he's wasted, but I'm gonna say that his talent is a little bit being wasted to just hand the ball off, and it's just like. That's not going to work in the playoffs. In the playoffs, they're going to find a way to stop James Cook, and you're going to have to go to another avenue, and that's it, man. It's just frustrating.
I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you. I know people use the word wasted. I don't like that. The guy won MVP. I don't think I don't think that's wasted. I mean, I don't think Don Shula wasted Dan Marino's career. You know what I mean? Even though he only went to one Super Bowl. You know what I mean? And didn't win it. So I get it, Brandon. I get your frustration. I'm just trying to be real with you and say it's. I think it's a miscalculation at the time, but now you see it and it's harder to do. And even if Brandon Beane wants to now, I'm not sure that, we can all sit here. I get at this all the time, Brandon. People tweet me and they call me and say, why is Brandon Beane not looking into something? Well, how do you know he's not looking into something, right? I mean, you can't just force someone to trade you their best players. You know what I mean?
I get it. If you don't see nothing happening, Sal, it's just like us fans on the back end are like, what the hell is going on? Like, when are we going to get some help?
I get it, buddy. I get it. Thanks for the phone call. I got to run. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate you.
Buddy.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks for that. All right, we took a little while to get there with Brandon, but he got it out. That was a good call. We'll take a timeout here. 803-0550 is the number to call in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, folks, Sal Capaccio here. When it comes to your home, Hey, folks, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It only takes 30 minutes once a year to get a potentially life-saving screening. Schedule your mammogram today at Roswell Park with 2 convenient locations in Buffalo and Williamsville. Visit roswellpark.org/mammography for a quick appointment. 803-0550. We'll take another phone call here from Lou. What's up, Lou?
So, I think that Allen's play in the last 3 games is clearly deteriorated. His mojo's like wrecked. I think it's a philosophical problem, starting from McDermott and ending with Joe Brady. They're both run-centric. They think that you can win in today's NFL by running the ball, even though it's a less effective way to gain yards than passing it, especially with the liberal passing rules that are around. And nobody plays defense, Sal. They all play zone. So everyone's open all the time. That's why you're having these scores in the 30s.
Well, the Bills receivers aren't open all the time. We're having that discussion.
Carl Jones mentioned that he noticed he followed Moore and he followed Palmer, and that they were getting open in other systems, but not in Joe Brady's system. Brady is really not a passing coordinator. He's run-centric, and when the run gets shut down, the pass is gone. Unless Allen puts on his Superman cape, which he probably will this week, and beat Kansas City. But long-term, it's a real problem because Brady is all about the run, and he's not adept enough to develop a passing scheme. And they still do need real receivers. They drove Diggs out with the run game last 7 games of his career here in Buffalo. And they need like a Brian Thomas. Or they were all over Isaiah Bond. But he got into legal trouble and they exited.
Who was that last one?
Sorry?
Who was that last one you said with the legal troubles?
Isaiah Bond looked like...
Oh, I got you. Yeah, okay. Well,
he looked like he would be another Brian Thomas Jr.
Well, why are the Jags... I'm very curious why the Jags even want to get rid of Brian Thomas Jr. Something's going on there. I mean, again, maybe a different change of scenery works for some people, but I don't know why the Jags... I'd love Brian Thomas Jr. I'd love him on the Bills. I think, because I don't really know what's going on there and why they want to move on from him. Jim in Buffalo. Hi, Jim.
Hi, guys. I can't believe what I'm hearing here. Everybody has got to bring it down a notch. We just came off a 40-9 victory. Our back ran for 200 yards. We're 5-2. Have you ever listened to the Ken Carman show in Cleveland? Listen to that. That's a losing team.
Yep.
And
actually, it's funny you say that.
About the team.
It's funny you say that. I actually have a clip I'm going to play from that. It was hilarious this morning from Daryl Ryder in Cleveland.
Yeah, it was. It was really good. But look at, come on.
Well, I don't know, Jim. I don't know which who you're referring to specifically, but I opened the show by telling you how great James Cook was and how amazing that was.
Okay, all right. I'm not talking about the moderator. I'm talking about the fans.
I get it. Well, I think fans.
Okay, so
fans.
Like, relax.
I get it. And I'm the first person to say that a lot of times, which are, Jim, it's never as bad as it seems, and never as good as it seems, right? And you got to bring it in.
Point.
Yeah, it's to
a
point.
And I'll hang up.
Yeah, you got it. And I'm gonna let you go there. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. And you're 5-2. It's great. It's 40-9. It's great. But I don't think it's wrong to recognize the issues that pop up that say that you got to be better here, you got to be better there. That's what the team is doing. There's no doubt about that. And a fan's job is to be, emotional and reactionary. My job is to keep it in a safe space for you. And that's what we try to do here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Thanks for the call. We'll take a time out here. Another hour on the way. A lot to get to. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. Extra point for the sidelines and the Barnes Firm Injury Report here on WGR.
I think it's the way that our guys have handled it. I think, obviously, from the top, just making sure that we're practicing the right way. Obviously, coming off of 2 losses, it's been lingering with us. So I wanted to come out here and put our best foot forward, and I think tonight we did that.
That's Josh Allen following the Bills' 40-9 victory over the Carolina Panthers. Bills moved to 5-2 on the season. Sal Capaccio with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. So Adam Schefter has tweeted out what we all probably anticipated. Bills fear that standout defensive tackle Ed Oliver tore his bicep and will be sidelined indefinitely. Oliver is undergoing an MRI to confirm the injury. Well, if it's surgery, folks, that's a multi-month injury, most likely. Could be done for the season. Could be. Pro Football Doc, Dr. David Chow on Twitter last night basically said, at least to the playoffs, it looks like, for something like that. That is a massive, massive blow to a defense that should not probably be able to withstand a massive blow. Could not. But you play anyway. You go forward and you play. They were without Ed Oliver for several games this year already. They're going to have to be without him again. Just a brutal blow to the Bills. That leads off the Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Ed Oliver, the only injury of note during the game. Although I did hear Joe say this morning, what's up? Osiris Torrance had x-rays. Someone reported that. I didn't see that last night. I was in the locker room do you guys see that? Did someone post that or something? Hold on. Let me see if I have that somewhere. Joe said that during the morning show. Give me 1 second. Osiris Torrance, injure his right wrist. Someone has here. I'm not really sure. Okay, so I'm not really sure. I heard Joe say that. I don't know anything about that if that's the case. We'll get something from Sean McDermott later today. He's going to speak at 4 p.m. today, along with coordinators. But the only other notable injury during the game was Ed Oliver, who was immediately declared out with that bicep injury that now Adam Schefter says Bills fear he tore his bicep. Okay, that said, going into the game, no Matt Milano, no Terrell Bernard to play, but he was active just in case. So we'll keep an eye out for those guys this week. And, of course, Daquan Jones and Joshua Palmer and their situations as well as the Bills head towards a big week against the Kansas City Chiefs Sunday at 4:25 p.m. Have you looked at the weather yet for Sunday, Joe Cali? Have you seen what the weather might be like on Sunday? We had Pat Hamer on saying, there could be something going on.
I have not 100% looked yet. But it's supposed to. There is like a whisper of something possibly happening.
Yeah, that's right. So it's it looks like it's going to rain probably in some capacity. Could be light rain. Could be a little heavier. Could be nothing during the game. But be ready for it. Mid-40s and a little bit of rain.
Is that football weather to you?
No.
Well, the mid-40s.
Football weather was yesterday.
Yeah.
62, 65, sunny, cloudy. I don't care. That was great. That's football weather to me. Football weather in the mud and I don't care about that. No, I don't want that. I gotta be on the sidelines too. But no, and you know what though? Maybe it slows down the Chiefs' offense a little bit when it's like that, right? I don't know I don't know how wet it's going to be, but just looking ahead, we'll have Pat Hamer on Friday to give you a full weather look for Sunday. Let's go to Rob in Hamburg. Rob, waiting patiently. What's up, buddy?
Hey, bud. I got a question for you.
Yep.
If you got to put a nail in the wall and you go to your toolbox and you don't have a hammer, what do you use to get the nail in the wall?
Well, you're asking the worst person in the world because I'm the least handy person ever with a hammer. I will tell you that, but go ahead.
Well, you would use whatever you have, and that's what Joe Brady's do.
Thank you. Good.
That's
good.
what Joe Brady's
I'll
doing
find
right now.
a brick. I'll find a brick. I'll find something, right? My son's hockey stick, right? There you go.
Exactly, and people are getting mad at Joe Brady and don't understand he's using the tools he has in the toolbox to get the job done.
Yeah.
Yes, we need a wide receiver, and we got to hope that Brandon Beane is Big Baller Beane and not Mr. Beane and get something done. But Joe Brady should not be taking any of this heat from people.
Hey, I'm more with you than against you on this. Do I think that Joe Brady's perfect? Of course not. But as I said earlier, if he sees he can't get guys open down the field, what's he supposed to do? Then he gets guys open in other spaces, which is close to the line. And, oh, by the way, the run game looks really good, too. That's the coordinator, too. He's doing a great job. Running toss sweep and being dominant, that's a good job. I think people just have this perception because of this, the way we watch football now, the way we see red zone and highlights and play fantasy football and play Madden and all that. People think when they associate offensive coordinator, they associate that with just throwing the ball down the field for 300 yards a game. And that would be great. And the Bills should be able to do that more often. I'm not disagreeing. But because they don't have the, as you say, tools to necessarily do that outside of the quarterback, then you're going to have to figure out other ways.
And that's why let's hope that, before the deadline, something gets done. But I do not think Joe Brady should take any heat. I actually think he's doing a great job with what he has.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate the phone call. Rob called us at 803-0550. That opens up not only one phone line, but a bunch. So we have time and we have room for you to give a call. 803-0550 here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Welcome in on a Buffalo Football Monday, a Victory Monday here on WGR. And we are live on the YouTube and Twitch stream, WGR 550. Hello, everybody. Sal Capaccio. Love to say hi to you. Got the Victory Monday shirt going on, celebrating a Victory Monday. 40-9 the Bills win. I don't care who you're playing against in this league. You win 40-9. That's a big win. 40-9. Or I mean, look around the league. There were a lot of blowouts this week. 37-10, 34-10, 32-13, 38-20, 38-14. Crazy blowouts this weekend. Weird, right? Because you had through the first several weeks there were all these one-score games, and that was not the case this weekend. Very few one-score games. There was one in. That was it? Just one? Is that it? The only one-score game was the 39-38 Jets game over the Bengals?
Yeah, it was the only close one of the weekend, yeah.
I don't see any that are one score, because even like 49ers 11, they lost by. 10 last night. Packers, Steelers, we'll get to that later, but yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty there were some pretty, I guess, big margins.
Yes.
Not really anything super close.
No, yeah, for sure. How did the Bills lose to the Falcons?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, this is a team that now got shut out by the team the Bills just beat yesterday, got shut out 30-0, and then lost 34-10 to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've never believed it's a week-to-week league more than I do now, because that's where we're at.
It is very true. Now they go to New England. Maybe they can get healthy, and maybe they can do something against the Patriots to help out here, because the Patriots, by the way, how about the Patriots? Then they go to the Colts. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the Falcons. I'm looking at the wrong schedule. Patriots,
I wish they played the Colts. That'd be
awesome.
awesome.
No, they go to the Bucs, though. They go to the Bucs, though. That's a tough game for them.
It will be, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we will find out a little bit more about the Patriots in that game than now, because right now they're just rolling along and have this kind of easier schedule. And then guess what happens? They have a bye week before they play the Bills.
Yeah, they get to rest up.
They get to rest up and be ready.
They do have a couple games, though, like the Falcons, and then the Bucs, like you said. Those could be a big difference coming down to it,
Yeah, I mean,
gotta win.
As much as the Bills' schedule looked way more doable and gettable earlier, now it's the Chiefs, the Dolphins who look much better. You say the Bucs, the Texans, the Steelers, the Bengals who are alive a little bit right now, despite that win yesterday. By the way, the Bills need to score 50 on the Bengals. I mean, Justin Fields and that offense scored 39 yesterday. The Bills need to score 50 on the Bengals when they come here. We'll see about that game in December. This one, 4:25 start against the Chiefs on Sunday here on WGR. 803-0550 is the number to call. All right, let's get to our extra point from the sidelines. It is a deeper look at something that happened in the game from my sideline view. And, of course, it is brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. I mean, how can you deny Buffalo South, we love to call it? As I said all week last week, all of you listening, all of you watching, everybody knows somebody who moved to Charlotte, North Carolina from Buffalo, New York. Somebody from Western New York down to Charlotte. It's just, I had plenty of friends there myself. I know you probably have friends there. Maybe you were there. Going down there, traveling down, great weather for it. But folks, after Bills road games, what I like to do is take a video of the sidelines and the fans that come down, to the wall behind the Bills bench. And it's the, what I call obligatory Bills Mafia road game victory celebration. And you got to check it out. This is on Twitter yesterday, at Sal Sports. The two videos, I actually posted 3 of them yesterday. The first one is right behind the Bills bench, about 30 seconds worth of the fans, the Bills fans. Second one is, on a reply to that, right near the tunnel, on the other side of the field, same thing. And then a third one I posted was on the way out. I'm on a team bus, and there was a there was a Bills backers bar and party going on. I'm like, man, even there, they're looking at the team bus going, yeah, let's go. It's kind of cool. It's just a really cool vibe, really cool feeling. So check that out at Sal Sports. But that is our extra point from the sidelines, brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. And, we will get to sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy, here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show as we get a little bit deeper into the program. Let's get to John in Lockport, who's up next. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Man, I feel the Bills have a really great team. And I feel that our strength is our run game, and that's kind of our identity this season. So if we're good at it, we might as well keep doing it.
Hey, I mean, I'm not against doing what works. Said it yesterday. Said it. You can be upset that they're not throwing the ball down the field, and I get it. They're having struggles doing that. But, man, when you're running the ball like that and you run toss, sweep, and break off. I mean, James Cook was running for 11 yards a carry. He ran for 11 yards a carry, I should say. Crazy. And he just kept doing it. Go ahead. Keep rolling. Keep doing it. James Cook, by the way, has been nominated for the FedEx Air and Ground Player of the Week. Now we're going to see if he's nominated for or if he wins the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. He's got to get it, right? James Cook's got to get it. There are only two other people. Jonathan Taylor is certainly one of them.
Yeah, James Cook, though, outperformed him in some metrics, though. So that I would say it is Cook. There's no question.
They both scored 2 touchdowns. Taylor ran for 153. Cook ran for 216, and the most yards in Bills franchise history since 1976. And to me, that's got to be that. The other guy I was looking at for this, because I saw my buddy Brendan Cristal over in Denver, he was touting Bo Nix for what he was able to do, and Bo Nix threw for 4 touchdowns, 247, 4 touchdowns. I don't know if that gets it over James Cook in his day, though.
I don't know. It's also the Dallas defense. Not that has really anything to do with giving the award or whatever it does, but...
Is C.J. Stroud good again?
I don't know if I'd say that. I don't know if I'd say he's good again, but... Because the game against Seattle on Monday night was not great, and that was just a few days ago.
That's right.
So I'd say he might be teetering on kind of being okay, but it's been rough for him since his rookie season. He has not been
last few games, though. Because he started the season I remember I even tweeted out something like, the documentary on his regression is going to be interesting because it's really weird, right, since his rookie year. But since then, Baltimore, he threw for 4 touchdowns, 244. Seattle was not a good day, as you said, 229, only 46%. But yesterday, 77%, 318, and 2 touchdowns against the Robert Saleh defense. Pretty darn good.
That is pretty good, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Bills play them, by the way, on a Thursday night, November 20th. And you know what's happening on Tuesday night, November 18th, Joe Kelly? Do you know what's happening?
What's happening?
Matt Bove and I are going to be live for It's Always Game Day in Buffalo over at Batavia Downs.
Oh,
so
nice.
So come on over and say us. We'll be there for doing that. So that'll be cool. That's a great week, so it'll be really fun. Speaking of being live, everybody, join me this Thursday. All right, this Thursday, I'm going to be doing the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show live from Northtown Kia during this show, this time slot. 3900 Sheridan Drive in Amherst, Thursday, October 30th. That's in a few days from now, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Stop by, say hi, grab a Paula's Donuts while supplies last, score some awesome WGR 550 swag. Northtown Automotive, the official automotive dealer of the Buffalo Bills. Bob in Florida. What's up, Bob?
Hey, Sal, thanks for the call.
Yep.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the defense and how I think that they're going to develop over the next few weeks and actually help that offense. Here's the thing with Josh. I think and the offense they're nervous about the defense and they want to do more than what they can. He needs to take what he gets. He missed Shakir on the first drive of the game. He had a screen set up on the right, and then he missed that pass to Ray Davis on the same play. Ended up a field goal. Could have been a touchdown. But that defense, I mean, Hoyt and I hate saying his name.
Hoyt.
Michael Hoyt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just pretend it's Hoyt. Hoyt.
I got you. Hey, by the way, Poyer was where he needed to be, which is what we needed more than anything else, and I think it made a big difference. But Hoyt in there is just, I mean, he's going to be a monster.
Yeah.
One more thing, if you don't mind. I love that the caller a couple calls ago was like, hey, use what's in the toolbox. That's all we have. And he's doing a great job with it. I mean, sure, if we had a burner, it would work out a little better. And one more thing, and I'm done, and thanks for listening. The guys on the 9 o'clock show are amazing, or the whatever time they start in the morning. They are amazing in how they can take a 40-9 win and make it a poo-poo show. I don't get it.
All right, well, that's their call. You can that I don't. You can call them if you want to complain about that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. No, it's all right. No, it's all right. Just this is my show, 10 to 12, and you want to call up and talk about the Bills. That's what we do. All right, 803-0550 is the number to call here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I listened to the morning show. I thought it was great, and I don't think they did that. I think that they're doing exactly what we're doing here. We're talking about the good, talking about the bad, taking the phone calls on it, as you have an opportunity to do right here today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I do not think enough is being made about the defensive performance yesterday. And I'm about to do that because, yes, we can sit here and talk about need a wide receiver. Passing game struggled, no doubt. Running game amazing. And we've done all that. Folks, the defense was great yesterday. They were great. And they're going to lose that Oliver, and that sucks. But I'm telling you, one thing I kept saying for weeks, kept saying it right here, that Michael Hoyt's going to change this defense. Not make it some sort of early 2000s Baltimore Ravens or 1985 Bears. That's not what I'm saying. But he's going to change the way they play. He's going to give more versatility and options to Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich. And boy, did he. He's lining up inside. He's lining up outside. And when you're up multiple scores, that just really allows a defense to pin its ears back and get after the quarterback, and that's what they did. So that helped. But, man, he changes the defense. He changes the way they can play. He is a guy they identified to bring into this defense to be able to move around as a chess piece, so to speak. And that's what they did yesterday. And I'm super excited to see what that looks like going forward. But it wasn't the only move they made. Max Hairston comes in right away, and he looked good. And when I mean good, like he didn't hurt the team. He wasn't asked to do too much because the Bills were suffocating overall as a team. But when he was called upon, he was in position and did his job. He did his job. He had a great tackle, too, by the way, on the perimeter against Horn. And I think Horn, actually, that's the play he got hurt on a tackle from Max Hairston. I think that might have been because Horn went out after that. So, yeah, I mean, I like that. And then Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock comes in and provides a little more athleticism and speed. The Bills clearly went to the bye week and said, we have to change things. And that's what you want, right? That's what everybody's wanted from the coaching staff. A coaching staff that says, identify this, change this. Why aren't they doing that? They did that over the bye week. Give them credit. I think the personnel changes were really, really positive. And you got to give the coaching staff credit for identifying, recognizing, and having the wherewithal and the willingness to make those changes. Now, the one thing we haven't talked a lot about, but it's going to be a big story going forward, I think, it appears Sean McDermott is calling defensive plays. And he did not deny that, but he said it's in conjunction with Bobby Babich. And that's something that I think we need to kind of start talking about and thinking about. What does that look like? There's a lot of people who will tell you, you can't have the head coach calling defensive plays because the head coach, who is a defensive play caller, has to take care of the game and game management. You can't do that when you're calling defensive plays. You'll hear that from people. But you'll have the same people tell you, why is Bobby Babich calling plays? He's not up to the job. Folks, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. So if you're going to want Bobby Babich to not be the play caller and be, okay, good, Sean McDermott's calling plays, then don't complain that you have a defensive play caller and say, well, how's he supposed to manage the team in the game? And I do think it's a balance, and you have to be able to do that, but he's done it before. He says it's in conjunction with Bobby. I don't know what that means. I think that's something we have to see going forward. They're not going to reveal the secrets and how they're doing it, ins and outs of all that communication specifically. But I think it is something to talk about and see going forward here because McDermott was asked specifically in the press conference, were you calling defensive plays? He said, doing it together with Bobby Babich. And Bobby's a great coach, and they'll continue to do it that way. Let's go to Bill in Buffalo. Hi, Bill. You're on WGR.
Hi, Sal. Good morning. I'm kind of nervous. This is like the first time I've called, but been a Bills fan all my life. I noticed when they put we have a new safety and 3 new linebackers in there starting the game. Not all of them, but Joe Andreessen and someone else was new too. It just seemed to give us a little more physicality, and those guys were really enthusiastic and a little had an edge to them, do you think that they'll start next week?
No, this was injury based more than anything. Sean McDermott confirmed after the game that Terrell Bernard, they just wanted to hold him back a little bit more. So that's why they went with Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker, but Terrell was dressed if they really needed him to play. And then Matt Milano didn't play. Matt Milano's going to be your starting weak side linebacker, but he didn't play. So the reason why you had Dorian Williams out there playing and Joe Andreessen in a third linebacker set was because of the injuries. Now, that said, Bill, it's a great question, and I agree with your point that those guys did a really good job yesterday. What I do think's happened, though, is it just shows that when the Bills need to, they can have multiple options now at linebacker. But to answer your question, I think next week, I think when Terrell Bernard is healthy, he's the starting middle linebacker. There's no question. And I think when Matt Milano's healthy, he's your starting weak side linebacker. But at least you have options and know you can put guys in there to do the job. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
And Bill, don't be nervous. You did a great job, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
You got it. Call again. Good job. I like that. Okay. We'll get to sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. We'll also get to a look around the league as we move forward here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo football victory Monday. It's good to have a victory. Good to have a victory Monday. If you look at the standings in the AFC right now, Patriots had another victory. They're 6-2. They have now won 5 games in a row. I mean, for all of the, oh my God, Patriots, look how great they are, they also have lost to the Raiders and Steelers earlier in the season. But, you know, I mean, this is a league you just don't know on a week-to-week basis. Week-to-week league, right? You just keep playing. And the Bills will get their shot at the Patriots coming up on December 14th. 803-0550, the telephone number here. You want to hit me up? You want to not do that and just talk in the chat box? You can do that as well. And on the YouTube stream on Twitch, check it out. Say hi. Got a great community in there, the bullpen, as we like to call it. And we'll do more here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Hey, listen for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley at KeyBank Center on February 13th, courtesy of Messina Touring Group. Tickets go on sale Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Sal Capaccio here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Want to remind everybody that I will be live Thursday at Northtown Kia for this show. Come on by, say hi. 3900 Sheridan Drive in Amherst. 10 to 12. Grab a Paula's Donuts while supplies last. Score some awesome WGR swag. Northtown Automotive, the official automotive dealer of the Buffalo Bills. Let's get to Zach in Lakeview. Hi, Zach. Go ahead.
Hey, Sal. 2 things. Your arrows up, arrows down. Wide receiver separation, huge arrow down. And then the big dogs up front. Offensive defensive line was a huge arrow up for me. Played football for 18 years, so seeing that on the offensive line, so seeing that was a bright spot. My question for you is, people say, even a previous caller that you had, Sean McDermott, we don't want him calling play calls because he needs to be invested in the game management. How come when a head coach such as Andy Reid calls the offensive play calls, it's not an issue and they're as involved in the game, but it would be a problem for a defensive coach? I mean, someone that played for so long, I don't understand that correlation as to why that would be an issue.
Because generally the thought is, and this doesn't have to be black and white, as you know, Zach, right? I mean, there's a lot of nuance here, but generally the thought is when you're an offensive play caller, you're thinking ahead to time and distance. You can't control that as a defensive play caller because the other team has the ball. Generally, game management comes along with offensive football, which is, okay, how do I want to play this series? What do I want to do time-wise? If you're the defensive play caller, you're so invested in thinking about the next series on defense that people think that takes away from how you're thinking to manage the game when you're on offense, if that makes sense. Yes or no? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, that's why you have coordinators at the end of the day, right?
Yep,
like
that's right. That's exactly
he says all the time how he has a conglomerate, or we discuss this as a group. I guess that goes hand in hand. I mean, so
I think people think it this way. There's a better way for me to say it. People believe, whether it's right or wrong, people believe that if you're concentrating on calling the defensive plays and setting up what's going up next, and you're not as much really involved in what's going on when your offense is on the field. But if you're an offensive play caller, you're already doing that organically, so it just makes it an easier thing to do during the game.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess that's schematically, I think it's just a different way to look at it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's right or wrong. I just think it's a perception. And we can see. And I think a good coach is a good coach, right? If you're a good coach, you could be able to handle that and do that. I don't know if I explained that right, but I think everybody understands what I'm saying. It's not offensive play callers don't get this flack. They don't. That's right. Andy Reid doesn't. He's a great coach, though. An offensive play caller, as a head coach, people think that's kind of natural. You're calling the plays, you're thinking ahead, you're thinking about time management. That goes hand in hand with what you're doing calling the plays. A defensive play caller is calling the plays on your defensive end, and then when your offense has the ball, you're thinking about what to do on defense, so you're not thinking about the offensive game management point, which is kind of your job, their big job as a head coach, and that's why people push back on that. That's all I'm saying. That if you're going to have Sean McDermott call the defensive plays and you want that, then you better be willing to say, hey, I'm okay with that part of it that he's able to do. That comes. That's why people say you should have an offensive play caller as a head coach. I don't believe that. I've never had. I think a good coach is a good coach. A good head coach is a good head coach. Doesn't matter which side of the ball that head coach comes from. Some head coaches are really good. They came from offense. Some are defense. Some are special teams. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, Bill Cowher was a special teams coordinator. He seemed to have no problem. I think special teams coordinators, by the way, actually make really good head coaches because they're the ones, as they come up, who are involved in the entire roster. They coach. They understand guys who play wide receiver and DB because they have to put them all together. So I actually think game management and roster management and how all that piece works, I think that's why special teams coordinators sometimes should get a bigger look and better look to be a head coach. Good call, though. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call. Let's get to what happened in the NFL over the weekend. We start with Thursday night. We talked about this on Friday. The Chargers with a big win over the Vikings, 37-10. The Chargers moved to 5-3. Vikings dropped to 3-4. But yesterday, Dolphins all over the Atlanta Falcons, 34-10. Tua Tagovailoa with 4 touchdown passes on only 205 yards passing, by the way. But the Dolphins did a great job on defense against the Kirk Cousins-led and Drake London-less Atlanta Falcons. 34-10, Miami gets their second win of the year. Baltimore, they get a win without Lamar Jackson and without Derrick Henry doing too much. And he did have 2 touchdowns, I should say, but 71 yards, 3.4 yards a carry. Snoop, Tyler Huntley, 186 yards passing, but really the key here was they forced Caleb Williams into an interception. They were able to contain DeAndre Swift to 45 yards, and the Baltimore Ravens moved to 2-5. The Bears dropped to 4-3. How about the New York Jets? 39 points against the Bengals. This is a Jets team that can't get out of their own way on offense. All of a sudden, they scored 39 points. Hold on, I got to do something here. I got to look at this. Let me read this. Ready? Okay, ready? One of these things is not like the other. Here we go. You ready? 6, 11, 22, 21, 27, 10, 39. That's the number of points the Jets scored previously until this game.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable.
Right? Think about that. They did score 32 against the Steelers of all teams to start the year. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they lost that game?
Yep.
But in this game, I mean, I said it, Joe, the Bills better score 50 against the Bengals, I think, the way their defense looks right now. Now, I know that that's hard, and I'm being a bit sarcastic there, but holy cow.
Yeah, they should have no problem putting up a good number of points. If they could put 40 up against Carolina, who actually has a good rushing defense, like kind of going into the game, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to pick apart the Bengals defense. But it's Tyrod Taylor expected to start. Oh no, we have to go back with Justin Fields again, and did you hear his 39
postgame?
Points. I saw the quote. I didn't catch it.
He said something about how it was really tough on him last week. He went into a closet and cried.
Yes.
He was very vulnerable, very open. I love that he was able to share that. And I'm happy for Justin Fields. Jets fans, it's been a long road to get their first win. 133 yards from Breece Hall. Joe Flacco, 223, 2 touchdowns. One goes to T. Higgins, one goes to Chase Brown, who also scored on the ground. The Bengals dropped to 3-5. Jets 1-7. Don't look now, but the Houston Texans are coming to life a little bit here. They're now 3-4 after C.J. Stroud threw for 318 and 2 touchdowns against a very good 49ers defense, albeit a little bit banged up now. 49ers offense couldn't do much. Christian McCaffrey only 25 yards on the ground. Mac Jones 193 passing and 2 touchdowns. 49ers 5-3, Texans 3-4. Bills play Texans on Thursday night, November 20th. Boy, the Cleveland Browns, we're going to have something on them in a minute, but they get 5 sacks from Myles Garrett. And they lose. Myles Garrett becomes the first player in NFL history, I believe, to have 5 sacks and lose a game.
Yeah.
Is that what I read?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And I've seen people say, "Oh, I feel for him. Like that stinks." He choose to stay there.
He chose this.
He was all about, it's not about the money. I just want to go win somewhere.
Right.
And then he took the money. And that's what you're dealing with.
That's exactly right. The Browns actually had a lead in this game, 7-3, 7-6 late in the second quarter. The Patriots have a field goal at the end of the quarter, the end of the half, and then they go out in the second half and just run away with it, 32-13. And how about Drake May? Another fantastic performance, 18 of 24, 282, 3 touchdowns and an interception for Drake May and the Patriots, who go to 6-2 to lead the AFC East. Browns dropped to 2-6. The Philadelphia Eagles sort of kind of got back on track, especially Saquon Barkley, who's had a tough time running the ball this year, but not yesterday. 150 and a tutty against the New York Giants, who lose Cam Skattebo. Awful injury for Cam Skattebo.
Yeah, that was gruesome. He's had a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
And it's a shame to see him go out like that.
Yeah.
But he'll come back from that. I didn't see exactly what it was. I knew he was going to a local hospital.
I think dislocated ankle was what I read, but we'll see exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But it didn't look good from what everybody said, and I didn't particularly see it. Jackson Dart, 193 yards passing and a touchdown. Jalen Hurts, 4 touchdown passes.
A little bit of a return to form for the
179.
Eagles.
He also ran for 22 yards. So Eagles 6-2. It's funny. Here come the Eagles at 6-2. All the discourse about the Eagles, WIP in Philly, our sister station, they're taking calls about how bad they are. They're 6-2. Oh, by the way,
right.
The defending champs. The Giants dropped to 2-6. You have to wonder about the future of Brian Daboll at this point, where it's going in New York. Probably end of the year. I'm sure he survives this season, but let's see, because the quarterback has looked pretty good. Little chance here, but their schedule's tough.
It is a tough schedule. They have a lot of games, tough games to play, and Dart has actually been somewhat impressive.
Yeah.
Like last week, even when they lost to the Broncos, that was just an insane comeback by Denver. Like, yeah, Jackson Dart did throw an interception there, but it was like 33 points in the last few minutes there they came back. It's unbelievable.
The Saints dropped to 1-7, which gets you to, do they trade Shaheed? Do they trade Olave? What are they doing with their roster? But yesterday they couldn't do much against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Only 3 points scored. Bucks win 23-3. Bucks move to 6-2. Also, they're coming to Buffalo here in a few weeks, but they couldn't really run the ball as well as they normally could. The Saints defense is not that bad, folks. The Saints, they kept Baker Mayfield in check. 152, no touchdowns. The leading rusher for the Bucks was Sean Tucker with 42 yards, former Syracuse Orange, by the way. Sean Tucker, 42 yards. But the Saints' offense isn't very good. And a couple of different quarterbacks for them. Tyler, how do you say it? Shook, right?
Shook, I believe. Yeah, they did bench Rattler yesterday.
They did bench him, and they both had 136 for Rattler, 128 for Shook. Neither one threw a touchdown pass, and the Saints dropped to 1-7. Big win for the Broncos. They look good over the Dallas Cowboys, 44-24. They beat the Cowboys. They go to 6-2 also. How about the Denver Broncos right now? It's 6-2. They're leading the AFC West at this point with that record. The Cowboys dropped to 3-4-1. The Cowboys, they get from CeeDee Lamb. I thought he had a pretty good day. I guess not as much as I thought. Looking at the stats here, their offense scores 24 points. They are this prolific offense that the Broncos did a nice job against. But the Broncos' offense on the other side was the story of this game. J.K. Dobbins, 111 yards rushing, but it was R.J. Harvey with the 2 scores on the ground. Bo Nix, 247 and 4 touchdown passes for the Broncos. Like I said, who now go to 6-2. But how about the Colts, though? 7-1, and it's not ending anytime soon with the schedule in front of them. They just take care of the Titans, 38-14. Jonathan Taylor, 153 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Daniel Jones, 272 passing and 3 touchdowns. They're just a machine right now. Tajay Spears ran for 59, and Cam Ward threw for 259 for the Titans, who dropped to 1-7. They could wind up with the number 1 pick 2 years in a row if this keeps up. And then late last night, Steelers had a 16-7 lead over the Packers, but then the Packers, and a 19-14 lead, but then the Packers just start rattling off yards and points, and Jordan Love completes 20 straight passes in the game and winds up with 360 and 3 touchdowns against that very, very highly paid Steelers defense that really can't seem to stop anybody right now. Aaron Rodgers, in his first game against the Packers after joining the Steelers, 24-30, after leaving the Packers, actually. 24 of 36, 219 and 2 touchdowns. Not enough, though. It was Tucker Kraft. 7 catches, 143 and 2 touchdowns. He might win NFC Offensive Player of the Week, a tight end for the Green Bay Packers, who now go to 5-1-1. Steelers 4-3. Take a look at these standings. They are still atop. Steelers are 4-3. They're still only 1 game ahead of the Bengals, by the way. They're 2 wins, I should say, ahead of the Ravens at 2-5. They're still leading the division. Broncos 6-2, Chargers 5-3, Chiefs 4-3, and tonight, Chiefs take on the Washington Commanders. We got that game?
Believe so, yeah.
Because no Sabres tonight.
No Sabres tonight. I'll double check. But
just to make sure. Just want to make sure. All right, we'll take a timeout here. Sit up, stand down, and Hey Buddy on the way. I got some audio I got to play for you on Hey Buddy. My buddies over in a different city covering another team. I'll tell you about that when we get back here on WGR. Okay, real quick, let's get the sit up, stand down. Then I got a hey buddy for you with some audio because let's just set up a little bit on what the Ravens have in front of them. Okay, Ravens get a win. They hold out Lamar. They now have 2 wins. I'm not trying to scare anybody here, but I want to tell you, they get the Dolphins on Thursday night, then the Vikings, then the Browns, then the Jets, then the Bengals, and the Steelers and the Bengals. I mean, the Ravens might be able to go on a run here. Let's keep an eye out on the Ravens. Let's sit up a little bit on the Baltimore Ravens' possibilities here and just kind of pay attention to them a little bit. Let's stand down on the veteran quarterback fill-ins yesterday. Oh, my God. Or this weekend. Between Kirk Cousins, Andy Dalton, Carson Wentz, and even Joe Flacco. 0-4 combined. And not good numbers. The veteran quarterback bump did not really happen for a lot of the teams. And even the teams that had already been using them. Let's get to Hey Buddy.
WGR Sports Radio 550 presents.
Hey, buddy. Dudes, you know this dude? What's up, dude? Hey, buddy. Buddy, sit down.
Who's my buddy this week?
I'm your buddy, guy. He's your guy, friend. I'm your friend, buddy.
On WGR.
Blue, you're my boy.
Sports Radio 550.
All right, this comes to us. My buddy is Daryl Ryder, and my friends in Cleveland from our Odyssey sister station, The Fan 92.3. I'm going to play for you audio from this morning. Folks, we've been here before. If you're mad about the passing game and the quarterback and the receivers or whatever, I want you to listen to this. We have been here before. It could always be like it is now in Cleveland. This is Daryl Ryder. This is from the Ken Carman Show, I believe, but I have to see who's actually on the show here. Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Here we go. This is this morning, 92.3 The Fan.
It's not too early. When you can't complete passes in practice, you can't play in the National Football League.
Keep going, Daryl. You got hate in your heart. Let it out. Let's go.
I don't have hate in my heart. I'm so frustrated that Andrew Berry did this. That Andrew Berry spent a top 100 pick on this guy. That Andrew Berry and the Browns are shoving this guy down fans' throats, trying to tell you, yeah, he can play. He's a serious guy. Like, no, he's not. You're not serious people.
You're not serious people. Can we do something? Can we just clip those 4 words? Because the way he said that would be a great liner that we could use on this show. You're not serious people about something, anything, right? It's great. That's Daryl Ryder, our buddy. My buddy. That's my buddy today. That's 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And he's talking about Dylan Gabriel, by the way, there as the quarterback. I was laughing when I heard that. That is from the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Go check it out, by the way. 923 The Fan on X. You can see that and plenty more rants from there. All right, One Bills Live comes your way today. Show up in the Bulldog at 3. I believe I'm going to join them at 5 p.m. today to talk a little bit more about the Bills. Before that, we'll get an update from Sean McDermott and coordinators at 4 p.m. today, and then I'll tell you all about what they said at 5 with Show Up in the Bulldog. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for hanging on a Buffalo football victory Monday. Bullpen, great job today. Callers as well. One Bills Live up next. Thank you very much to Owen Power and... Did I say Owen Power? Owen Parker and Owen Power. Thanks to Owen Power, by the way. Although he should have scored on the overtime goal the other night and went off his stick. Thanks to Owen Parker, Joe Kelly. Talk to you next time.
We're not serious people.